is up, people? How are we all doing? Today, we're talking about the flat Earth cosmology. So let's jump straight into this. Please drop a follow and leave a like to help the algorithm. So we live in a torus field. Everything's made out of torus fields, and every torus field has motion. It's what it is. It's the motion of energy. And every torus field has a center, which is the black hole. It's a womb of creation. It's counter space. Now, this is why the North Pole is magnetic, because the center of this torus field is the most magnetic part, the strongest part of the field. So this is why all compasses will point you to the center. And the Earth's magnetic field is spread across the whole of the Earth. And it's spinning, as you can see here, it's like a tornado at the center. And this tornado is the force which is spinning the sun and the moon around us. You got the sun, the moon, Polaris, just like in the Masonic cosmos here. The sun, the moon, Polaris, the all-seeing eye. Now we'll get into Polaris a bit later, but the sun is the magnetic force. Sorry, is the electric force, because every field is electromagnetic. Now, the sun is electric. It's positively charged. It's gonna give you energy. It's feeding energy. The moon is more magnetic energy, which is taking your energy away from you. And this is why you become sleepy when the moon comes out, because it's taking away your energy. So these two forces is the balance. It's the yin and yang. It's the balance. Everything in this creation is balanced, because the torus field is the Earth is the plane of inertia, the 0 point within the field, because physical matter is a result of two opposing forces equalized on the plane of inertia. And that is where matter crystallizes into physical results. And this physical plane is the plane of inertia, planet Earth. And at the center of this plane is the black hole, the womb of creation. And outside of this black hole gives birth to light. So the torus field is constantly rotating, going into counter space, the black hole, and then out of counter space gives birth to the white hole, white light. You see? So it's going around, black hole, birth again, black hole, birth again. And it just keeps going around. It's an infinite cycle of energy. And this is where the infinity sign comes from. This is the motion, this is the force which is creating everything to spin inside of this circle. Okay? And it's making the stars spin. It's making the sun and moon spin around us, around this center point. Now here you see Horus and Set putting their feet inside of this dome. This is the royal arch, the arch of the dome above us, which is like you see in the Masonic cosmos, the royal arch of Freemasonry. This is the dome above us, the firmament that the Bible talks about. You see, they're putting their feet in because Set symbolizes the moon and Horus is the sun. Horizon, Horus. Horus is rising, the sun. So they're both putting their feet around this center magnetic pole, which is the pole, North Pole. And above the North Pole, you have Polaris, the pole of electromagnetic energy. You see? And this is how we get the sun and the seasons. Because the sun, for us, when it becomes summer, it's on the Tropic of Cancer. Then it spirals outwards, going out and out and out, then goes to the Tropic of Capricorn. That's winter for us. Then it comes back in and creates summer again. So it's constantly spiraling around this center magnetic North Pole. You see? So this roof above our heads is the firmament, and this is what they've taken off of us. They haven't physically taken it, but mentally they have taken this away from you. It's a female energy, and this is what the Egyptians called Nut, the sky god Nut. And this is the womb. We are inside God's creation, God's womb. And the woman's womb, when she has a baby, is a microcosm of this, because everything inside of this creation is macro. It's a reflection of the bigger things, as above, so below. So the dome above our heads is the dome we are in when we are a baby. And you can see the sacred geometry of it is the exact same. It's the dome. And when we are inside of the womb, the woman, the sacred maker, which is the M, the Masonic M, this is the G male symbol. The Masonic M is maker, mason, matter, male. She delivers the male, you see. She delivers the male because it's the maker, the female, the magnetic. The woman is magnetic in nature, the male is electric in nature. So when we are in this womb, the female, we are being fed by the center umbilical cord, by the center of the mother's stomach. We're connected to the center of the woman's stomach, just like we are when we are in the earth. The center is where the aurora borealis is being emitted from, the electromagnetic aurora borealis, the northern lights. This is our spiritual umbilical cord, connecting us to counter space, connecting us to the realms beyond this world. Because at the center of every Taurus field is counter space. And at the center of the earth is our spiritual umbilical cord. And this is the earth's belly button, as you see. As above, so below. We had a physical umbilical cord. We have a spiritual umbilical cord. And this gets cut when we die, when we're cut away from the physical reality. You see, here's the ancient Egyptian tablet showing this female. You can see the hair, it's a female above us because the female energy is nurturing, helping, looking after. And that's exactly what the dome is. It's protecting us. It's the Ark of the Covenant, the Ark covering us, you see? And this is what they've taken away from us. By you believing in space, it completely destroys the idea of this being a sacred creation. They've taken the roof off your head, whether if you believe in space, you believe that there's chaos, there's planets, there's asteroids that could kill us at any moment. But this isn't true. They've made you fear your own creation that you're inside of. They've made you fear what's above you. You see, and it's to hide the power of astrology, the power of the lights in the firmament, which are constantly flowing through the ether. These powers which are above us are sending rays down to the earth, which are influencing our psychology and how we behave. And this is what astrology is. It affects human consciousness. It interacts with our consciousness. And there's a different energy every day because the planets are in different houses, different alignments. And this is, we'll go into this a bit deeper later on. So the world tree, this magnetic north pole, the pole of electromagnetic energy, was symbolized as a tree, the great tree at the center of the earth. You see? And this tree is symbolized everywhere. You can see here how the center person, this Egyptian person, is holding up the sky. This is the North Pole, the hyperboloid, at the center of every Taurus field. And this tree was in the Mayan cosmology. This is an ancient depiction. This is the Taurus field. There's the plane of inertia. Here's the center tree. Here's the tree in the center, the magnetic North Pole, the woman holding the stars. Here's the Hindu with the two birds symbolizing the sun and the moon revolving around this center tree. The Mayan tree, his Horus and Set around the North Pole. They all knew this flat earth cosmology. They knew these secrets. It's so sacred you understand the creation that you're inside of. Because if you don't, you'll be led astray. You don't know where you are. You're lost. You see? And here's the Masonic art with the rays of the stars coming down with the tree in the center. So it was personified as a tree. And we are in Asgard, Midgard, the middle garden, where there's good and evil. So the 7 layers of heaven, which is talked about in the Quran. Each planet has a different layer of the firmament, and this is the 7 layers of heaven, and these are our 7 layers of the energy centers in our body. So we start in the stars, so we are stars in a physical body. And this is why we say Mr., Sister, Fraudster, Sinister. Stir is star, and we are in the stars, and our star descends into the soul system, not solar system. And as we descend into the soul system, We enter Satan's kingdom, Satan's world. As it says in the Bible, Satan is the god of this world. Well, if you've been into my research for a while, you know Satan is Saturn. Saturn's world, because Saturn's the outermost ring. He's the Lord of the Rings. And you enter his kingdom, the kingdom of time. And this is why Saturn's the time god. As soon as you go past the rings of Saturn, you're now in the solar system. You're now in time. You're now bound by space and time. And you're bound to the earth plane, the heart. Earth is heart. It's a rearrangement, it's an anagram for heart. And the heart of the electromagnetic color spectrum is green, and that's why the earth is green. And above green is blue, and this is why the sky is blue. In order to go to heaven on the macro scale, you have to go through the blue sky, through the 7 layers of heaven. In order to reach heaven in your body, whilst you're here, you have to go through the blue chakra to your head, which is heaven. It's micro, macro. Everything is micro, macro inside of this creation. Is an ancient. I think this is a French image, piece of art from the ancient French, with obviously the 7 layers of heaven, which they all depict. And notice how it's like a dome. We'll go into this dome symbolization, the Royal Arch of Masonry, which is next. But these 7 layers of heaven give us the 7 metals, the 7 days of the week, the 7 diatonic tones, the 7 chakras, the 7 everything. It's God's favorite number. And this is why the Masons use the G inside of the compass, because the G is the 7th letter and God starts with G. You see? So it's 7. God is 7. Here's another depiction of the heart, the soul system, the 7 layers of heaven. La fermente. You see, la firmament, with the stars on the outermost layer. Here are the 7 planets: Jupiter, Mars, la Sophie, the sun, la luna, the moon. So Saturn. So we are in the heart of this soul system. In order to ascend, we need to ascend up our chakra system, reach 144,000 hertz, God consciousness, the God man. You have to unfold God man, master of the mind, mastery of the mind. So what are the stars? The stars make everything unique. The stars are constantly rotating around the center, magnetic North Pole, the tornado at the center, which is stirring everything. It's stirring the ether. The center is the ether, and the 4 elements are born out of this ether. There's 5 elements: ether, spirit, water, air, and earth. The ether gives birth to the 4 other physical elements, which the whole of creation are made out of. About them 4 elements. 4 is the number of stability. You know, a chair, a table has 4 legs. It stables things. It's a foundation, and these 4 elements are the foundation of this creation. You see, and this magnetic North Pole is stirring this, and the 4 vibrational states of the ether are the 4 elements. Now let me get back to the stars. I just wanted to give you that. The stars are being stirred around this center point, center. It's stirring everything, and they're always in different alignments. Every millisecond, they're moving in different placements of the stars. And the planets are called the 7 wanderers because they're not fixed. The stars are fixed, but the planets are called the 7 wanderers, the 7 layers of heaven, because they move faster and slower than each other. Each planet is slower and faster, has a different rate of speed it's moving. So these alignments are mixing in with the energies of the different 12 constellations. And this is why you have a unique characteristic. You have a unique look, a unique energy, a unique personality. This is because when you were born and you took your first breath, that energy which was in the ether, because the ether is all around you, and energy travels through the ether. The energy that the stars were casting down and the energy that the planets was mixing in with the 12 constellations was in the ether. So when you came out of the womb and your first breath, because breath is spirit, okay? So that first breath you took, that is the energy that is imprinted within your DNA, your soul. And you reflect that energy, you emit that energy. That's the energy that is with you forever. until you die, till this physical body dies off. And that's what the stars are. The stars are giving a unique energy, characteristic, personality to every living thing. Every dog, every cat, every animal has a unique personality because it was born at a different time and place in the sky. Okay, the stars are your destiny. Now, the stars are constantly changing as well. If you look at stars through a telescope, they're constantly changing and forming different forms. You can see here, it looks like water. It looks like light through water because it's the ether above us, a sea of ether. And this light is being emitted through it, and it's just constantly changing, giving different energies, each star. So this is why this is what the zodiac is. It's the expression of energy. It's the expression of the stars. And each constellation has many different personality, different energies, different traits. Each planet has different traits, depending where your planets are, depending what energies you hold. No same person, no two person have the same energy. There's no one. It could be similar, but no one's the exact same. It's because of the stars. The stars are never in the exact same split place. The planets are always in different houses. So here's some Royal Arch symbolism. Here's the Royal Arch of Masonry, as it says here. The sun and the moon, the constellations. Here's Cancer, the 7 planets, the 7 stars. Here's the Royal Arch. This is the firmament. Here's the duality. Black and white, duality, good and evil, rest and motion, dielectricity, magnetism. See? So this is what the Royal Arch is. It's symbolizing the cosmic dome above us. The womb we're in. We're inside God's womb. And here's George Washington, the Freemason, inside of the Royal Arch. You see? With the G, the Masonic G, God, 7. Here you see another depiction of George Washington with the stars in the dome above his head, his Polaris, the sky vault, Polaris. We'll get into that later. Go inside of all of your ancient churches, you will see the dome. Go to the Vatican, you'll see the dome. All of your ancient churches have this dome because it's the dome above your head. The ancients knew this. This was known. We did not live in space. It was known back then. They all knew. This is Crown Court, which is one of the most important courts in the UK. You can see it's clearly so much Masonic symbolism. You've got the 4 pillars of Masonry. The Royal Arch is like an arrow pointing upwards to Polaris. His Disney World is under a dome. In his Polaris, the sky vault. You see? And also 666 in the symbol. Here's more 7 layers of heaven. Here's an ancient depiction. The firmament. Here's the astral plane outside of the firmament. The Royal Arch. You see? It's everywhere. Here's Polaris, the 8-pointed star. Polaris is in between the sun and the moon. It's at the center of the Taurus field. And Polaris corresponds with the pineal gland as well because it's the all-seeing eye. See? So is Polaris, the 8-pointed star, which is at the very top. It's the very center. It's on top of the North Pole. And it's an 8-pointed star that's always symbolized as an 8-pointed star. Here you see the Vatican. The Vatican is a giant key with an 8-pointed star. See, it's a key. Here's the dome. Here's the Space Delta, the USA Space Delta logos. Here you see the Egyptian god looking from the center of the North Pole, looking upward to an 8-pointed star, Polaris. An arrow pointing up to Polaris. Here's another, the bear holding a key with an arrow up to Polaris, 7. Holds the key to Polaris. Here's an eagle holding a key above the North Pole to Polaris. Polaris, and here's another one. There's another bird, like a dragon, holding a key to Polaris. Because Polaris is definitely something to do with leaving this creation. Okay, maybe, I can't say for sure, but maybe it's to do with ascension, and this is why the Vatican hold the key to the 8-pointed star. And this is why the space, well, we all know space is a lie, but they're showing Polaris. and it's sacred symbology. Maybe it's to do with something leaving this creation, going to another. It's some North Pole symbolism. As above, so below. You see the four seasons of the Big Dipper constellation going around Polaris. This is Polaris, this is the Big Dipper constellation, and this is the swastika. This image gives us the swastika, because all the symbols we use are created in nature. They're created somehow in nature. This is how we get them. As above, so below. This is the map of the North Pole with the four rivers, looking like the Big Dipper constellation. It's the Masonic, here's the ancient cosmology with the four, you see the four islands, Mayan cosmology, four islands. This is the alchemical symbol for Earth, four sections. The windows, because the center at the North Pole is a window to another dimension. The four lucky four-leaf clover, which is supposed to be lucky. It's truth in plain sight. And here's Hitler looking at two flat Earth maps. So this swastika has been used for thousands of years, thousands and thousands of years. And it's symbolic for the most sacred land on this plane, the North Pole. Shambhala. Do some research on Shambhala, people. It's a it's a Hindu mythology about the sacred lands at the center of the earth. And it's known to be full of enlightened beings. And it's all symbolized at the center. You can see their paintings of Shambhala. It's all at the center, the North Pole. And it's known to be the most godly place ever, because it takes you to a portal to the higher places. And maybe this is something to do with Polaris, connecting you to this sacred lands at the very center. But anyways, people, thank you all for tapping in. Hope you all learned something. Have an amazing day. Please follow, subscribe, like, all the links in the description for the courses, the PDF. Please have an amazing day. God bless. Welcome back, people. We're back with another video. Let's jump straight into this. Make sure to tune in till the end, because this has got so much information in this video. So sit back and enjoy. So everything's Taurus fields. The Earth's a Taurus field. Everything's Taurus, which is electromagnetic field, electric and magnetic. The center of the Taurus field is where the two opposing forces meet in the center. And this is what creates the plane of inertia, the dielectric plane of inertia. Okay? You got red shift, blue shift, positive, negative, south and north pole, right? This is what the ancients were showing with the tree of life. As you can see here, this is the plane of inertia, and this is the Taurus field. Everything consists of this. Everything is a Taurus field. A atom is a Taurus field. Okay, now the inertia is the 0 point. So this plane is a 0 point. It's the balance between two poles. Okay, now this creates matter, because matter is two opposing forces in motion equalized. So these two forces coming together is what creates matter on this physical plane. And this is why we can't see the electromagnetic field, because it consists of one of the elements, which is either electric or magnetic. But when they combine together, it's what creates this physical plane, which is physical matter, which is light in motion. Now, everything is one. Don't get confused by duality. Duality is two opposing forces, but them two opposing forces are created by the same substance. It's two aspects of the same substance. So, for example, water and ice are the same thing, you know what I'm trying to say, but it's two aspects of the same substance because all is one. The whole universe is one. All goes back to the one, which is God, the creator, or magnetism, whatever you want to call it, because magnetism pulsates. Electricity has two poles, red shift, blue shift. Okay. So red shift, blue shift is electricity, and electricity vibrates, and all vibration always comes back to a standstill point. But magnetism is what pulsates. This is why your heart pulses. You breathe, which is a pulse. This is the breath of the universe, magnetism. Now, this is why the earth is green, okay? Earth can be spelt heart. If you just move the H to the beginning, it spells heart, okay? Because the heart is the center of the torus field, which is the heart chakra for us humans, okay? We consist of the same field, as you already know. Heart being the center, which is green, which is the center of the seven colors. The center of the seven colors. This is the most powerful chakra in your body. People think it's the crown chakra, but it's the heart chakra because it's the center of the torus field. You must align them all and combine them all into one, which is the heart chakra. Now, earth is green. Nature's green. Okay, this is because we live on heart chakra, the plane of inertia. It's the center of the torus field. Okay, and this is what the Egyptians called Isis, which is nature. Nature is balanced, and nature is female, Mother Nature, because it looks after us with the fruit it grows with abundance and the water. It's a female energy, Mother Nature, and this is the symbolism of an equal balanced arms. This is the scales, it's balanced. Mother Nature is balanced. This is why the sky is blue, because what comes after the heart chakra? Blue. Sky is blue. We live in Midgard. This is what the ancients called Midgard. You don't have to take this tree literally. It's a metaphor. We live in Midgard, where both positive and negative duality here. Now, Mount Meru. Mount Meru was known as the center of the earth, okay, or known as Hyperborea. And this is the North Pole, the electromagnetic North Pole. But when I say Mount Meru, it's not an actual mountain. They weren't saying there was a real mountain in the center of the earth, a magnetic rock. No. The plane of inertia, okay, there's something called a hyperboloid. That's what it's called, a hyperboloid. And this is the center of the torus field. And this hyperboloid is what is in the shape of a mountain, you see? So if I go to this next one, they say Hyperborea on this map. Why do they call it Hyperborea? Because this is the hyperboloid in the center of the torus field. And this is the electromagnetic mountain, a metaphor. Mountain, what they're metaphorically saying, this is the electromagnetic mountain at the center, the double vortex, the center of the torus field, which is the North Pole. Pole of electromagnetic energy. So this is why they call it Hyperborea. It comes from the word hyperboloid. And the center of the earth is so sacred. And they symbolize this with, obviously, the North Star, which is Polaris. And this is where the swastika comes from, because it's the four seasons moving around the North Star. This is the Big Dipper constellation moving around the North Star, which is Polaris. There's that pole again. Pole. Magnetic pole of the torus field. And this is where the green, emerald green, aurora borealis comes from. It comes from this center hyperboloid at the center of the earth, where the most electromagnetic energy is stored. The center of the plane of inertia. The center of the plane of inertia. This is the all-seeing eye as well. As you can see, they got the sun, the moon, This is the Masonic cosmos, the sun, the moon, and the all-seeing eye, because the eye is Polaris, the eye of the stars. It's all the big eye. Now, the eye means a lot more as well. It's not just that. There's different ways you can interpret symbols. Now, this is the emerald tablets. Deep in Earth's heart lies the flower, the source of the spirit that binds all in its form. Okay? The flower of life is thine own place of thine spirit, and stream through the earth as thine flows through thy form, giving off life to the earth and its children, renewing the spirit from form unto form. This is the North Pole. That is what he's talking about. He's talking about the aura borealis. Aura borealis. It's the earth's aura. Emerald green. Heart chakra. Plane of inertia. Green. Earth. Heart. You see? All related. Now, there's many symbolism of this. So much symbolism with the ancients. The 7 layers of heaven. 7 layers of heaven, which are the 7 planets. Okay? These planets are the solar system. It's the solar system because we are the soul. We are the sun, the soul. And we're inside of a solar system, which is the 7 planets. That's why there's 7 layers of heaven. Okay? The rings of Saturn, the rings of the planets are moving around us. Okay? So this is what the ancients were depicting in their cosmology. Now this is the Hebrew cosmology of the earth. This is the Mayan cosmology of the earth. You see, it's all an enclosed system. We live inside of a giant torus field. All is atum. It's what the ancients said, ancient Egyptians said. All is atum. Atoms are torus fields. Don't be tricked by the modern science today with the current model of an atom. It's completely wrong. They're hiding the torus field. They're hiding the electromagnetic field, which is in everything. Absolutely everything is in motion, and motion comes from this field. And you see, this is upside down, but this is the I think it's pretty sure it's candles, but the 7 candles, the 7 planets, the 7 Elohim. You see, it all goes back to the stars and the heavens. Now, this is how the earth really works, with the stars on the outside of the cosmic egg, and then the torus field spinning around the sun and the moon, the positive and the negative charge. The sun gives you energy, the moon takes your energy. The moon controls monthly cycles. Moon is mon. This is etymology. Mon, month, money, demon, monster. Stir is star, moon star. We are all stars. Youngster, minister, superstar, Hollywood star. We're all stars. We come from the stars, which is heaven. Our soul comes from the stars. You see? We are the universe, the image of man is made in the universe. We are a microcosm of the universe. The universe is a macro, we are micro. We consist of everything. The body, mind, and spirit. The sun, the soul. Moon, the mind. Earth, the body, mind, and spirit. We have 12 systems in the body, which are governed by the 12 zodiac signs. Starting at the Aries, which is the ram of God, all the way down to Pisces. And Capricorn, kneecap. It all goes back to the stars. We are the stars. We are the universe. Everything is inside of us. Everything. Like I say, the Temple of Solomon, the Temple of the Soul, and man, the soul. The temple is the body. The soul is the soul, and the man is the mind. The temple of the soul and the mind. Body, mind, and spirit. We consist of the 5 elements. Air, spirit, water, earth, and fire. We consist of everything. We are the universe. We're made in God's image, which is the universe. You see? Now, everything goes back to the stars. The ancients worshiped the stars because the stars govern everything. They govern the systems in the body. They govern your life. This is why your zodiac is so important, your sign. Each zodiac has a specific element associated with it as well. Aries, which is the first sign, the Ram of God, the Lamb of God, which is a fire sign. Fire, first. Fire, first. F-I-R, this is etymology. The cerebrum, ram, which is in the brain. Aries, the ram, control the head, the face, and the nose upwards. So it controls the cerebrum, the Torah, which is, I'm pretty sure it's the Hebrew Bible, which is the Taurus. Tornado comes from the Taurus field. You see? Everything's inside of you. It all goes back to the Taurus field, and the Taurus field is everything. Now, like I said, 12 zodiac signs, 12 systems, 12 cranial nerves in the brain, the 12 disciples of the Bible. All symbolic. Have to read the Bible properly. Now, this center at the center of the earth, right? This is what's stirring the ether. And the ether consists of the four elements. Because there's 5 elements. Spirit can be called ether. People call it spirit or ether. Ether is pure potential, pure energy. It's what connects the astral to the physical. It's the dimension between the physical realm, which we're on, and the astral. So it has pure potential. It's pure energy. This is why we say either. I either want to go there or there. It's connecting 2 scenarios. That's what the ether is. It's connecting the 2 worlds, the astral and the physical. The center is like the cosmic womb. There's a black hole in the center. This is the center of the Taurus field. This is the womb of creation. This is the womb of creation. And inside of this black womb with the 5 elements, and everything's being stirred around. Everything's in motion. Light is motion. Everything's motion. Now, like I said earlier, light crystallizes into physical matter. They are the same substance. Spirit and matter are the same substance, but different variations, different aspects of the same substance. Low vibrational spirit turns into matter. High vibrational matter turns into spirit. Or light, whatever you want to call it. Matter is light crystallized. This is where we get the 7 metals from. The planets. The planets are light. Specific frequencies and vibrations of light. When these lights, or the planets, materialize, material metals, materialize, they turn into the 7 metals. Saturn turns into lead. That's why lead is red. Saturn is red. The sun turns into gold. That's why the gold is yellow and the sun is yellow. You see, Saturn is the time god. What happens in autumn? The leaves turn red and they die. This is why Satan, time god, the reaper, everything is crystallized till it's death and then reborn again. You see, rust. When things rust, it turns to red. Because it's Saturn. Saturn crystallizes everything. He's the reaper who comes around in winter. You see? He's Satan. Jesus and Satan, the sun and Saturn. They say we live in a solar system. The solar system. I think I've already just broke this down. The 7 planets are the 7 chakras. Everyone already knows this. But I'm going through it anyway. But this is where we get the 7 planets from. And the 7 metals. You see, all the ancients knew it was an enclosed electromagnetic system. It's not a spinning ball in the middle of space, people. They want you to believe this so you get stuck in this material world. Because if you believe everything's material, you can never affect this plane effectively. You can never create your life effectively. You don't understand the planes of existence. Because the mental plane is a higher plane. And it breaks down and it controls the planes below it. The mental plane, hold on, I've got it here for you. The mental, the astral, etheric, and physical. Etheric connects the physical to the astral, but the mental is what's above them all. You see? Now, it's important to understand this. It's important. However, the ancients always talked about the enclosed system. Only NASA, which is introduced around the Roman times, not NASA, but the globe earth was introduced around the Roman times. Okay, by these Masons. These Masons introduced this because they wanted to take over the minds of the masses and control them. These people worship the physical realm. They know how it works. They know the ins and outs of it. They know how to do the magic. They know how to do it all. They understand it all. That's why Masonry have to take the oath of not speaking. You're not allowed to speak about anything you learn about in Masonry because they're discovering the truth about your mind and how it creates reality and stuff like that. So this is the Masonic cosmology, the five-pointed star, the five elements, the checkerboard for duality, positive and negative, the two aspects of every substance. This is another ancient painting depicting the firmament, the stars inside the firmament, the sun. You see, the ancients worshipped the sun because it's so important for sustaining our life. It's the only reason we're alive is because of the sun. But then people think it gives you cancer today. They brainwash you to think the sun gives you cancer when it's the number one source of all life. They want you to believe it's a big, spinning, dangerous ball and says, it's not. It's here to give us life. It's God's son. That's why Jesus is known as God's son. It is the son of God. God created that to sustain us. You see? So it's important you understand the true cosmology of where you are, because if you don't know where you are depleted of all of your morals. You're depleted. You're demoralized. You're lost. You don't know where you are. You don't know where you exist. Okay? Once you accept the globe model, the heliocentric model, you will subconsciously think that you come from nothing. This is why they implemented the evolution theory just after the globe model was introduced by Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin came in after the globe model. He's a Mason. He was another Freemason, and implemented evolution where we came from monkeys because they want you thinking less of yourself so they can manipulate your mind. You see? They want to manipulate your mind, and they have done since you got here. Since you came through that portal, you were manipulated from that day to believe this, believe that. The true cosmology, the truth will set you free. You'll understand things better. You will feel better in yourself when you know the sun is here for you. You'll feel better in yourself that you know that you didn't come from a monkey. You were created as a human, a manifester, a creator. You're so intelligent. Your mind is amazing. You can manipulate matter, mind over matter. See? Thank you all people for tuning in. Tap in with yourself. Love yourself. Find the truth. Spread the truth. Nothing dies. Nothing in this creation dies. Everything's energy. Everything's light. Light can never die. You're a light being. That's why it says Hu. Hu man. Hu is light in Hebrew or Latin. Either one of the two. You are light. You're a light being. You never die. Ever, ever, ever die. Ever. Stop thinking you're going to die. This body will die because it contains electricity. And electricity always goes back to a standstill point because of vibration. Electricity vibrates. You are pure light. You will never ever die. Thank you all people. God bless. Make sure to like, subscribe and share.
So yeah, feel free to ask questions, people. Let's get some questions going and we can talk about anything you wish. The more questions, the better, because then I can just keep talking. How can we find our purpose? Your purpose is found in your higher self. Now, when I say higher self, I don't want to seem like this cringe spiritual thing, but each one of us has a higher self, a potential of our highest state of being, where we are doing everything that we know we should be doing. So if you want to find your higher self, you just constantly have to find that guidance within you. There is a guidance system within you. Your soul is always telling you the correct thing to do at all times. It's always telling you the correct thing. For example, your heart is always judging what you think. Whatever you think, your heart tells you that is right and that is wrong. It gives you a feeling on what is right and what is wrong. So if you want to find your purpose, you have to constantly say yes to the inner guidance. Every time you say no to the inner guidance, you are pulling yourself away from your life purpose. Each one of us has a purpose in this life. Your life has a great meaning. We're part of this beautiful experience we call life. So if you want to find your life purpose, you have to constantly say yes to your heart's guidance, to your soul's guidance. It's always telling you the correct thing. There's always something inside of you saying, I should be doing this, but I'm actually watching TikTok, or I should be doing this, or I'm actually doing this. There's a guidance telling you not to masturbate. There's a guidance telling you not to do these bad things. So you always know the correct thing to do at all times. You know you shouldn't waste time. When we waste time, we have a feeling within us. Well, I do anyways. Thoughts become reality. Yes, well, you become what you think about. You become what you think about. Because our soul speaks to us through emotion. Emotion is the language of your soul, and thought is the language of the mind. So it's the emotion that is teaching you the correct thing. Emotions are a guidance system in this life. If you have a negative emotion of fear, that is your soul telling you need to overcome this so you can become stronger. If you have a emotion of jealousy, this is your soul telling you where you need to be. So the soul, emotions are always guiding you in this life. Always. Emotions are a guidance system. They're always guiding you. Emotions tell you the correct things at all times. Here we have the hands. The hands are reflections of the 5 elements. You have 5 fingers for the 5 elements. Okay? So these 5 elements are corresponding with your hands. Now they're also corresponding with your skull. Your earth is the jaw. Water goes in the mouth. Air goes in the nose. Fire's light goes in the eyes. And spirit is your 3rd eye. So your jaw, your whole skull is showing you the order of the elements. This is how beautifully designed the world is and your body is. It's a sacred creation. Look at your skull. You can't deny this. You cannot deny this. Okay? And you have 5 points in your body. So they told you your middle finger is evil. Why did they tell you your middle finger is evil? Because this represents spirit, and they've hid this element. Why? Because they want you to believe there is only a physical world. They trap you off from your potential. They want you to believe you're only this physical material body. Why? So they hide the power of your consciousness. Your consciousness has access to higher dimensions. Thoughts are higher dimensions. You must understand, you don't just live in this physical body. This is one of the aspects of you. You have a thought body. You have a body for thought. That's the mind. The mind is the body for the thought dimension. You have an emotional dimension. Emotion is energy and motion. You have this physical body for physical action. So you must understand, these things don't just exist in the physical world. They've told you that your thoughts are physical, emotions are physical, and your body is physical, And everything's just physical. Why? Because they hide the connections to the higher dimensions. These dimensions shape and mold this physical dimension. Everything they do is to brainwash you into believing there's only a material world. That's literally what they do. The Matrix is designed to keep you in a physical state of consciousness. Just a physical state of consciousness. Yeah, church. Church is one of the biggest scams there is. Church is one of the biggest scams. Yes, ether is spirit. Ether is spirit. So they demonize your middle finger so that they make you scared. Oh, well, because they've hid this element. They've hid the ether. This is why this is always the highest. This is the highest finger, because ether is the highest element. All of the 4 elements are created out of ether. This is the most important element. So your body's showing you the elements. Ether is what you breathe. Ether, you breathe ether. That's what breath. Look at the word breath. Breath. Ether. You're breathing in ether. He's no longer on my For You page. Yeah, I think I've been shadow banned, to be honest, on everything, even on Instagram. Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, all of my views have just completely plummeted, which is crazy. Never on the For You page anymore, which is weird. And it's crazy because I have affiliates as well, and the affiliates don't even get on there. But like AI is advancing so much where it's probably, it's probably detecting my voice and knows the voice and knows to not put it out there. Because everything I tell you is to empower you, is to give you back your power. Everything I teach is to give you back your own power. Everything. And yes, there probably will be an attack on me soon, to be honest. Are people waking up? Yeah, I think they are. But it doesn't matter if we wake up. It only matters if we rebel against the system. We can wake up, but if we don't act on that, then we're nothing. Doesn't matter. It's all about action. So the system is it's designed to keep you trapped in your physical body. They don't want you accessing higher dimensions of consciousness. Everything they do is to just keep you locked in physical pleasures. That's why they give you they give you entertainment, they give you food on every corner, they give you alcohol, they give you all these things to fuel your body, to feed yourself, to keep you distracted, to keep you unhealthy, to keep you from using your mind. Your mind is the most powerful force in the whole universe, and you have access to it. If you learn how the mind works, how this consciousness functions inside of you, you can use this power to create empires. You can use this mind to create anything you wish. And that's the one thing they hide from you. They hide from you consciousness, your consciousness. They hide from you your mind. That is the one thing they don't want you to realize. They're not trying to hide God. They're not trying to hide anything else but yourself. They don't want you to realize that you create reality. You don't observe reality. You create it. You are the creator of reality. So crazy. And even these lives get capped at 300 views. Like, I can't get past 300 views. It's impossible. I used to get like 1,000 views on every live. Now it's just capped at maybe 300. Never goes past 300. It's really strange. So I've had many attempts to take down this account, take down Instagram, everything. But yeah, ask questions, people. I can't speak here forever. I need questions so I can speak and have a topic. What's the book called? The book is called The Book of Wisdom, Volume 2, this one now. Astral projecting. Astral projection is something that's very advanced. However, you need to learn on how to meditate, stillness, and visualize first. So you need to learn how to visualize very clearly, because a lot of people can astral project, but they can't actually see anything when they get there. Here it is. So they'll astral project, but they can't actually see. Why? It's because they didn't work on their imagination. Imagination is the ability to see in this plane. Your imagination is your biggest power when you die. When you die, your ability to see in that plane is imagination. That's what you use when you dream. You're using your imagination. Okay. Now, if you observe yourself just as you wake back up from your dream, you will realize that you are shifting from a dimension from within your middle of the brain. You can feel it. Just observe it. I can observe myself falling back and turning back to my physical body from a dream. You can feel it. You fall out of your imagination. That's what you're using when you dream. It's your subconscious imagination. But dreams are very, they're personal. You're not in the collective astral plane. You're in your personal mind. You're only in your mind. But when you astral project, you're actually entering the collective subconscious. You're entering the collective astral plane, which means there are other souls, there are other thought forms, there are other beings in this plane. Okay. So a dream and astral projection are separate, are very different. Okay, they're very different. Let's keep tapping the screen, everyone. Let's get this to 50k likes if we can. Let's get this to 50k likes. So when you dream, you're in your own personal subconscious mind. But when you astral project, you're entering the collective mind, the collective subconscious. Is astral projection easy to do? It's not easy. Well, it can become easy once you know and understand how it works. However, you won't just do it straight away. There are many different things that can block your astral projection, which is limiting beliefs, fear, suppressed emotions. These things can stop you from leaving your body. Most people, I had this myself when I first started astral projecting, that when you leave the body, you start to fear. And that fear pulls you down. It pulls you back into your physical form. Astral projection is a powerful, powerful way to literally change your life, gain information. How do you stop it? You have to work on your subconscious. That fear is coming from a belief. Your emotions that you feel are mainly coming from beliefs. So that fear is maybe coming from a belief of death, or a fear of death, or fear of the unknown. So you have to reprogram your subconscious mind to not fear anything, and to heal these aspects of your subconscious so that you can actually leave the body. So it's yeah. But in this book, I literally teach you everything about astral projection, pretty much. The etheric body. Here we have the Egyptians showing you astral projection. Astral projection. This is the Egyptians. This is some more information on it. Soul trap. Yeah, you trap yourself. There is no external person trying to trap your soul. So a lot of people say the moon traps their soul, right? A lot of people say the moon is a soul trap. Saturn and the moon are working together to trap your soul, which is in a way true, but they're not trapping your soul externally. It's yourself. You trap your own soul. Okay? So what we need to understand is that the cosmology is showing you this. So if I show you this, right? Here we have the cosmology. We have the Earth, the Moon, Mercury, Venus, Sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, the stars. So the Moon represents the lower astral plane. This is the lower astral plane. This governs the lower astral plane. What is the astral plane? The astral plane is the dimension of imagination. So when you dream, you use this imagination. Okay? So the astral is the body of thoughts. Every dimension has a body of the plane above. For example, thoughts are just thoughts. Thoughts take a body, which is imagination. Imagination is the body of a thought. Then it turns into ether, which is energy, and that ether turns into a physical body. So you are literally consciousness made manifest. You manifested yourself in the physical plane. And this is how you manifest now. You turn thoughts into reality. You turn thoughts into imagination, into ether, into matter. Okay? So everything is a product of the dimension above. The astral plane is a body for thoughts. The etheric plane is the body of the imagination and the thought. The physical plane is the body of ether, imagination, and thought. So this physical plane, look around you, everything began as thought. This was a thought. This book was a thought in my mind before it was turned into reality. Therefore, everything is a product of a higher dimension. The physical world is a shadow. It's the effect, it's not the cause. So when people have a problem in their life, they're looking outside of themselves to try and change the problem, try and change the physical world. When that doesn't change the problem lies in your mind. If you want to change your reality, you have to change the mind. Because mind and physical reality are directly connected. This is why we say mind over matter. This is why the Freemasons show you the compass over the square. Showing you circles over squares, which is spirit over matter, invisible over the visible. The invisible creates the visible. The Bible tells you that. All things seen come from the unseen. Mind creates matter. They're not separate. So science tells you mind and matter are separate. Science tells you that you and the universe are separate. But all of this is interconnected. Your consciousness holds power over this material world. This is the secret that they cannot let you find out. It's this simple, that you are the co-creator of reality. You are literally projecting reality, and thoughts and emotions are commands. They should not be reactions. So what's the first thing they tell you when you're in school? They give you a board with all these smiley faces and emojis on them, teaching you about the different emotions that you feel when you're in. I remember doing this as a child in school. They tell you their reactions. That's the first thing they tell you. They're not reactions. Thoughts and emotions should not be reactions. They should be commands to create. You should feel the reality as if you already have it. You should think the reality, and you will create it. Because your internal state of consciousness projects the outside world, and they don't want you knowing this. So this is why the government is called a government, because they govern your mind, the architect of reality. They govern the mental body, and through information and belief systems. They have to install information and belief systems into you, because that's what creates your reality. So this is why they shove you in school for 12, 18 years, to shove belief systems in the mind, to limit the mind, so that it's programming of your mind, because your mind creates your reality. Therefore, if they limit your mind, they limit your ability to create. And that's what you are, a creative force. A small version of God. The ancients knew this. The ancients all knew this. Of course they knew this. That's why they showed Jesus in your brain. They show Jesus in the brain. They always show God in the brain. Because God is your creative power of consciousness. Okay? This, what, in paintings? Yes. So these ancient people who were Christians knew the esoteric meaning and the hidden meanings behind Christianity and the Bible. The Bible teaches you about this. You just have to read it in the correct way. So the ancients all knew this. They still teach this today, but just in secret societies. This isn't information given out to the population. This is given out to people who are CEOs of big companies, celebrities, because the people who actually use the mind are worthy of finding out this knowledge. But I'm here to try and give this information to everyone. It's all symbols, yes. They hide this knowledge in symbolism, because symbolism is not letters. Symbolism only speaks to the people who have the knowledge to read the symbols. You know? So it's consciousness. That's what they hide. And when you actually sit there and play around with your consciousness, you'll figure many, many different things out. Many, many different things. Keep liking the stream, everyone. Let's get this to 50k likes if we can. That would be amazing. Feel free to ask questions as well. So religion gives you this deity outside of you, such as Jesus, Allah, Buddha. So you worship them, and the reason why they worship them is to hide your power. They want you to not use your own consciousness and not figure out that consciousness is connected to God. But instead, they give you a man in the sky to worship to try and change your life. I promise you, closing your hands and praying to, some man in the sky will never ever change your reality. And in fact, prayer is an ancient form of reprogramming your subconscious mind. So prayer, why do we put our hands together? Does anyone know why we put the hands together in prayer? It's because your body's directly connected. Your body is an extension of your brains. By placing your hands together, you are connecting the brain hemispheres. And when the brain hemispheres are aligned, you can access consciousness. Because when these two brains are not working together, and they're working against each other, you can't really access consciousness. So when you align them, you can then access consciousness or the subconscious. So this is an ancient form of meditation. This is why we close our hands together. Because we close our hands together. So it's all about making the two become one. Here's the binary code of reality. The binary code, zeros and ones. Everything's zeros and ones. Masculine, feminine. One, order, direction. And indirection. Indirection and direction. Off and on. Positive, negative. Spiritual, physical. Magnetic, electric. So everything follows these codes pretty much. Yeah, let's get this to 50k likes if we can. That would be amazing. So everything followed these codes. Indirection, subconscious and conscious direction. Subconscious and conscious. Lines and curves. Attraction and commands. So everything followed these. This is the binary code. Zeros and ones. Zeros and ones. So this represents the subconscious mind. Feminine is subconscious and man is conscious mind. So females, they speak subconsciously. If they are hungry, they will say, "Are you hungry?" But when a man is hungry, they say, "We're getting food." So they speak subconsciously, we speak consciously. Men and feminine. Yin and yang. They are both needed, both equal. So the subconscious is the womb of the conscious mind. So whatever you mold your subconscious with your belief system, memory, that molds your conscious mind, what you think about. So if you study how the conscious and subconscious mind work and how they work together, you can actually study how the male and female relationship is meant to be. You can literally just study these things and you'll see how your relationship with your partner is meant to function. And you can start to understand your partner and how they and how they think. So everything follows them codes of zeros and ones. You know, everything follows these codes. Satan. Satan is not a real person. This is probably going to lose a few people. What about gay, lesbian relationships? Well, it's going to be different there. Of course. Because the female nature is subconscious and the male nature is conscious. So the female attracts, she is magnetism, man is electricity, electric and magnetic. Two opposing forces. They both come together to create material. Create matter, because everything's created by electromagnetism. Everything's created by electromagnetism. These are the atoms, positive and negative. This is why we have day, night, hot, cold, summer, winter. Everything's dualistic because the atom that creates this world is dualistic in nature. Is dualistic. It's the pineal gland. This is why Buddha has a pine cone on his head. He wears a pine cone. This is why the Indians have a red dot on their forehead. It's all to do with the pineal gland. Why? Because the pineal gland is not the third eye. A lot of people think the pineal gland's the third eye. It's not. The pineal gland is not the third eye. Now, let me explain. Your body is a receiver, and modern science is starting to figure this out, which I've been saying this for a very, very long time. And I don't need scientific evidence because I know myself. See, the problem with sciences is because they're trying to measure everything. They're trying to measure everything that's possibly measurable, which is the physical world. But you can't measure things that exist beyond the physical world, which is thoughts, emotions. These things exist in consciousness. You can't measure these things. And the only way you can actually measure them is have direct experience with them. I've been saying for over 2 years now that consciousness exists beyond the physical world. And modern science is starting to figure this out. And the reason why I know this is because I've had experiences with myself. I've had direct experiences with myself, with consciousness, with imagination, and altering my consciousness and playing around with it myself. So once you figure this out, your body is now a receiver. Your body's like a radio. It's like a radio that receives a frequency. And that radio is your pineal gland. This is what picks up consciousness, awareness, life, whatever you want to call it. The observer, the being inside of you. When you close your eyes, there is a being inside of you. There's a voice. There's a force when you close your eyes. And that is what's picking it up. This is the receiver of consciousness. So when this pineal gland is blocked through bad habits, smoking, a blocked pineal gland, a calcified pineal gland, this is why they give you fluoride and all these things in the tap water to cut off your connection to your consciousness. They don't want you using it. They don't want you using it. This is the this is why the Vatican has a pine cone here on the dome shape. I'd have to get a picture up. But above this pine cone, there's like a dome above it, which represents your head. And the pine cone's in the middle, because the pine cone's in the middle of your brain, which is the pineal gland, which has physoluminescent, crystalline, jagged-shaped cells. So, what are crystals? Does anyone know what crystals do? Crystals are used in your phone. They're used in radios, they're used in your phone, and what they do is receive frequency. They transmit frequency. They are a radio receiver. So you have a pineal gland in the middle of your brain filled with crystals. Why? Because it's a receiver of consciousness, light. Your consciousness is pure light. It's metaphysical. You know, so this is why the Freemasons, what do they use to symbolize this? They use the all-seeing eye. Let me show you. We have hit 50k likes. Keep tapping the screen, everyone. Let's get some more people in here. So why do the Freemasons use the eye? Does anyone know? Well, this eye represents consciousness, awareness. That's why it's cut off from the bottom of the pyramid, because consciousness is cut off and higher above the physical world. This is why there is light emitting from this. And this is why they use an eye. Why an eye? An eye needs light to see. Without light, and you're in a dark room, you can't see. So the eyes and light, the eyes and the sun are directly connected. They need each other. The eyes need the sun to see. So that is symbolic now. So now we're getting into symbolism. What does that process of the eye symbolize? Well, your physical eyes need light to see. Your mind is the eye. Your consciousness is the eye. And your mind needs light to perceive. What is light? Truth, knowledge, information. Your mind needs information, which is light. Symbolism, symbolic light. That's why when you're very smart, someone calls you, you're a bright person. You have a very bright mind. It's because information is considered light in a symbolic way. Why? Because your consciousness is the eye, and your mind, consciousness, needs information to perceive reality properly. So we can experience, so we can become enlightened. If you didn't know the knowledge I give you, you wouldn't have the light to see, metaphorically, consciousness in the mind. The mind needs truth to perceive the self correctly, to perceive the world correctly. Let me just fix this. You see? So the Freemasons use the eye to symbolize this process. The process of the mind needing information. We need information to perceive. So you are the temple. Your head is the heavens. Your heels are the hell. Heels touch the physical earth. Head connect to the stars, the heavens. So the head is where heaven is. The head is where consciousness is. And this is where we connect with higher dimensions through thoughts. Thoughts are higher dimensions. Imagination's a higher dimension. So the head has access to this. This is why your body's the temple. Your body is a temple and it holds in consciousness. Holds in consciousness. Keep tapping the screen, everyone. Let's get some more people in here. Let's get some more likes. Is everyone following along? Is this okay? Now it also represents climbing to higher understanding in this symbol here. It means climbing to higher awareness, higher consciousness, because the pyramid is a hierarchy system, which is the Freemasonic system of the Masonic degrees. This is a hierarchy. You're climbing to higher knowledge and higher information. It's the same with your body. You need to climb your spine. Why? Because most people's awareness are stuck in their gut. All they think about is eating. So we can gain higher consciousness, so we can become a conscious creator. Okay. So it's all about climbing to higher consciousness, climbing to higher understanding of the self. So let me tell you something. I've been studying this stuff for a while now, and the one thing that I realize, if you are studying something or gaining information about something, and it's not about gaining a better understanding of yourself. For example, a lot of people they wake up, they go into Hollywood conspiracies, secret society conspiracies, 9/11. Yes, these things are interesting. However, if you are not learning about yourself, if something is not transforming yourself, deepening your understanding of consciousness, and helping you understand how reality works, then it's absolutely useless. So why do you think they push the Diddy narrative on the news? They push the Diddy narrative, they push all of these external rabbit holes for you to fall into. Why? Because they don't want you finding the true knowledge, and that knowledge is of the self. They want you falling down these rabbit holes. They want you falling down the Diddy rabbit hole, the Hollywood rabbit hole, the adrenochrome, the trafficking. When you focus on this stuff, you're channeling your mind to darkness. You're filling your consciousness with darkness, with useless information that keeps you in darkness, that keeps you in ignorance and keeps you dumb. The whole point of life is using your mind and using your brain and using your consciousness, because you are a creator. This is what they don't want you to know on the deepest level. They don't want you to know that you are a creator. So what they do is that they keep you distracted, they feed you information so that they shape the collective consciousness, and that when they shape the collective consciousness, they shape their reality. Because they understand consciousness creates reality. So if they can shape your consciousness, they will shape their reality. So they don't create the New World Order, we create the New World Order by believing what they say. This is what's going on. And until you learn about yourself, you will forever stay in ignorance and you will forever be a slave. Because knowledge makes a man unfit to be a slave. And this is the raw truth. This is the raw truth. We have to figure out what we are. And you do that by going within yourself. And I wrote these books to speed up the process so you can realize these things about yourself. These books that I've wrote are not books about external information. They're things about you and how you can speed up the process of self-realization to become a powerful person, to become a powerful consciousness. Everything is about you. The Egyptians were symbolizing you. Christianity was symbolizing you, your brain, your body, anatomy. All of these ancient things are talking about you. And this is what they hide. They don't hide anything else but you. Because they don't want you to realize how powerful you are. Everything is about you. And how you function. How your psyche works. How consciousness functions. How the brain works. So they send us to school so that we don't figure out these things about ourselves. And they make you learn about external things. They don't want you to know the connection with you and the universe, the cosmology, because cosmology directly impacts you. The sun, the moon, the stars are connected to you. They speak to you telepathically. When you're underneath the sun, it gives you a better state of consciousness. It upgrades your DNA. It speaks to you energetically. When people say astrology is crazy, then they've never stood underneath the sun. That's why you feel better in the summer or in the sun, because these things are energy. They emit light frequency to you. You are directly connected to these heavens above us. So everything above our head is spirit. Everything down here is matter. So the Freemasons, you are showing this. You see how the light is at the top and the death is at the bottom? So they've got the casket with death, because matter is death to Freemasons. Matter is considered death. Why? Because you live in matter, you live in illusion. You hide the truth, because matter conceals. They call the physical world the veil. Freemasons, Kabbalists, they call the physical world the veil because it hides. What does it hide? It hides consciousness. It hides the planes that create this world. It hides thoughts. It hides emotions. So when you look at me, when you look at a body, you see their body, but you don't see their internal world. That internal world is what creates the external world. So this is death. Now, let me show you something even more interesting to even back this up even further. I'll prove to you that this is what they symbolize here. Check this out. This is pretty mind-blowing. I want to say thank you to everyone who purchased the book, by the way. There were a fair few people who took the advantage and bought the book. Let me show you this. Where is this page? Okay. So the Freemasons always place the West and the East here. See this, the ladder? See how they have the east and the west and a ladder to the heavens, right? The east is where the sun rises. This is light. The west is where the sun sets, which is darkness. So the physical world down here, the plane, the Masonic checkered board represents duality, living in illusion. When you think you're this material body, you live in illusion, which is the west, the darkness. And the east is the light, where the sun and the stars and the moon are, representing awakening. When you no longer live in ignorance. Where you no longer live in the illusion of thinking you are this material body. You are something far more powerful. You are literally using a piece of technology to function in this 3D world. So you have the east and the west. The three wise men from the east in the Bible. Now that you know that the east means upwards, the three wise men from the east who give presents to Jesus are the three glands in your brain, the thalamus, pituitary, and the pineal gland, that produce melatonin, serotonin, and dopamine in your brain. So the three wise men in the east are talking about anatomy. Santa goes up and down the chimney. The cerebrospinal fluid in your brain goes up and down your spinal cord. Because the three wise men, the three glands in your brain produce three oils, and these oils fall down your spine to give presence to the body. And you must raise this, which is your kundalini. You raise the cerebrospinal fluid up the 33 vertebrae of your spine, and you become crucified in Golgotha, which means your skull. So Jesus becomes crucified at 33. It's all about ascending consciousness. The Bible's talking about ascending consciousness. It's symbolic. Everything they speak is a subconscious language. They've taught us a conscious language, letters, words, logic. But they speak a subconscious language of symbols. Symbolism. It's a subconscious language. Speaks to your subconscious mind. So you have to study symbolism. I have a whole masterclass on my website about symbolism. These books are about symbolism. Look at Leonardo da Vinci showing you symbolism. You have the square and a circle. Circles have no beginning and end, which means eternal. That's consciousness. The square has a beginning and an end, which is your body. Your body, consciousness controls the body. You are consciousness, not the body. This is limited, this is infinite, which is the Freemasonic square and compass. The compass creates circles, the square creates squares. Leonardo da Vinci showing you he's a Freemason. And this represents consciousness in matter, spirit and matter. Does this make sense? Are people following along with this? Because this is very, very, very powerful information. Yeah. I want to say thank you for 78k. That's crazy. 78k likes. Wow. By the way, I haven't even mentioned, these books are the books that I've wrote myself. Here we have Jesus gives out and teaches the Gospels to 12 disciples, and the 12 disciples then go out to the rest of the world and teach the world. Well, this is anatomy. You have 12 cranial nerves in your brain, and your mind controls the 12 cranial nerves to control the body. All symbolic. All symbolic. Okay, listen people, I can give 10 people a coupon code. 10 beautiful people can get a coupon code. Would you like me to create a coupon so people can save some money on the books. Let's get it to 100k. Yeah, that'd be amazing if we get to 100k. Because these books are powerful. But don't get me wrong, they're expensive books. But these are not just books. This is a whole revolution in your life. This is a whole new beginning in your life. Okay, so we have volume 2 here, is what we're talking about. So if you want to gain the advantage in life, you want to start to learn about consciousness, yourself, symbolism, and these things that give you power. You can start to learn this stuff. Buy as a bundle guide. Yes, so you can buy the bundle. There's a bundle, and then you add the code on top of the bundle. You add the code on top of the bundle, then you get even more off. Okay, so I want to say thank you to Madonna Willingham for purchasing Volume 1. Oh no, sorry, the Symbolism class. Christian Williams, Sugar, Alcunti, Michael, Mario, they're all taking advantage of the book. Thank you, your life is about to change. Anyways, I can create 10 codes for people. I can create 10 codes for people. Explain Saturn. Yes, we'll talk about Saturn in a second. Let me just give out these 10 codes. I'm going to give you a 20% discount code, a coupon. In fact, no. I'm going to give you a 40% code. 40%, but there's only 10 of them. Oh no, the best, yeah. Okay. Is everyone ready? Because you'll have to be quick with this. Okay. I think I wrote it here when I did it the other day. No. So if you click the link in the bio, it's going to take you straight to my website. And then at the checkout, you want to use this code. 10 people can use this code. And there's currently on the website, yeah. So click the link in the bio and use this code, SPRING30, all caps. SPRING30, all capital letters. Click the link in the bio, it'll take you straight there. And there's a free ebook on my website as well, which teaches you exactly how to activate your third eye. That will teach you exactly how to it's a practical guide. Teaches you how to activate your third eye through imagination and reconnect with the astral plane. It's going to help you astral project. It's going to help you do many different things. So if you click the link, it's a free book. It's an ebook. Download it for free. Or use the code and get yourself these books that we've been using today. Okay, let's carry on. Where is the link? It's in my bio. How is Volume 2 different from Volume 1? They're just two separate books. More information in Volume 2. Volume 2 is more professionally written. Volume 1's more of a notepad. Two separate books. You can read them in any order. Okay. Melissa Renfro, thank you, and Sadie Childers, thank you. Your life is about to change. You got Volume 1 and Volume 2. There is the free link. Just go to the website and click on ebooks. It'll take you straight there. So this is Libra. Libra represents the setting sun, or the half rising sun. Okay, because Libra is the balance between the summer and the winter solstice, which means the balance between the hot and the cold, between the summer and the winter. It's balance in the middle. Is there PDF? Yes, we have volume 1 as PDF. We don't have volume 2 as PDF. Thank you to Asher Bell, Sidia, and Martin Friedrich, all purchasing the Book of Wisdom. Your life is about to change. Melissa, Madonna. Okay, so the sun is a symbol for Libra. Now, Libra is also the balance scales, because this is the balance between summer and winter. Now, if we look at the body, Libra rules the core. Here we have Libra, and Libra rules the core, which is your core, which is all to do with balance. This is the center of gravity in your body. So even your body is showing you the balance of the sun inside your body, because as above, so below. As within, so without. As above, so below. As above, so below. This is why you have 12 cell salts in your body. You have 12 cell salts for the 12 zodiac signs. So each one of us are mineral deficient in 3 cell salts, because we do not have 3 zodiac signs, because we were in the womb, you were in your mother's womb for 9 months. Months, moon. M-O-N means moon. Month. 28-day moon cycles. And you were in the moon, well, the womb, for 9 months, not 12. Therefore, you're mineral deficient in 3 zodiac signs. And here we have the different cell salts. So if you were born in, me for example, I was born in Scorpio. Where's Scorpio? Here. I'm mineral deficient in, if I go back, my mum was had me in Pisces, then she gave birth to me in Scorpio, which means I'm mineral deficient. Okay. Yes, you can learn about this in volume 1. We have volume 1 as a PDF, a digital version. Let's go to the website and you can go get it. And you can use the code on that. There's actually 1 code left. So you're in the womb for 9 months. You're in the womb for 9 months, which means you're mineral deficient in 3 zodiac signs. So for me personally, I'm mineral deficient in Sagittarius, Capricorn, and Aquarius, which means I'm mineral deficient in sodium chloride, lime phosphate, and silica. I need to eat foods with high amounts of these in. So I eat foods which are high amounts of these, like strawberries, many different things that help me gain them minerals. Because you are directly affected by the zodiac. This is why you have 12 cell salts for the 12 zodiac signs. You see, 12 zodiac give you the 12 cranial nerves, the 12 systems in your body, and the 12 cell salts. The 7 planets create the 7 chakras, the 7 metals, the 7 days of the week. Sunday for the sun, Friday is Venus, Saturdays for Saturn, and Thursday is for Jupiter. Mondays for the moon, Sundays for the sun, and the 7 colors. So everything's interconnected. Everything is connected. You are a smaller version of the universe. a smaller version of the universe. And if you want to learn more about the cell salts, there is a book by George W. Carey called God-Man, the Word Made Flesh. I'm pretty sure it's that one. Hold on. Yeah, God-Man, the Word Made Flesh. He speaks about them in there. So basically, these books that I've written are all, every page is a new page, every page is a new topic, and every page is a new topic, and it's basically the combination of all my knowledge syncretized together. So here we're talking about the energy field, the armor of God. Here we're talking about your soul and your heart, the intellect and the brain and the emotions, and how they function together. Here we're talking about the flow of energy, how to mentally direct it, balancing the mind and the heart. So if you do this gesture in Christianity, right? In Christianity, they say to do this, it represents, Christ and the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, right? Yeah, they want you to believe that, but what you need to understand is that God is inside of you, not something external. So what we're actually symbolizing here is cutting your connection between the brain and the heart, because in order to live, we need the heart in sync with the brain. We don't want to act without empathy. We don't want to think without empathy. We need to think with our emotions. We've all had parts in our life where maybe a breakup from a partner, your head is telling you to leave them alone and start a new life, but your heart is telling you to go back. That is a disconnection between the brain and the heart. The head's telling you one thing, the heart's telling you something else. We need to sync them. We need to think with them both at the same time. The heart is the emotion, the brain is the thoughts. The brain is electrical, the heart produces magnetic emotions. Emotions are magnetic presence, or magnetic fields. When you feel an emotion, you are literally becoming a magnetic field. You're producing that magnetic field. Okay? So we do not want these disconnected from each other. We want them connected. This is what Christ consciousness is. So when people say, what is Christ consciousness? What's this Christ consciousness about? What's the point in it? What does it actually do? Christ consciousness is the ideal state of consciousness. Now, what do I mean? It's the state of consciousness where we have control over ourselves, and we are not living like a robot, pretty much. We are aware. Now, let me explain. Most people do not live, and now I mention this, you're probably gonna see this in a lot of people. Most people don't live. They are simply running off programs. Then they don't think, they don't live. They literally just experience. Christ consciousness is when you are controlling your thoughts, controlling your mind, controlling your emotions, and you're actively, consciously living, consciously moving through life as a creator and not an experiencer. This is what Christ consciousness is, where you're not at hell, you're not experiencing hell from your chaotic thoughts and chaotic emotions. Christ consciousness is when you have mental peace and emotional peace. Does that make sense? I want to say thank you to everyone who purchased the book. You got George, Anya, Maria, Leanne, Kevin Parker, Sherry Adams, Graham, Peter, Neve, Bethany Markle. Thank you, everyone. Your life is about to change. When you read them books, it's a new, you've gained the advantage in life. just found you, new follower. Welcome. And congratulations if you took advantage of the code and the bundle. So this is what we're looking at. We're looking at combining these two aspects of ourselves. Because you are an image of the universe, a microcosm of the macrocosm, as above, so below. Now, this is where things get really interesting. Things get really interesting in this part of the book on how we have 4 bodies of consciousness and not one. We don't have one body. We are you are the soul. You are a soul. Now, for the people who are new to this, what is the soul? The soul is you. It's not your name, your job, your reputation. So think of it like this. The best way I could describe what the soul is and how you can find it. So let's say you're struggling from depression. If you're struggling from depression, you have the negative thoughts and the negative, the negative mind. Who is the one that's experiencing the trauma of them thoughts? Who is the one? The mind is not suffering because the mind's producing the negative thoughts. Who's the one actually feeling the horrible feeling? That's the soul. The soul is the one buried beneath the thoughts, the one who's experiencing the thoughts, experiencing the body, experiencing the senses, experiencing what you'll see. So the soul is the one who's suffering from the negative thoughts and feeling them. The soul feels. It's emotion. So that's what the soul is. The soul is you. The soul is you. And the soul is incarnated in 4 bodies, which is what we call in the occult the tetragrammaton. The tetragrammaton. The tetragrammaton is a very deep topic, and it goes on for a very long time, and I could talk about it forever. The tetragrammaton means it's just the 4 aspects of God. However, they're not separate. They're literally you. You are the 4 aspects of God. The soul is God. So the soul is an emotion. No, the soul speaks the language of emotion. Just like the mind speaks the language of thoughts. Your body speaks the language of vibration. So think of it like this. There are 4 aspects of God, and there are 4 aspects of you. You exist in 4 corners. You have 4 different bodies. That's why we have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. You have a spiritual body, an earth body, physical body, an air body, the mind, and a water body, emotion. Fire is the spirit, earth is the body, air is the mind, water is emotion. Now, these are symbolized by the 4 fixed zodiac signs, because what is the sun? The sun gives power and life to the earth. Your soul gives power and life to your body, as above, so below. The sun is your soul. In fact, the sun used to be called Sol, which then got turned into soul. It just means life force, life. The sun gives life to everything. As above, so below. The sun in the sky is a macrocosm of your microcosm soul. So, the sun has its 12 disciples, the 12 zodiac signs. And there are 4 fixed signs. Taurus is the middle of spring. Leo is the middle of summer. Scorpio is slap bang in the middle of autumn. And Aquarius is the middle of winter. So these are the 4 fixed signs. Taurus is an earth sign, your body. Scorpio is a water sign, emotion. Leo is a fire sign, the spirit. Aquarius is an air sign, the mind. So now this is why we have these 4 symbols in the Gospels. Here you see Jesus with a man, Aquarius, an eagle, Scorpio, a lion, Leo, and a bull, Taurus. Here you see them here. This is called the 4 aspects of God. And these are the 4 bodies of your consciousness, the 4 bodies of your soul. This is why Jesus is the Son of God. He's the Son, the soul. So what this is portraying in each one of these Gospels, Mark talks about the spiritual aspect of Jesus. Luke talks about the earthly body of Jesus. Matthew talks about the mental aspect of Jesus. And John talks about the emotional aspect of Jesus. This is when Jesus turns water into wine. Mark is when Jesus transforms death and resurrection. So this is all symbolic. It's all talking about your 4 bodies. You have 4 bodies, not one. You are the tetragrammaton. And to take this even further, we even have this in Ezekiel's vision. Ezekiel in the Bible had a vision. And he saw in Ezekiel 1:10 the 4 faces of God. He saw the face of a lion, the face of an ox, which is Taurus, the face of an eagle, and the face of a man. The man, the lion, the ox, the eagle. Aquarius, Scorpio, Taurus, Aquarius, Leo, Taurus, Scorpio. Why is it made so confusing? Because there is layers to symbolism. There are different layers. So this and this, like, in order to crack this code in the Bible, you have to understand layers of symbolism. So first of all, you have to understand how each body, this is air. Air corresponds with mind. Water corresponds with emotion. Fire corresponds with spirit. And earth corresponds with body. So that's the first layer of the code. Then you have to go to the zodiac. Then you have to look at the 4 fixed signs and look at what sign they are. So Aquarius is air, which is mind. Leo is fire, which is spirit. Then you go to the Bible. Then you can see that you're actually looking at the 4 different bodies of consciousness, which is the tetragrammaton, which is the word Yahweh. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because you are fourfold. That's why they demonized the number 13. 13 adds up to 4. You're the fourfold of God. You are the small version of God. Okay. Thank you to James Marshall for purchasing both Book of Wisdom Volume 1 and Volume 2. You are the tetragrammaton. You are all things. You are the sun, the moon, the stars, everything in one. Discount. Okay, I can make 5 more codes, 5 more people. A lot of people asking for codes. Where can I buy the book? The book is in my bio. I'm going to give 5 more codes out. Are you ready? This is volume 2. We're going over volume 2 here. If you want to learn about these codes in the Bible, this is volume 2. Okay, people ready? We'll go talk over Saturn after this. We're going to talk over Saturn. I bought both books. What's the difference? No difference. Yeah, of course. There's a big difference between them both. They're 2 separate books. You can read them in any order. You're going to love them. Absolutely love them. Here you go. Spring 30, all caps. When is volume 3? So I'm currently working on the third book. It's not volume 3, but it's a book on symbolism. It's called the Book of Symbolism. And that book is really, it's going to be next level. Spring 30, all caps. Spring 30. Okay. Here we have it again. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo. Okay. So 5 people can use them codes. One's just being used by Matik Belair. He just got the bundle. Thanks, I just got volume 1 PDF. Amazing. Volume 1's really good, honestly. If you just want a PDF and an ebook, it's perfect for that. We want something new. Give us new age wisdom. Feel free to ask a question. What do you want to know? What do you want to know? But currently, I'm working on the third book, and that's going to bring so many new fields of thought that you never thought about. It's going to expand your mind into a whole new dimension of thought. So not volume 3, the third book is going to be all new information for you. So I can't wait for that. Hi, could you please elaborate on 0 point and vortex, please? So 0 point energy is ether. So everything comes out of ether and returns back to it. Everything. Ether is the primordial substance of all matter. So basically, matter is, on its base, is ether. It's the... Hold on, let me try to find this page so I can understand it properly. Ether is the base of all matter. All matter falls down into ether. Ether is the presence, the middle of an electromagnetic field. It's counter space. It's another dimension. And everything comes out of the other dimension and returns back to the other dimension. This is how this field works. It comes out and then back in on itself, just like an apple. An apple does this. So ether is 0 point energy. It's coming out of the ether and returning back to it. Everything comes out in the physical plane and returns back to ether. That's why death, when you die, you return back to ether. When you breathe, you're breathing in ether, energy. Earth, ether. Weather. All things are produced by the ether, the energy field, the connecting source of all things. The connecting source. Yeah, let's get this to 130k likes. That'd be amazing. Let's get this to 130k. That would be crazy. So yeah, so everything's sacred. So anything they made you scared of, so they make you scared of many different things. The word sacred rearranged is scared. So all of these symbols they make you scared of, they make you scared of this, they make you scared of many different symbols, are sacred. They want you scared of the sacred thing. How do we master ether? Before you master anything, you want to master your mind. The mind is the cause and controls everything. The mind is the architect of reality. The mind controls ether. The mind controls physical. The mind controls imagination. The mind controls absolutely everything. How much for the PDF version? It's on the website. So the mind is the architect of reality. Yeah. Does the book explain after death? When you die, you return to the astral plane, your imagination. So your internal world is what is alive. Your body's not actually alive. It's being fed by your soul, being fed by your consciousness. So it's the internal world creates the external world. So your internal world is what survives death. It's your internal state of consciousness. Now this is where things get a bit deep. I talk about this in volume 1, where we have to detach from things outside of us. We do not want our internal world connected to the external world in any way before we die. Because when we die, we do not want to have mental addictions. We don't want to have desires for physical things. We don't want to have addictions to sex, to smoking, to food, all of these things. We don't want any connections to the world. So we have to work on preparing for death now. This is what the Emerald Tablet says. The Emerald Tablet says, the mastery of the soul is the only thing that counts in the end. So everything in this matrix is to keep you attached to the physical world. They get you addicted in many different ways. Addicted to physical things, addicted to your phone, addicted to food, sex, lust, material, clothes, cars, all these endless illusions. Because when you die, you're left with your internal world, and your internal world needs to be detached from these things. We don't want to carry these heavy things to the afterlife, to the astral plane. The astral plane is the screen in your mind that allows you to vision things. Now, you see this screen very vividly when you go on a psychedelic trip. If you have a psychedelic trip and you close your eyes, you'll see many different things. And when you change your thoughts, you start to see different things. Why? Because thoughts control the astral plane. Thoughts control imagination. So when you change your thoughts, you change what you see. That's how these things work. So now that you understand that, I've just given you the key to go play around with these things, with caution, of course. I'm not telling you to go out there and do loads of them, but now you understand. You can start to play around with them and see how consciousness functions, and how it works. It's all based on thought. Thought creates everything. This is why the ancients spoke in symbolism. The ancients spoke in symbols. Symbols are everything, because symbols assimilate to thought waves, thought patterns. They use symbols to symbolize thoughts, because they understand the universe is mental. Everything exists in the mind. Everything is a mental projection. So it's all about thought. Does that make sense? Oh, by the way, there was 2 codes left. I gave out 5 codes about 10 minutes ago. There's 2 left. Thank you to Jeremy, Christine, Matik. Feel free to ask questions, people. 117k, that's crazy. It's a lot of likes. Spring 30, all caps. All caps. Is this the first? This is the second book. This one's the second book. We're talking about the second book here. Here we have Osiris. We have to remember, these Egyptian gods never actually existed. They are thoughts. They are symbolism. Symbolism is everything. There was no green god with two reptiles hanging up his body. You know, if someone looks at the Egyptian wall and they see this and they think this really happened, then they'll never understand the truth. Truth is spoken in symbols. There is no green man with these reptiles hanging off him. It's symbolism. Reptiles are reptilian. Green represents reptilian. Osiris is the reptilian god of the underworld, god of death, darkness, Osiris. He's the one who betrays his brother. Osiris represents the reptilian brain inside your brain. This is what betrays you. Why? Because this brain does not think. It does not think, it does not do anything but survive. It only thinks about surviving. Well, it doesn't really think. It governs instant reactions. For example, if a car's coming at you or a football's booted in your face and you instantly move out the way, that is all the reptilian brain. The reptilian brain governs instant reactions. So basically, this is where the low level of consciousness is. When someone doesn't think, they just live off reactions. They live in fear. They live in a constant state of fear and reaction. This is the death. This is the god of death, the god of underworld. This is the death of our consciousness, the death of our higher self, because we are far more than this brain. So this is the reptilian survival brain and neocortex, the learning thinking brain. Neo from the Matrix wakes up, and his name's Neo. And he was plugged in on the chair and the back of his neck. So he's plugged into the Matrix. This is the Matrix. And he's pulled the pin out of the back of his neck, and then he wakes up, and now he's called Neo. Neo wakes up. He uses his higher brain to function. And Neo actually worked in a place called neocortex. In the building name, if you look at the film, it says neocortex on it. It's all symbolism of the brain and how they function. It's very powerful. Thoughts on COVID? I can't talk about that. I'll probably get taken off TikTok. But me personally, I don't think airborne viruses are even real. I don't think you can catch a virus off someone. I don't think that's a real thing. Me personally. We have to understand we've been conditioned in so many different ways. All fear propaganda. Yeah, exactly. It is. It's all fear propaganda. How to raise your vibration. Don't focus on raising your vibration. Focus on trying to control thoughts. Control the mind. When you gain control over the mind, you can pretty much control anything. How can I purchase the book? Click the link in the bio. It'll take you straight to my website. This is Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. Is there a judgment when you die? Yes, but you judge yourself. So So when you die, you're left with your internal world. If you close your eyes now, there is a being, there is a state of consciousness within you. The inner voice, the inner self. That's what you're going to be left with. And now, if this internal world is desiring sex, desiring things of this world, you will manifest. They are low thought forms. They're low vibrational thought forms. So you will manifest on the lower astral plane. And when you manifest in the lower astral plane, that's where lower thought forms manifest. Lower imaginations, low vibration imaginations, low thoughts. So it's, if you want to ascend to a higher astral realm, you have to master your thoughts. It's all about controlling thought. The universe only exists in the mind. All mental. It's a mental construct. Why don't I dream anymore? More than likely, it's mainly because you maybe don't use your imagination. Imagination guide on my websites for free. That will help you reconnect with your imagination. When you reconnect with your imagination, you do imagination meditations before bed, you will more than likely have a lot more dreams. Anunnaki didn't exist. No. Anunnaki is you. You are the Anunnaki. So everything when it comes to these old texts, ancient texts, is symbolic, it's metaphorical. So the Anunnaki. So what does it symbolize? What does their story symbolize? You are the Anunnaki God. You are literally consciousness, universal consciousness. And Anu, he was the god of the sky. Ki was the goddess of the earth, the material world. Sky represents spirit. The sun is spiritual. They're non-physical objects. These aren't physical objects. They're light sources, they're energies, they're spiritual. Everything above our head is spirit. Everything down here is matter, spirit and matter. Just like how you have hot and cold, day and night, everything has polar opposites. The polar opposites of the earth is heaven, which is spirit, above. So everything, when you look up, you're looking at spirit. So Anu is the god of the sky, spirit. Ki was the goddess of the earth, matter. Together they married and gave birth to the Anunnaki, which is you. You are the Anunnaki. You are spirit and matter. You are heaven and earth combined. You have an internal world. Close your eyes. You have consciousness, thoughts, emotions, internal world, imagination. And you have an external world, this body you have. So you have these two worlds. That's why you're an dual. You're dual. Two worlds. So when you look up, you're looking at spirit. Everything above your head is spiritual. Guys, you are not God. When I say you are God, I don't mean your name, your job, your reputation, your job, these things you identify yourself with. But I mean the pure essence of consciousness within you is God. And you'll never understand that until you connect with it. But yeah, I'm going to love and leave you all here today. I've been on for a while now. I appreciate you all. And thank you for coming on. I hope you all learned something today. And yeah, have an amazing day. All the links are in the bio for the book and the university. Thank you, everyone. Make sure to drop a follow. But yeah.
Hello and welcome to another lecture from Harry B. Joseph, also known as Revival of Wisdom, the author of the Book of Wisdom series from revivalofwisdom.com. In this lecture, you will learn how to decode Freemasonic symbolism, gain a deeper understanding of yourself, expand your awareness of consciousness and reality, and receive guidance to navigate life with greater clarity. So today we're going to be breaking down this particular piece of artwork, this Freemasonic artwork, and how this relates to you and reaching a higher consciousness. Because ultimately, this is what it's about, okay? Freemasonry is considered a craft, and this craft is crafting a better brain and heart, crafting a higher consciousness, crafting a better self. Why? So we can operate in the world at a higher degree, operate in the world more efficiently, live a better experience in the world, and getting to know thyself. Okay? So we're going to start from bottom to top because this is important. Every placement of this symbolism is on purpose, has meaning, especially the placements of the symbols. Okay, so we're going to start from the very bottom of the artwork, which represents lower down. When we're looking at symbolism, especially occult symbolism, that's what the word occult means. The word occult means hidden, hidden from the eyes. It has its roots in the word oculus. I'm pretty sure that's Latin, which means eye. So the word occult comes from oculus, which means eye. And the word occult means hidden from the eye, the unseen, studying the unseen aspects of self. We're studying the brain. We're studying consciousness. We're studying the body, the heart. We're studying the self, the hidden aspects of the human psyche and the hidden aspects of self. Okay? Because ultimately, this is what gives you power in the world, depending on how you use that power, whether for good or bad, depending on the consciousness wielding that power. This is why we say knowledge is power. But I would actually say knowledge of self is power. Because when you know how you function, you gain power, you gain personal power, you gain mastery. Ultimately, this is what Masonry is about, self-mastery, crafting a higher consciousness. So at the very bottom of this artwork, we have a checkered board with a coffin. The coffin is the beginning of the artwork, the very base. This is the foundation of consciousness. The coffin symbolizes unconsciousness, the state that myself was in, maybe yourself, before we woke up and before we came conscious of our spirit, before we came conscious of ourselves. That ignorant state of acting without purpose, acting unconsciously, experiencing the world and not actively living in the world, simply reacting to external circumstances. This is an unconscious state where one is ignorant. 80% of the world is in this unconscious state. And this is symbolized as the darkness. the tomb. Look at how the tomb is fully blacked out, representing dull, no emotion, it's dark. This represents the darkness of self. The spirit is buried. The spirit is in the tomb. They're not even aware that they possess consciousness. They think they're the material body flying on a ball millions of miles per hour through space, and the sun is, they think they're a monkey evoluted. They've never questioned themselves. They stay in ignorance. They're in the spiritual darkness, okay? And they're furthest away from the light. Look at the top. This is the light sources. They're in the darkness, okay? They're in spiritual darkness. They're in ignorance. And they're in division. Their mind has no power. Their thoughts contradict themselves. They say they're going to do something, but then their mind tells them, oh, I'm going to fail. Or I want to do this, but my mind says this, and I believe this about myself. They want to, I don't know, they want to write a book, but their actions are scrolling on TikTok, and their emotions about, feeling about their past person in their life. That's division between the self. That's divided consciousness. They also have a divided brain hemisphere. They do not see reality through a true lens, because the brain acts as like a lens on how we perceive things. And if the brain hemispheres are not aligned, then we cannot see reality the way it actually is and truly presents itself, neutral. If we're left hemisphere dominated, we see everything as divided. Nothing's interconnected, nothing's a whole. But if they're, right hemisphere dominated, they see everything as a whole. We need to look in the middle of that, okay? So we'll go into that a bit later. But ultimately, they're in a divided state of consciousness. They're in ignorance. But the tomb, the tomb is symbolic of that. The tomb is, you're not even aware they are divided. They think everything's right in that state. I was like that. My family is like that. They're not even aware of themselves, and you try and say something to them, and they don't even know they're in division. They don't even recognize that they're in a bad, low earth base consciousness. Okay? So when we get out of the tomb, which is representing by a spiritual awakening, we get out of the tomb, we realize, wow, I possess consciousness. I've woken up. You're waking up to the things in the world, and you wake up and start to see the world for what it truly is. When you become aware and you rise out the tomb, you're born again. You start looking within. You start to become conscious of your thoughts. You start to become conscious of your actions. You start to become conscious of the evil in the world. You start to become conscious of the things. You rise out the tomb. You start to become conscious of your intuition. You then step on the checkered board. The checkered board is now you realizing you're in a divided state. Okay, so you're now putting down the ego, because remember, when you're in the tomb, the ego is fully in domination over consciousness, over your consciousness. It doesn't allow you to say that you are wrong. It doesn't allow you to think that there's evil in the world. It doesn't allow you to believe you have a spirit. It doesn't allow you to see that there is maniacs running the world and trying to control you. The ego is so stuck. But when we start to realize this is part of our awakening, we start to realize that the ego is trying to keep us safe at all times and keep us locked in that state of thinking and believing that we were in before. It's always seeking safety. Okay? So when we come out the tomb, we start to put down the ego and start to, how do I say this? We start to acknowledge that we were wrong about the world. And that is a lot about awakening. You have to acknowledge that you do not know everything. There are people with such higher knowledge, Okay, so when we come out the tomb, we put down the ego, we start to actually say, I was wrong about the world. I was a victim of mind control. I was in ignorance. I was in darkness. Spiritual dark. I'm divided. My thoughts, emotions, and actions are not aligned. My, my intuition and my action are not aligned. I'm not taking action on I'm not taking action on what I know is good. I'm taking actions against what I know is good. That's a sin. That's a sin against the spirit. Okay. So when you acknowledge this, you acknowledge you're in division, you then take the first 3 steps, which is the Freemasonic Blue Lodge degrees, these 3 steps. Okay. Ultimately, this checkerboard represents illusions as well. You're in an illusion. Okay. This is why we see it heavily used in the music industry. It represents base consciousness, base level awareness, 5 sense thinking. It represents you versus me thinking, walking down the street and thinking everyone's trying to hurt you, and it's always you versus me, judging people in your own mind. That's low thinking, lower thought. And not to notice squares. Squares are an unnatural state. They're an unnatural shape. We do not see squares or 90-degree angles in nature. It's the lower mind. So it represents base consciousness, base level awareness, only aware of the physical body, only aware of the 5 senses, never looked within. That is the base. And this is the foundation we have to rise up to the light from, up to higher consciousness. So this gives us a strong foundation when we realize this about ourselves, that we were in division. Our thoughts, emotions, actions were not aligned. Our brain hemisphere was not aligned. I'm not thinking with love of the heart. Okay. So that is the state we're in. Now, hopefully that's cleared things up about the chessboard. Before we move on, please leave a like, maybe a comment if you wish for me to discuss anything in the further lectures. Please smash the like button, and it would really help me out. And share this with a friend who is interested in the occult. Okay, so the steps are the first steps of the Freemasonic degree, the 3 Blue Lodge degrees. Now, this can be represented as the number 3, a very powerful number, a very symbolic number. Number 3 is the 3 expressions of consciousness. How do we express consciousness? How does consciousness express itself? Well, there are 3 ways. We think, consciousness thinks, consciousness feels, and consciousness acts. They are the 3 expressions that we express our awareness and consciousness. So we're looking at thought, emotion, action. We're also looking at the 3 brains: the reptilian brainstem, the mammal limbic brain, and the neocortex. The reptilian brain governs basic functions of the human body: breathing, surviving, scanning the environment for threats, automatic responses, eating, scanning for food, base consciousness. That's the reptilian brain. That's what most people operate their lives in, including myself before I woke up. I'm not trying to sound big-headed, but this is the truth. Ignore my tone of voice, ignore my voice, focus on the words I'm saying. If you're judging, that means you have divided thinking. It's always you versus me. So we need to get out of that thinking of you versus me all the time. That's lower consciousness. That's animal thinking. That's earth thinking. We're unified. We need to reach a higher consciousness and do not waste our mind's potential on low-level earth divided thinking. Okay? So we're looking at the reptilian brain, the mammal brain, and the neocortex. Now, the neocortex is ultimately what makes us human. It allows consciousness to operate on a higher degree. Okay? This is what makes you human, the neocortex. The neocortex. The reptilian brain, like I just said, governs natural survival instincts and the respiratory system, things along them lines of basic awareness, basic functions to operate and survive in the world, in the physical plane. And the neocortex is what allows us to critically think. Okay, it's what allows us to be human, be aware of ourselves. Okay, not. I don't think animals have neocortexes. Don't quote on me on that, but this is the part of the brain that makes us human, and it allows us to think deeply, to create masterpieces like we can. Humans have massive potential in creation. Look at the world we live in. This is because of the neocortex. It allows us to critically think and self-reflect. Now, when we start to operate from higher thought, we start to think with higher thoughts, the higher parts of the mental dimension, we ultimately start using this brain more. We start functioning from the higher brain. Now, this is why Neo from the Matrix is called Neo, because he uses he was in the reptilian brain. If you watch the film The Matrix, if you notice, he gets plugged out of the Matrix and he's plugged in on the back of his neck into the brainstem. And when he's plugged out, his name's Neo, which is neocortex, using the higher brain. It's what awakens the self. It allows consciousness to function on a higher degree compared to animals. Okay, so we're looking at thought, emotion, action. We're becoming conscious of thought, emotion, action. Becoming conscious, what am I thinking, what am I feeling, and what am I acting in the world? And what can I do to master these, to operate more efficiently in the world? How can I use these towards higher consciousness and use these actions, these thoughts, emotions, actions to reach a higher state of awareness of self? So when you go through the first 3 degrees, you enter the doorway. Now, this is symbolic of a doorway. Now, looking at this with a right hemisphere dominated view, you would see a doorway, right? The right hemisphere sees this as a holistic doorway, right? You see a door, you're gonna, you enter the stairs, you go through the door, right? But the left hemisphere is now going to dissect and analyze each individual little part of this, right? So the right hemisphere sees the trees, the left hemisphere sees the woods. So to dissect this down on a right hemisphere, going back to the right hemisphere, we're entering the door. The door is symbolic of entering the unknown. You're entering a higher consciousness. You're entering the door. You're going beyond. See, this is the earth here in the background. This is the darkness. The darkness represents the abyss, the unknown. You're entering in the self. Okay? This door represents entering in the self, questioning internally. Most of us think externally. We have to, obviously, to operate in the world, but we never give time to think and question and reflect internally. What do I mean? Closing the eyes and questioning the self. Who am I? Where am I from? What's the voice in my head? If the voice in my head stopped using the language that I speak, what is it then? It's about going within, into the darkness, what you cannot see, and finding the light. Okay? It's about entering within the self. This is a doorway to higher knowledge, higher consciousness, higher self, and really digging deep for what you truly are beyond your human form. Okay? So we have, most importantly, I'm not going to go over every single one of these symbols here. I'm going to go over this on a basic, well, not a basic level, a very detailed level, but it's not going to go over every single symbol. We have a left pillar and a right pillar. The left pillar has the sun next to it. The sun is more electrical energy. It's very dominant. It's a very powerful masculine force. This represents the masculine quality of consciousness. The masculine qualities. We have many masculine qualities, such as actions, physical actions with the body. We have thinking. Thinking is a very masculine force. We have the left brain, analyzing brain. the brain that's very logical, that's trying to figure things out. That's the masculine pillar. Okay. So this is the masculine qualities of consciousness. It also represents what we can see, the sun. The sun allows us to see, to visually see in the world. So the sun represents the external world, the world outside the self. When we close our eyes, we have a self, an internal dialogue, an inner voice. We have an inner world, outer world. This represents the world we take physical action in, the material external world outside you. Okay? The world we can see. And then on the right pillar, we have the moon, which is associated with feminine qualities of consciousness. Now, the moon is in the night, what we cannot see. The moon is the nighttime. The darkness symbolizes what we can't see. So it's representing the internal world, the world of the self, the immortal world. Okay? The self in the mind is immortal. When you close your mind, you go in the mind, that self inside you is immortal. In the mind, you are immortal. Outside the mind, you are mortal. You will die. This body will die. Okay? So this is representing the internal world on a holistic understanding. It's also representing the right brain, the feminine brain. It's also representing intuition, emotion. They're linked. Intuition and emotion. They're a feminine force. Also, we're looking at the heart, the right pillar. So everything that is feminine falls under this right pillar. Now, don't get confused. I know a lot of people can get confused about what I've just said. So this represents the inner world, the outer world. It also represents everything masculine and feminine. So thought is, although it's an internal quality, it would fall under the left pillar, because thought is a masculine force. It's a penetrating force. So try not to get misunderstood with that. On a holistic scale, it's also represented inner world, outer world, and how they are reflections of each other. Now, these pillars, they're the same height, they're the same structure, but just different in sun and moon, which represents their reflections of each other. Their reflections, the inner world reflects in my outer world. My external world, what I see outside of me, is a reflection of my thoughts and my internal world. So the inner reflects the outer. The inner reflects the outer. As within, so without. So we're also looking at the right and left brain. I've already gone over that. So what we need to do is build the bridge between the two to reach higher awareness of self. Because ultimately, remember, we're still divided. We came from the checkerboard, we entered up here, we've just entered within the self, started questioning the self. We're still divided. We need to build the bridge. And this is what they're crafting, the great work. This is the crafting of aligning the left and right brain. We're also aligning intuition, feminine, with the actions. Because ultimately, the higher self is always guiding us. That's our true spirit guide. Our true spirit guide is our higher self. And the higher self ultimately exists in a higher dimension. This is going to sound crazy to some people, okay? But who you are is not your human body. And your higher self does not communicate through the language of the human material world. It doesn't communicate through English, doesn't communicate through thoughts. It communicates through intuition and communicates through dreams and symbolism. So it's all associated with the right pillar. This is the things we can't see. The higher self is always guiding us to awakening and to our purpose on the earth. Okay, so this left pillar also can symbolize what we're born into the world with, our circumstances, our external world. What are we born into? You know, our family, our current financial situation, where you're located in the world. So it's also symbolizing this. It's also symbolizing the qualities you bring here, the natural abilities you have when you're born, and what we need to do with our environment to ultimately reach a higher consciousness and reach our and transmute our environment we're born into to realize who we were and why we came here. Okay, so we need to build the bridge between intuition and action, and always take action on what we know and feeling is right at all times. That's unity consciousness. And when we do this, we gain the light. We gain more light, symbolic of more information of the self. Because the higher self is always guiding. It's always watching over. And it's always trying to give us knowledge of awakening, of why we came here. And when we take action on what we know and feel is right at all times, it's like a domino effect and a stepping stone that pushes you closer and closer towards your life purpose. Okay? We're also aligning the right and left brain to perceive the world in truth, to see the world in its true form, to see the world in what it actually is, instead of any distorted left or right hemisphere dominated beliefs or thoughts. We ultimately do that by acknowledging that, yes, you have a self, you have you know, the left brain is more ego, this like divided thinking, everything's separate, and the right hemisphere is more holistic. So we need to see the world in the middle of this, in the middle, acknowledging the self and acknowledging the collective consciousness, and how my thoughts, emotions, actions contributing towards myself and the collective. We always need to keep the collective in mind. Why? Because we are experiencing this world together. It's not just you. And your actions also have a ripple effect on the collective. We're experiencing the world as a whole as well. Yes, there's yourself and there's the collective. We need to think, feel, and act towards the collective and the self. So aligning our brain hemispheres allows us to do this. It allows us to think holistically and individually and see reality in this. And when we do align the left and right brain, what do? We gain higher insight, the eye. We build the bridge between the left and right pillars. We gain the eye. The eye is what? Insight. The eye requires light to perceive and see the material world. So this is symbolic. This is the inner eye, the inner self, consciousness. And when consciousness has light, which is symbolic of truth, knowledge, light is a massive symbol in Freemasonry. And light represents knowledge of self, information. And when we gain information and knowledge of self, when we align our left and right hemispheres, our actions take action on our intuition, we gain higher light, higher knowledge of self, ultimately. And this is why we also have the square and the compass. Okay? We have a square and compass here. The square and the bottom, base consciousness, also representing masculine qualities. This is the masculine qualities because squares are masculine. And the compass creates circles. So we have the circle on top of a square. Circles are divine. This is oneness. The circle is one line. The square is 4 lines. It's divided. So we need oneness over division. We need to unify the masculine and feminine qualities. Masculine, feminine qualities, okay? This is in the middle because the compass would fall on the right pillar and the square would fall on the left pillar. And it's unifying. It's representing unification of these 2 pillars of masculine and feminine qualities of self to ultimately rise towards this light, out of the darkness and into the light. Okay? Let's go back. The G. This is very important. This is one of the most important teachings I could possibly give you about the G. The G is the generative principle, is what generates things. And the force within you that generates things is care and the heart energy. The heart ultimately expresses our actions. We think, if we care, we act. Everything in your external world is in front of you because your heart cares. You care about the video and gaining knowledge. You're now here watching this video. That's the care energy expressing actions. So in order for us to truly get out of this divided consciousness, we have to go through the G. We have to go from base consciousness, the square, divided, we go through the G, because we have to care. And if we care, we'll reach the higher mind and gain higher self-knowledge and master the self. You cannot do this if you do not care. And if you do care, you will take action towards it. If you're watching this and you don't actually truly deeply care, you won't take the action. You'll just gain the knowledge, which is ultimately useless. You have to take action on this knowledge. And if you do not, there's no point watching the video. It's difficult. It's difficult. It's not easy. And things, throw us off our path sometimes. I understand. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but we ultimately have to give care towards reaching higher knowledge. Seek and you shall find. If you have the care about reaching higher knowledge of self, you will seek it and you will take actions towards it. Okay. We see this everywhere, and I mean everywhere. The Temple of Solomon has the 2 pillars, Jachin and Boaz pillars, feminine and masculine qualities. Sol, O, Mon. Sol is sun, Mon is moon. It's building the temple, which is the temple is the inner self, ultimately. It's symbolic. The temple's not a real place. The temple of self, building the Temple of Solomon and reconstructing the Temple of Solomon, is about reconstructing the self through masculine and feminine qualities. We see it everywhere. And this is very symbolic, like very symbolic. We have the 2 pillars, we have building the bridge, and we have a stairway that goes to what you can't see because it's going to the unknown. You have to have faith. Okay? What I'm about to say is very important. You don't know what higher consciousness is, okay, until you get a little bit higher. This is hard to explain, but I didn't know what everyone talks about, what higher consciousness is. I can't give you my higher consciousness. It doesn't work like that. You have to enter in and go within and have faith, going into the unknown, because you're ultimately going into something you do not understand. Higher consciousness, I cannot give it you. You have to enter the door and take action and think, feel, and act towards it, and you will go to the place, and then you will understand what higher consciousness is. Ultimately, what higher consciousness is higher knowledge and understanding of self, what you actually are. Okay, that is what's being symbolized here. It's again in the Masonic art. We have the darkness. We have to have faith to leap into the darkness, into the unknown. We see this everywhere. Like, you know, you'll see, when I say this everywhere, and I mean everywhere, you'll see this. Every doorway has this symbolism in the ancient world, because ultimately this is what it's about, people. The door represents going within, into a new light, a new room, a new level of understanding of self. Okay. Here we have Astro World. Now, this is obviously a darker aspect of this, but again, we have the two pillars. See you on the other side. That's the doorway. The other side. And I'm not going to break down, you know, this ritual, but you can guess what I'm on about here. That's for the university, of course. I can't break that down on YouTube. It's way too deep. But there's knowledge out there that is so deep you couldn't even comprehend it with the current mind, even for myself. And this is the power of symbolism. The more you learn about yourself, the more these symbols reveal to you. It is a journey of self. And I can't give you these understandings. You have to go within and question and meditate on these symbols yourself, and have thinking exercises of meditating on a symbol and seeing what your mind does with the symbol, what it lets you think about that symbol, and you'll unlock deeper meanings. I'm going to go over one more symbol before we end this. This is the hourglass, which represents time, a very overlooked thing in today's world. We do not have unlimited time in this body. You have limited time. You will die. You will die. You have limited time in the external world. This is why it's on the left pillar, located on the left side, the external world. You are limited. The scythe represents you will be harvested. Your body will die. It'll be harvested. You will die, and you need to fulfill your mission here. You came with a purpose. You have to find that purpose by going within the self and questioning and taking action on what you know and feel is right. Unity consciousness, aligning thought, emotion, action. So if you wish to learn deeper insights, gain exclusive lectures, astral projection, self-mastery, I've just started a new section on mind control methods and how people are using this in society and becoming conscious of it. I've now opened 5 spots at a limited special price for Ethereal University. Use the code MIND, all capital letters, MIND, all capital letters at the checkout. And there's only 5 of these codes. Whoever uses them gets them. It's ultimately going to give you 20% off the university for as long as you're subscribed to the university. We go so much deeper in the university. Remember, social media is just the tip of the iceberg. Tip of the iceberg information. There are certain things I can't talk about, but I'll see you inside, and I hope you enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, comment, and a subscribe.
There is a secret meaning behind the number 666. 666 is 3 sixes. The number 3 in occult and esoteric numerology represents the 3 aspects of human consciousness. We see this symbolism in the all-seeing eye with the light and the triangle. The triangle is the number 3. The eye represents consciousness, observation, and the light represents the light of consciousness, because consciousness is pure light. The three aspects of our consciousness is thoughts, emotions, and actions. Every thought creates a feeling, and the feeling creates the action. All physical manifestation is driven from these three aspects of our consciousness. All physical manifestation comes from thought. Every object you see around you, this screen, the phone you're on, the laptop you're using, or the iPad, was a thought in the invisible realms of consciousness. Then it was brought into physicality through feeling and action. This is because man is made in the image and likeness of God. We are all mini creators. We are all extensions of God's creative consciousness. Therefore, the number 666 represents 3 sixes. 3 is thoughts, emotions, actions. The number 6 represents the cube, because cubes have 6 sides. This material world that we experience, everything has 6 sides. Everything's created by cubes. We can move forward, we can move backwards, we can move left, right, up and down. This is the cube that we are stuck in. Therefore, 666 represents our 3 aspects of our consciousness, thoughts, emotions, actions, all contributing towards our physical self, material world, material pleasures, completely cutting ourselves off from our spiritual, true, divine self, which means 666 is representing a state of consciousness. A state of consciousness where we only operate from a place of material needs and survival things. As humans, we possess a physical material body in the physical material external world, but we also possess an invisible inner world, which is what we call spirit. When we disconnect ourselves from our inner world, we become lost in this materialistic way of thinking and acting, which can lead to no life purpose, a feeling of emptiness and voidness in our hearts. Humans possess the ability to transcend our animal instinctual natures and turn to the divine mind, to the spiritual inner world. It is our inner world that is projecting our outer world. The outer world is just an effect of our inner state of consciousness. It's important as we go through this human life to not lose ourselves and look for our validations outside of ourselves. The external world is simply just a mirror, mirroring with mathematical precision what happens inside our consciousness. When we change our inner world, we produce effect in the outer world. To get back on track about this number, this represents when we are lost in our material self and we are completely cut off from our true divine self. The devil is always having goat horns, which represents a ground animal. This is the lower animal self of man. He's always red. The frequency of red is the lowest vibrational color, and it also represents the root chakra. This is all to do with survival mode and our physical needs and physical self. Red represents chaotic and intense emotions like hatred and anger. This is why the devil is always red, because it represents anger and an uncontrolled state of emotion and consciousness. You see, we've been taught in the church and all through religion indoctrinations that the devil is an external deity which influences humans. And in fact, this is nothing but a metaphorical story. The devil is a character which represents an aspect of the human mind, the lower aspect of the human mind, a facet of our own consciousness and psyche. The voice that we have in our head that tells us to do these negative things is not an external deity pushing us to do something bad. This is an aspect of our own mind. Jesus and Satan are just two characters which represent the two voices that we have in our own consciousness. In fact, the word devil was never present in the early Gospels. Instead, what was mentioned was a spirit of evil. A term spirit of evil was not meant to denote a specific deity or being, but rather any force of negativity, whether it manifests as a destructive thought, emotion, or action. The spirit of evil represents the darker sides of our mind, the part that leads us astray and brings forth negativity in our lives. The reason why they want you to believe in a devil is because they don't want you taking responsibility for your creations. They don't want you to realize that the external world is truly a mirror of your inner state of consciousness. Instead, when something bad happens in your life, you blame it on some external devil or Satan who tempted you. Everything is your creation in your life. When you realize this, you take full control and you begin to reshape your external world by changing your inner state of consciousness.
The Pope is supposedly opening 5 portals on Christmas Day. Now, I know this video is a bit late, but I'm going to be commenting on what I think this symbolism and this ritual truly means and what they are trying to do to society with this symbolic ritual. So, the first thing we must understand is that everything these people do on a mass scale, all of these major events that they take place on, are all symbolic. They're all ritual. They all have purpose. Okay. So when we look at the locations of these 5 doors that are in Rome, we actually see the sigil of Lucifer when we connect the dots of all of the 5 door locations. This is the sigil of Lucifer. Lucifer is not what you think. Lucifer, sigil of Lucifer, represents the outline of the human brain and our visual perception field. Now, the human perception field is how our brain interacts with the external reality. Our external reality is not physical. The only thing that exists outside of you is pure energy, formless, vibrational energy and light. Your brain is an energy decelerator. Your brain decelerates this light, this energy, into a material reality or perception that you can interact with. You don't look into the external world. The energy, the light enters the eye retinas, goes through the optic nerve, and travels to the back of the brain called the visual cortex. And the visual cortex is what shapes your visual screen. Now, if you are seeing the screen, this means that you are not the body, you are not the brain, you are the perception observing the screen that you are seeing. You are the eye behind that, you are the person behind that. So, what this is actually symbolizing is perception. This is a symbol of perception, of perceiving the material plane, of how spirit interacts with matter. Now, what's Lucifer? Now, the word Lucifer means the light bearer. He's known as the light bearer. The word Lucifer originates in Latin. Luci means light, and fer means to bring. It's the light bringer. The eyes, the visual perception of the light bringer to your reality. You see, everything outside of you is light. You are made of light. The word hue man means light. Hue means color, which is a form of light. And man means manifest. We're light manifested into material form. Every single one of us is Lucifer. When we fall for the material world, the external world, is an illusion. It is the false world. It can elude you. It can make you fall in love with the material things, material pleasures, lust, money, fame. These things make you fall. This is the fall of Lucifer. This is the mythological story. This is the symbolism behind Lucifer. It's you. Are you falling for material pleasure because you are a divine spiritual being from the higher planes, not from this plane? Now, if you let your divine being fall for this material plane and fall for the evil that can take place in this plane, then you are Lucifer. It represents the false light, the false reality. This symbol, the sigil of Lucifer, it symbolizes the interplay between light, consciousness, and the perceptual experience of the physical reality. The external world is truly internal. What we visually perceive is essentially light waves carrying information, which then gets processed by our brain, the central computer of our nervous system. Okay? So, how many doors are open? 5 doors. So 5 is the number of perception as well. 5 fingers on each hand, 5 points on the human body, 5 toes on each foot. We have 5 senses. 1, 2, 3, and 4, they're spiritual numbers. 6, 7, 8, and 9, they're material numbers. 5's the gateway.
5 is the middle bridge of how our spiritual self interacts with the physical self, how spirit interacts with matter. So this ritual is symbolic of perception. This is maybe bringing in a new perception. A new event will happen after this, a new perception of the world. Or personally, I think this ritual was to obviously shape the collective consciousness, because your reality is an externalization of your inner consciousness. It's simply just a mirror. Your material life, your material world outside of you is simply a mirror reflecting with mathematical and geometric precision of your internal consciousness. Your consciousness is creating and causing the effect called reality, physical reality. Your life is a result of every thought you thought in the past. Therefore, with that being said, everyone who perceives this ritual of, oh, the Pope's opening 5 spiritual portals, who's letting in demonic energy into the world, they're going to let demonic energies and demonic spirits all in the world. Well, what if I told you the only portal they're opening is a portal in your own mind for negativity? By you believing in negative forces coming into the world and going to possess everyone, that's opening up your own mind. The collective spiritual community has been brainwashed in thinking there's going to be demonic energy. Therefore, what will happen? There will be demonic energy. Not because the Pope opened up a portal to the demonic energy, it's because everyone opened up their own minds to the demonic energy. Therefore, we as a collective consciousness shape the external world on a macrocosm scale. For example, the microcosm is your personal life. Your personal life. You have created it through consciousness. Your belief system is just externalized in your world. But on a collective scale, we all believe in money, for example. And because we all believe in money and we believe that this piece of paper holds value in our minds, okay, in the mental plane, this has an effect on the physical plane by shaping the physical plane by being ruled by this belief as on a macrocosm scale. Yes, I know that money doesn't exist. It's just a belief in my mind. But that doesn't have an effect because the collective consciousness believes that money has effect, has power. When it doesn't, it's just a piece of paper with the belief behind it. If the collective consciousness stopped stopped believing in money, then the collective consciousness would have broke the spell and we would have no longer had a material plane ruled by money. You see, our beliefs is ruling and shaping our physical plane. This physical world outside of you is truly just an effect of the mind, an effect of our consciousness, our inner world. So I believe this ritual was done to change our perception, to make us think the Pope is bringing this spiritual energy and negative forces into the world. And it's just simply us creating the negativity in the world by believing in this, by thinking this. Remember, they have the power to send messages into millions of people's minds through media. And then messages are then believed, and that belief is shaping our world. What have I told you? That the New World Order is not manifested by the elite, it's manifested by you and us. We're all manifesting the New World Order. They can't manifest it. We can, because we are the ones believing it. We believe it. It is reality. It shapes our own prison. We're all shaping our own prison by believing in the prison, by believing in money. So this ritual was all to do with perception, creating a new perception, creating fear in our minds to, of course, distract us from what's really going on. This is all a ritual to implant messages in your own mind. So I hope you all understand this video and I hope you all gain some insight.
and I'll see you inside the university. How are we all doing today, people? It's Revival of Wisdom, and today we're going to get real deep. This video is going to get real deep. A lot of people are not going to be ready for this sort of knowledge. Okay, you really have to do is to really deprogram the mind, because everything we've been taught is a complete lie, is to keep us trapped. Okay, this is really advanced knowledge. Now, let's get straight into this. All of the ancients depicted other worlds, and they called this place Midgard. Midgard is the mid garden, the middle garden. This is why the Masonic symbolism on the floor is always a black and white checkered board, symbolizing the polarity here, the good and bad, because we're in the middle garden, the heart. Earth rearranged spells heart, because we're in the heart of this system, or whatever it is, a super quantum computer, whatever you want to call it, simulation. Now, in the Quran, it talks about the 7 layers of heaven. All of these ancient artworks are depicting these different layers of reality. Okay, and look at the Egyptians here with the boat outside of the firmament. Boats travel on water, and this is exactly what the Masons are doing. So they're still using the same symbols. Why? Because it's the same knowledge, just hidden. The Egyptians have the same knowledge as the Freemasons. It's just hidden. Now, this cosmology that they're showing here, which is probably made maybe 100 years ago, this painting or artwork, is the exact same as the one we see here, with the arch, the boat. You know, it's similar, because the boat is symbolizing traveling these other worlds, because the ether is also symbolized as water, because if you look up at the stars through a telescope, it looks like it's water. It's shining through water, because this ether, whatever this substance is outside of this world, was symbolized as water. Okay, and look at all these ancient depictions showing these different layers of reality. Now, we are being trapped within this 3D dimensional world, which is the cube, the Saturn cube, because there are 6 sides to everything in this world: front, back, left, right, up and down. 6, which is the cube, because we're in the Saturn, Saturn's world. Okay, now, always been depicted as a tree of life, the tree of the universe has always been depicted as this tree. Because let's get a bit deeper. Now, the cosmology of this reality is the sun, the moon, and Polaris, always in the Masonic art. The sun, the moon, and Polaris, the all-seeing eye. If you go inside of the temples, of the Masonic temples, they always have this star in the middle, shining light beams. Okay, look here. The light beams coming from the big star in the middle, which is Polaris. This eye is God. It's God's light shining down from his abundance. Now, when you astral travel, you will see this big ball of light above you, and this big ball of light is God. But you cannot travel towards it until you are pure. It doesn't work like that. You have to become formless. You have to become pure before you can become one with the light. In all these Masonic artworks, it's all depicting the star in the center. This star is Polaris, because Polaris is the way out of this place. And this is why you see the stairway to heaven all the way up to the light beam, the light source. What does it say in the Bible? God is light, because everything is made out of one substance, and that substance is light. And it symbolizes the eye because God is an eye. All things that are alive have an eye. And we all say, I am. We all see these realities through eyes. God is an eye. He's the all-seeing eye. He sees all things at all times. And he is projecting this light. And this light comes down to create all the different levels of the worlds. And this is what the two pillars symbolize the number 11. 11, the number 1, is just a vertical line. It's the one. It's a 1 point. 11 symbolizes the mirror nature of reality. Everything's mirrored, as above, so below. Now, the 11 also symbolizes openings, doorways. And as you can see here, an opening to the all-seeing eye. And you see here again, an opening to the stairway all the way up to the light. This light is the light of God in the astral worlds, beyond this world. Now, Polaris has also been symbolized as the UFO. They put the truth in plain sight. So, you know, in the films, how the UFOs suck people up. That's what Polaris is doing. If you ascend beyond this world, if you do not ascend beyond this world, you will be reincarnated in this world. The whole thing is to outgrow this consciousness to the plane above. And I'm not just making this up. I'm going to be bringing in scriptures after this. But you can see with the Christmas tree, we always put a high, big star at the center, at the top, which is the star of Polaris, which is exactly what the Masons are doing here. The star at the top. And it's on top of our Christmas trees. And all of these symbolize the other stars, because Polaris is the most high star. And all the other stars are wrapped around the firmament lower than Polaris. And that's exactly what the Christmas tree is. And it's a triangle. It's a triangle, just like light beams travel from one point in the triangle, just like the all-seeing eye. It's a triangle. The light is coming from one point and sending its rays downward. You see, it's kind of like you see here with the water. And the lower you go, the darker it gets, the more evil it becomes. And this is what the ancients would call hell. Now, this all-seeing eye is Polaris. And below Polaris is Mount Meru, the North Pole, the magnetic North Pole. The Tower of Babel, which is in the Bible. The etymology of the word Babel, Ba meaning spirit, which gives the ability to move the soul through the worlds, that's the ancient Egyptian description of the word Ba, meaning of the word Ba. You have the Ka, the Ba, the Ak, but the Ba is the one that gives the ability for the soul to move through the worlds. Your soul can't speak into a world without incarnating into it. Now, the Tower of Babel symbolizes Mount Meru because it's the word Ba is the spirit which gives the ability for the soul to move through the worlds. The Tower of Babel is the magnetic North Pole, Mount Meru, which gives the ability to move through these different worlds. And you can see the ancient Tibetans always showing this depiction of these different worlds coming from the center. Because we have to ascend our consciousness. It's not about how good you are to reach heaven. It's about how you You expand your consciousness, you expand your mind. So they teach now that you have to be good in order to reach to heaven. It's about expanding the mind, expanding your consciousness to these different planes, these different realms. So that's what it's about. And Jesus was known as the fisher of man. Now, Jesus is a massive part of this. He was known as the fisher of man because he was fishing. He could have been fishing. He could have been one of these deities that had come down from these different higher realities and pull people up. So they would so they called Jesus the fisher of man. And he says unto them, follow me and I will make you fishers of men. So these deities that we see in the past, like Buddha, Krishna, Hermes, Thoth, Jesus, could all be these entities who were coming down to pick up the minds that were worthy enough to see the higher planes of reality. And this is why they called him the fisher of man. Now, when Jesus walks on water, there is a parable with Paul. And he says, but Jesus immediately said unto them, take courage, it is I, don't be afraid. He's talking about astral travel here. He's talking about leaving the body. Because when you leave the body in astral travel to see these alternative realities, you can't be afraid because fear is a bondage, which is what the Emerald Tablets talks about. Lord, if it's you, Peter replied, tell me to come to you on the water. The water. Come, he said. And Peter got down from the boat, walked on the water, and came towards Jesus. But when he saw the wind, he was afraid and began to sink. When you become afraid in astral travel, you sink back into your body. Lord, save me. So this is talking about Jesus pulling people up into different realities. And you can see the fish is the symbol of Jesus, is another symbol of Jesus, a fish. Because fish symbolize deep occult knowledge, because fish travel the depths of the ocean. And they symbolize us because we are fish underneath the ethers. And Jesus was pulling people up. You see, so the Bible is a people today believe the Bible is a book telling you how to reach to heaven, how to become godly and reach heaven. But you've got to become the Jesus Christ to see these alternative realities. Now look at the Emerald Tablets is a massive part, and it speaks so much about these different realities. Look what it says here. This is in Emerald Tablet 3. Then in my heart grew a great longing to conquer the pathway that led to the stars, which is exactly what the Masons depict in all of their art. Look, the ladder to the stars. And then he goes on to say, years after years, I sought after wisdom, seeking new knowledge, following the way, until at last my soul, in great travail, broke from its bondage and bounded away, broke from the bondage of the body. Free was I from the bondage of earth men. Free from the body, I flashed through the night. The stars. The stars are a massive part in the astral world. Each star is a different reality. And the true astrology is the star that you came from. You came through a star to reach this, to reach here. There is a reason why you are here. There's a reason why you have the personality traits, because your soul came from a specific star. This is why we call them stargates, because they are gates in and out of this reality. And Polaris is the way out to the higher worlds. Now look, far into space, my soul traveled freely into the infinite circles of light. Beyond knowledge were some planets and great gigantic beyond dreams of men. Then he goes to say, lift up your flame from out of the darkness, fly from the night and ye shall be free. Lift up your flame. Your flame is your soul, because it has to be lifted up out of the darkness. This is the darkness, this world, this body is the darkness. Because it's a bondage. You need to break free. You need to learn how to astral travel, people. You have to learn this. If you want to get out of this world, you have to learn how to astral travel and see the other realities. Traveled I through space-time, knowing my soul at last was set free, knowing that now I must pursue wisdom until at last I pass to a plane hidden from knowledge, known not to wisdom, extension beyond all that we know. So he's talking about he went to a place where we cannot even comprehend here, a place that is not even known to Earthmen. He's telling you he's ascended out of this world to the planes that are beyond. And it says here in the Emerald Tablets, man is in process of changing to forms that are not of this world. Grows he in time to the formless, a plane on the cycle above. Know ye, ye must be one, ye must become formless before ye are one with the light. The light, the same light that I was talking about, the Masonic light, with the triangle, God, the one source. Ye must become formless before ye are with the light. Formless, you have to leave the body. You have to leave the body. You have to gain the ability to leave this body and travel to these other worlds. Now, it says here, not as man am I, for free have I become of dimensions and planes. In each I take on a new body. In each I change my form. Know I now that the formless is all there is of form. You see, all things created come from the things that, all things that you see come from the things that you cannot see. All of us have the same spark of consciousness, the same I am. Every dog, every animal, every human has this same I, this same thing which sees through the eye. It's formless. It takes this formless entity is the same entity of us. We are all the same entity in different bodies. And this entity it was represented as the flame, the cosmic flame, which is inside of all of us. And this is why the Masons depicted your spine as a candle or the Holy Grail. You would either see this or a candle with a flame on the top, because the Holy Grail is your consciousness, which is on top of your spine, which is the candle. Now, Jesus, Thoth, Buddha were all these deities which were coming down to lift people up because they were fishermen of men. And he would lift you up to the higher worlds, out of this world, to the ones above. Now, Thoth, you can see him here, he's leading the way. He's holding someone and he's leading the way with knowledge and power. He was leading the way to other worlds, out of this world. There's no point trying to change this world. This world will stay the same. It will stay the same. You have to get out of this world. And that's what they're telling you. That's what they're keeping you from. They're keeping you stuck within this thin layer of reality. So what the Masons are doing, they have the ability to astral travel. They're living not stuck and bound to one reality, but living within the different layers of reality. And this is what Morpheus was doing in the Matrix. Morpheus was going into the Matrix to go and get Neo, which is exactly what Jesus was doing, pulling up people out of this world to the ones higher. And that's exactly what Morpheus is doing in The Matrix. If you haven't watched The Matrix, go and watch it. It will blow your mind. Everything I'm saying in this video, you will see it. Except that you don't need to use a machine to enter the Matrix. You just use your body. Well, you use your consciousness to leave this body. You see, Neo was also uploading himself into the simulation to pull people out of the simulation. And this is exactly what all of these gods were doing. The Fisher of Man. Look, he was pulling people up out of this reality with the knowledge. Now, Jesus was always depicted with the mushrooms. Look at all this mushroom art. Mushrooms were literally the origin of Christianity. You can see it everywhere. There's mushrooms in all of the ancient art. Every single one of these paintings you see here, there's mushrooms on them. Mushrooms have the ability to see alternative states of consciousness. Now, if you go and do them and you go to sleep, if you pop mushrooms, you go to sleep and you will wake up in another reality. You will wake up in another reality. Don't try it if you don't want to do it. But if you've got the heart to do it, do it. Eat them and go to sleep. You'll wake up in another reality. And Jesus was handing out mushrooms to the bright minds, to the minds that he wanted to fish out and pull up to the higher realities. He was giving them mushrooms to see themselves in an alternative state, in an alternative reality. This is why there was so much mushroom art, and it's not just ancient Christians. It's Sumerians, it's the Mayans, the Celtics, the Egyptians. All used mushrooms. All of them. Look at all this art. It's on stones. It's everywhere because mushrooms. See, everything in nature is a micro macro. Look at the form of a mushroom. It's literally your spine and brain because they alter your consciousness. Your body is just a radio receiver. Everything that you're experiencing is a program being ran by the central nervous system, and your consciousness is experiencing this program, these electrical impulses of the nervous system, because it's all feeding back to one point, which is the pineal gland. And this is the candle with the light on it. Type in Masonic candle and you'll see it. It's your spine with your spark of consciousness on top of the spine. And it's a mushroom because this sends you to alternative states of consciousness, alternative realities. Now, they were all doing this, the Egyptians, the Mayans. Now, there's more symbolism which goes into this. Look at the Christmas trees we use. The Christmas tree with the presents underneath them. Magic mushrooms grow under trees. And these are the presents under the trees that we symbolize today with Christmas. Santa's red and yellow for the red and yellow mushrooms. The same mushrooms Mario has to collect. And when he gets enough mushrooms, he levels up. And then what does he do when he go past the world? When you win that world in Mario, you go to another reality. You go inside of another world. It's truth in plain sight. And it's using mushrooms. It's using mushrooms. Everything, all of the characters in Mario, well, a lot of them are mushrooms. Look at this one. The presents, black, yellow, and red and white. Red and white mushrooms. And the bow on the top is the mushroom head. That's a bit of a reach, but you know. The symbolism never lies, is what you need to understand. And it's as above, so below. Now look at the Sumerians. The Sumerians were also multi-dimensional beings. Okay, look at how they have the double faces. They had one foot in this reality and one foot in another reality. And look at this one, a double-headed god inside of like a portal. You see? Because and look at these with the wings, the astral travel. Birds, ancient birds symbolize the soul because the soul is a bird. It flies to different worlds. It flies around the cosmos. And mushrooms gave you the ability to see these alternative states of consciousness, these alternate realities, because you exist in infinite realities. You exist in infinite realities. Now look at the 33rd degree Ordo Ab Chao badge. You get this badge when you become a 33rd degree Freemason, and it's a double-headed eagle. A double-headed eagle. And you can see this in Sumeria first. Sumeria have the same symbol, a double-headed, well, bird. You can see it here as well. And the Masons are still using this symbol today. And when you become a 33rd degree, 33 vertebrae on the back of your spine, above the vertebrae is your consciousness, and it's a double-headed eagle. One reality in one. You become a multi-dimensional being in the 33rd degree. And I've heard many interviews of Masons say it becomes Luciferian. You see, they speak in code. These Masons can't tell you about what they learn about, but they will speak in code. They said it becomes Luciferian. The word Luciferian is lucid. The root word of Luciferian is lucid, and lucid is lucid dreaming, alternative realities, dream worlds. You become a god. Luciferian means you're becoming your own god, pretty much. Because you are becoming a multi-dimensional being living in between the different layers of reality at the 33rd degree of Freemasonry. And look at the double-headed eagle, because the birds symbolize the soul. And they reach high, they fly high, just like the soul wants to fly high to the light, to become one with the light, like the Emerald Tablet says. Now look at Janus. Janus was another god, and he's known as the god of doorways. Janus always depicted with a double head. Janus is why we say janitor or January. And January is entering a new year. Janus is known as the god of doorways with keys, always got a key, because keys open doors. That's why the janitor holds all the keys. And Janus always has double heads, because he had one foot in this reality, one foot in another. He was a multi-dimensional being, a Luciferian, living between the different layers of reality, instead of being stuck in one like we are. Well, a lot of people. And that's the whole point. You see, all of this stuff is about like changing the world and stuff like that. This world will probably never ever change. It's probably been like this forever. Well, forever, for a long time. But it's about moving out of this reality to the higher states. And the Masons always depict the ladder to the luminaries, the stars, with a key, the same key of Janus. The Vatican is a key, and it's in charge of all the religions. Why is it a key? Because they're holding back the key. They're keeping you stuck within this reality, keeping you stuck as identifying yourself with the body, identifying yourself with this world. You are not in the world is within you. This is a program being ran by your central nervous system, and your consciousness is experiencing this reality. Now, this is going to be a mind-blowing video for some people. You have to have an open mind. You have to let go of all the programs. I'm repeating what the ancients are talking about and the ancient symbolism. Look at Janus with the double-headed god. He was just another god coming down, giving keys to people who had the worthy mind to be pulled up out of this reality, to be pulled up to heaven, just like Jesus was teaching how to reach heaven. But really, it's an encoded scripture. But anyways, hope you all gained some insight on this video. Have an amazing day. Please like, share, comment. All the links are in the bio for the PDF, for the Manifestation Mastery course, and all the other amazing stuff. And if you want to support the channel, I'd greatly appreciate if you became a Patreon member. Hope you'll have an amazing day, people. God bless. What if I told you that reincarnation is real and that there is a metaphysical, spiritual science behind this? Most people leave this world just as lost when they entered it. That they carry their fears, attachments, and addictions with them, only to be born again, trapped in the same cycle, repeating the patterns of lifetime after lifetime. This lecture is not just about preparing for death. It's about mastering yourself before death, so you don't take them burdens with you. Because the truth is, whatever addictions, fears, and unresolved emotions you cling to in this life, you carry with you into the next. Unless you break free now. You must master yourself before death. Death is not the end. It is the great passage. But how we transition depends on our mastery of the self. This was symbolized by the Ouroboros, the snake biting its tail. Every ending is a new beginning. It's an infinite cycle of consciousness. Now, your human body is basically an antenna tapped in to a stream of consciousness. Just like a radio is tapped into a specific frequency to play that radio. Your body is basically an antenna, a crystal picking up the consciousness of God. You are on an ever-ending journey, a journey of learning and expansion of the mind into new fields of thought. This was symbolized as the Ouroboros. When you die, it is a new beginning. It's a transitioning, not an ending. Everything is eternal in this universe as consciousness is formless and constantly transforms into new forms of life. Let's break down the word death. Death contains the word ether. Now, the ether can be found in the word heart or earth. Ether. Everything in this plane comes from the etheric plane. The etheric plane is the barrier between the physical plane and the spiritual plane, the astral plane. The astral plane is the screen that you have in your mind that allows you to imagine a red apple, for example. This is the imaginative plane where thought forms start to take form. Everything begins as a thought, then the thought form becomes an imagination, then energy, then physical. Everything in the physical plane is a shadow of thought, all objects manifested as thought. You came from the astral, you came from the stars. This is why we say reach for the stars, or this is why you say you are a star. Cis star, miss star, fraud star, stir is star. And when you become famous, you become a superstar and you gain a star on the Hollywood floor. You are a star. The ether. The ether is the infinite energy source which all things come out of and return back to.
This is the cycle of life and death, summer and winter, day and night, sleep and awake. The ether is the infinite energy source which all things come from and will return back to. Okay, sorry about that little error. The ether is the boundless source of energy from which all things emerge, to which all things return to. We can see this in the cycle of the sun. The sun does this wave of creation. It rises and it falls. We have the day and the night. The daytime represents our conscious mind when we are alert. The nighttime represents our subconscious mind when we are inside the spiritual realms. The nighttime is spirit, the daytime is matter, spirit and matter, awake and asleep, conscious and subconscious. We see this in the yearly cycle. Summer is life, winter is death. Spring is the morning, summer is midday, autumn is evening, winter is the night. Everything is a macro and a micro cycle of being born out of the ether and returning back from life and death. Life and death is manifested within the cycles of the sun and everything outside of you, as within, so without. This is why we say sleep is the cousin of death. The macrocosm is death, the microcosm is sleep. Every time you go to sleep, you are essentially it's a miniature death. You're entering into spirit and then returning back into matter in the morning when the sun rises. Everything is a reflection of the macrocosm cycles. Preparation for death. The first thing we must do in order to prepare for death, for life after death, in order to stop being reincarnated in this cycle of materialism, in order to progress as a soul, because remember, you are a soul in a body. Just like the sun gives power and life to the earth, your soul gives power and life to your body. When you say I, you're referring to the soul. And your soul can be stuck underneath layers of false identifications. Who you believe yourself to be is merely a collection of subconscious programs running within your mind. Now that's very deep. That is very, very deep. Who you think you are is a part of your thinking mind. Your name, your job, your reputation, your family, your friends. These things are not you. They're all aspects of the thinking mind. What happens if you meditate and you turn off the mind? Then all these things do not exist. You're left with the pure soul, the pure awareness, the pure observation. If you turn off the thinking mind, you're no longer your body, you're no longer your reputation, you're no longer your friends, you're no longer your job and your labels. You are the soul. That's the true you, the observation of the mind, not the thinking mind. The ego is the echo. It's an echo of your true self. The ego is your mind's perception of itself, shaped by experiences, trauma, emotions, and beliefs. It is merely an echo of your true soul self. The ego is not you. Your mind is not you. You are the soul. And this is the true self that we must express within our life and we must connect with before we die. Because when we die under the echo, under these false layers of the emotions, the traumas, the experiences, the addictions, the emotional attachments, when we die underneath all of this, when we don't know our true self, the soul is still hidden. The true you is hidden underneath these layers of false identification. We must remove these layers of false identifications. We must remove them. We must destroy the echo. Remember the ego, you never had an ego when you were a child. When you were a child, you were pure. You didn't, you didn't show off things. When you were a child, you were pure. You expressed yourself freely with you didn't hide anything. You didn't hide any aspect of yourself. You didn't suppress any aspect of yourself to fit in as a child, as a baby. Because the ego was not here when you came here. The ego grows with experience. The ego is a false perception of yourself while being incarnated in this material world. It's your mind's perception of itself through, and it's created through your experience. Remember, you are unconditioned consciousness, and your experiences, thoughts, traumas, emotions, and beliefs have conditioned your consciousness into believing you're only a physical body, but you are the soul. We have to remove these layers. How do we remove these layers? Like I said, the best thing, meditation. Meditation. There is a great meditation that you can do every single morning and every single nighttime. You can sit there and repeat over and over before you meditate. You can repeat that you are not this, you are not that, you are not this. You can label them one by one. Start with, I am not my body, I am not my job, I am not my name, and then detach from absolutely everything until you are left with nothingness. And when you start to meditate, detach from everything. Nothing matters. I am here right now. And what will be left? The only thing that will be left is the language that your mind is using. Now, this is very deep. Not many people will tell you this, but I've lingered in meditation many times. And I can tell you from experience that the only thing left once you detach from everything is the language that your mind is attached to. So whether that's English, Italian, French. Once you detach the language of the mind that that little voice in your head's using, you're left with the soul. Once the mind is switched off, you're left with the soul, and you have detached from all of these external things. You're left with the soul. That's you. That's the power. That's the source of all creation, where everything you've ever done has come from. Every thought, every idea has come from your soul. Number two, that's meant to say number two. Sorry about that. Mental addictions and emotional addictions. Okay. These two are very important. Mental addictions, this could be thought patterns, this could be the labels that we've just been talking about. Then you have emotional attachments, which is maybe you're too attached to an external thing. Maybe you're too attached to your phone. Maybe you're too attached to family. Maybe you're too attached to loved ones. Yes, I'm not saying don't love them, but what I'm saying is do not rely on anything in this world to make you happy, to fulfill your emotional needs. Everything is found within you. You must look within, and if you're looking without, if you're trying to find yourself in the outer world, you'll never find yourself. You'll constantly be looking around in loops. Because nothing, you cannot find yourself in the outer world. Nothing will long-term give you long-term validation. Seeking validation in the outer world will leave you soulless, leave you feeling empty inside and sad and depressed. You have to find yourself within. You have to detach from everything you are relying on to give you emotional stableness. You have to detach from all. Yes, love your children. Yes, love these people, but do not rely on them. Because everything in this world is temporary. Do not conform to this world. The Bible tells you this. Everything in modern society nurtures the body, but neglects the soul. They keep you addicted to as many things as possible. Smoking, you have to detach. Drugs, you have to detach. Alcohol, detach. You cannot rely on anything. This is why this path is very, very difficult to walk. But I'm showing you the way. These are the things you must do before death. You have to detach from absolutely everything. If you die and your mind and soul is still addicted to these worldly things, then guess what? You're going to reincarnate. You're going to reincarnate because your mind is still thinking about these material earthly things. And if you are operating in that vibration, you're going to project that vibration and come back here. You have to detach. You have to master the soul and master the mind. Like I said, the Matrix is designed to keep you addicted to as many things as possible. Your phone, food, smoking, drugs, alcohol, clubbing, all of these things. Everything in society is made to trap your soul and reincarnate in this world. That's why it's very, very, very difficult to walk this path. Very difficult. Matrix, matter tricks. John 2:15 to 17. Do not love this world, nor the things it offers you. For when you love the world, you will lose God. Do not love this world, nor the things it offers you. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Great quote. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed. Let this world transform you. Learn from this, expand from this. But do not be mentally and emotionally attached. Okay? What good will it be for someone to gain the whole world yet forfeit their soul? Like I said, everything in the Bible is telling you the truth. You just got to read it correctly. This is spirituality. This is spirituality. The Bible is spiritual. It's a spiritual text. We must disconnect from everything outside of us and connect with the true soul. Here we have the Egyptians showing you the soul leaving the body. Here we have the soul here. Here we have the Masons showing you the soul coming out. The soul is real. You are the soul. And when you leave this physical plane, you will go into the astral plane. That's where you came from. You came from the astral. You came from the stars. You incarnated into this physical body. Your consciousness fell into this material form to experience limitation, to experience a 3D world. So in order to ascend properly before we die, we have to let go of all the attachments. Every addiction you have, write them down. And one by one, tackle them. Before you die, you have to, or else you will reincarnate. This is the teachings of Egyptians. This is the teachings of Masonry. All of these addictions contribute towards life after death. Everything must be controlled. And we must be attached to the soul. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not saying I'm perfect, people. We're all not perfect. We're all under psychological operation by the government. We're all in a very difficult situation with this awakening. I'm simply pointing out what I know from my journey and what I've been learning through occultism and research and reading lots of books and many different things. I'm on this journey just as you are. Maybe I'm further. Maybe you're ahead of me. We don't know. But this is what I'm sharing with the world. This is what I'm sharing with my research. And this is what makes sense. It's common sense. Look at everything around you. Everything's made to feed the body, not the soul. So my beautiful watchers and fans and supporters, I appreciate every single one of you, and I hope this video has supported your journey. If you're feeling lost in life, if you're searching for deeper answers, whether you're seeking clarity, looking to expand your studies, or ready for personalized mentoring, this is your chance to connect with me live and receive insights tailored just for you. Start your path to self-mastery and enlightenment inside the world's best esoteric school. Your journey starts now. Tap the link in the description if you want to join Ethereal University, or feel free to check out my books. I thank you all, and I really appreciate for 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. I love every single one of you. Make sure to drop a like, a comment, and subscribe to the channel if you're new. Let me know some ideas for, lectures, anything that you want to know. I can make lectures on them. Just drop it in the comments. I appreciate every single one of you. Take care.
Hello and welcome to another video, people. Before we start, please like, comment, and subscribe if you wish to see more content. Today, we're going to be talking about the mental universe and how everything is mental. This is the number one law on the Kabbalion. If you've never read that book, it's called The Kabbalion. A very good book. It's the first law because this is the most important thing you need to understand. Is how everything exists within the mind. Behind every single one of these eyes is the same consciousness expressed in different bodies. The mind is what gives perception to what you're experiencing. Behind every single one of these eyes is the exact same consciousness, but the brain that they inhabit is giving them a different perception, a different being, a different body. Now, this is the difference between humans and animals. Humans possess a advanced consciousness, an advanced mind that gives us the ability to be aware of ourselves mentally, physically, and spiritually. We can reflect on ourselves. When a dog looks in the mirror or an animal looks in the mirror, it doesn't know what it's looking at. It doesn't realize it has a consciousness. It can't reflect on itself. It can't say, I want to improve in this area. It doesn't have that consciousness. We have a divine consciousness. Take away the N for divine, and you get with a D, put it with a D, you get divide, because we have a divided two-way consciousness. An animal only has one. However, it's still the same mind. We're all mind. We're all mental. We all exist within the mental plane. Look at this person walking. The body, the brain is sending electrical signals through the 12 cranial nerves, which the 12 disciples that spread the gospel of Jesus, right? You have 12 cranial nerves in your brain. There are 12 disciples which spread the gospel of Jesus. Jesus represents the mind, the intelligence, the invisible intelligence that we all are, the same intelligence, the same exact consciousness, which then sends a command into the brain. Then the brain sends these 12 electrical signals through the 12 cranial nerves to control the rest of the body through the nervous system. This person walking is not, the body is not walking. The mind is telling it to walk. And the brain is it's a supercomputer which is decoding these demands given to it by the mind. Because the pineal gland will have something to do with the ether, because the ether is physical and non-physical. The mind is sending the commands through the ether to the pineal gland, which is then getting broken down into electrical codes within the brain and sent throughout the nervous system to control the body. And this is why in the Sims simulation, because the body's the simulation, it's a false reality. It's the fake reality. It's not the real you. You are formless. There is no form. But the third dimension is a dimension within your mind. Matter, mind, light is all a product of your mind. It's all in the mind. Now, this is why The Sims has this green little diamond on top of the head. Because this is you. This is your invisible intelligence controlling the character. Okay? It's controlling the character. And this character is in the world. Your consciousness isn't in the world. The world exists within you, but the body is a vehicle for that realm that you land in. When you have a dream, your mind transcends this body into another body, duplicates your body, into another universe, unite. Unite is one. We're all one. It's all one universe, expressed in many different ways, infinitely. And the vehicle that you land in is the body to operate in that realm. This is the all-seeing eye, as you see here. The eye, this is all the intelligence. This is the ball of consciousness, God, expressed in different bodies. We're all this same one in different bodies, as you can see here. And this intelligence is expressing infinitely throughout the universe, an infinite universe. There's no beginning, no end. There was no beginning of the universe. There is no end. It's infinite, always has and always will. But the mind is what gives you the ability to explore the universe, to make perception of it. We are God in disguise. We are God in disguise. We are God in flesh. But the body can become attached to the mind, can become attached to the body if the mind is not aware of itself. When the mind is that blinded by matter, and we lack knowledge and understanding of what we truly are, a formless, infinite being, a traveler. This is why Freemasons are called Freemasons. Mason means traveler. Free. You're a free traveler because your consciousness is a traveler of the universe. When we lack understanding, our mind bounds to the body because we don't separate the body with our different layers of consciousness. When we separate them and identify that we are mind, body, emotion, you then can apply this knowledge to when you want to astral travel and explore the different realms of your mind, because the mind is the universe. People, this is what we need to understand. The mind is the universe. I am you and you are me. This is the Egyptians showing you this. The Ankh is the symbol of life. This is the one ball of consciousness, mind, giving it the Ankh life to all the different life forms. The cows, the birds, the snakes, and the big Ankh given to the humans, because the humans are the most intelligent. We have the most advanced consciousness. We have the most advanced consciousness. This is why the one is giving a big Ankh to the humans here. Here you see again, this is not the sun. This is also showing Ankh giving out its life to all things infinitely. And this is the Most High. We are the Most High in disguise. When we strip off the body, we strip off the desires for the physical world, we strip off all of these fake identities that the mind gets attached to. That is God. The universe. You are the universe experiencing itself. I and I. The letter I and the number one is just one line. The letter I is the number one. Because your I am, when you refer to yourself as I, every single one of you who's watching this video refers to yourself as I, which is the one. We are all the one. We are all intelligence. We are all invisible. We are all the one. One is the only number. 1, 2, 3. Everything goes up in ones because there is only one. Doesn't matter how far you go down the line with numbers, all of their numbers are created by one, because there is only one. It's me and you are the exact same consciousness expressed in different bodies. Mind, cause. There is only one cause. There is only one mind. There is only one being. But because we lack understanding of this, we think we are the bodies. And this causes division, because the physical world's the most illusionary world. It's an illusion. It's all an illusion. Now you see with the two, you look with the two eyes, but you see with the inner eye, the mind. Okay, the mind is the mental plane is a shared plane, and it gives perception to what you're looking at. The mind. I'm affecting you when I speak, because the mental plane is shared. We all share mind. We all express mind. When I'm speaking to you, I'm affecting you because we are mind. So the words that I'm saying, which are being manifested from my mind, are being manifested through my body into vibration, is affecting you. I'm affecting you with what I'm saying. And these words are having an effect on your mind, because we're all mind. This is why you need to be careful what you're listening to, music and all sorts, because music can also create thought loops within your mind. Because the chorus, we shouldn't be listening to choruses. Choruses are loops. And what they're saying in the chorus is being looped. And this can create thought loops within your mind. Go and listen to an old song that you used to listen to about 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Go and listen to an old song, and you guess what? You will get nostalgia. Why will you get nostalgia? Because that song will trigger the thoughts that you were thinking in that time of listening to that song. So songs with choruses create thought loops, and they reprogram your subconscious mind. It's important why music is very powerful. Mind and mind, same word. See, language is the truth, people. This is why I use language in all of my presentations, especially the English language. It's riddled with occult truth. I is my me, I, you and me, or I, one. We are not the name, we are I. Every single one of you is I, because we are all the one, all mind. Now, the only thing that is truly mine is my mind. When you say something is mine, it's an illusion. It's not yours. The only thing that is mine is mind, my mind. Okay? It's my mind. It's the only thing. It's the same word, mind and mind. Like I said before, everything's one. Hot and cold is different degrees of the same thing, of the one substance, of degrees. The 7 colors are different frequencies of the one white light. Everything is one. There is only one. We are all one. Everything is one. Hot, cold, day, night. It's the same degree of one, which is mind. The mind's perception is what's giving it, labeling it hot or cold. The mind's perception of colors is what is giving it red or purple, hot or cold. There is only mind. The mind gives things perception. There is only one, that is mind. The conscious and the subconscious mind. The male and the female, these are married. The subconscious mind is your hidden part of the mind. Okay, it's hidden. You can't really, you can access it through different meditations and Reiki teachings, and dreams are manifestations of your subconscious. This is how you know mind and matter are one, because your mind creates matter in dreams. Your subconscious manifests everything in a dream, in the astral realms. The conscious is what you're conscious of, what you're consciously thinking of. So me, I am conscious that I am speaking into this mic and creating this video. My subconscious mind is the hidden part of the mind, which is speaking to my heart, telling it to beat. It's telling my food to digest. It's regulating all my blood. It's doing everything in my body without me being conscious of it. Without me being conscious. The subconscious is the feminine. The conscious is the male. The Bible, of course. Proverbs 12:4. Helpful, not helpful, an excellent wife is the crown of her husband, but she who brings shame is like rottenness in his bones. In the same way, husbands should love their wives as their own bodies. He who loves his wife loves himself. You can take that physically, you can take that literally, or you can take it metaphysically. See, the Bible's written in such a way where you can take it as your level of realization. He who loves his wife loves himself. If you love your subconscious, if you love yourself, you speak good about yourself, because your subconscious takes everything literally. If you say, I hate you to someone, your subconscious does not know the difference between me and someone else. It only thinks me, me, me. Why? Because mind is the only thing that exists. You are mind, I am mind. If I say, I hate you, you're saying that to yourself. Your subconscious picks that up and says, I hate myself. And that's telling your subconscious that's what you want. Because your subconscious manifests 90% of your behavior. The programs within your subconscious. Tying your shoelace is a program. You don't need to be conscious of it. You can just do it because it's a program. It's deeply interwoven in the subconscious. Driving your car, texting on your phone. You don't have to think about what letter. You just do it because you know where the letters are. It's a program. Therefore, if you look after your subconscious, they are a married couple. It's your wife. Your subconscious is your wife. And it manifests 90% of your daily basis thought patterns, actions, behaviors, emotions, all the things that you all the trauma that you've experienced is stored within your subconscious, which is affecting you. So let's say you were in a car crash 10 years ago and you had a really traumatic event, you really hurt yourself, and you had a very, very, very strong emotion that you felt of pain. That will still affect you today. And why? Because it will manifest into your behavior. How? Well, you'll be cautious of what cars to go in and who. You'll be cautious because of that event that stored within your subconscious, because of that feeling you felt was so painful and so strong. It's still manifesting into your behavior today. For example, you won't go in certain cars, you won't go with certain drivers. The subconscious stores everything, all your memories, the programs, and everything. So if you trick the subconscious, that's how you manifest your life. If you trick the subconscious, you already have something. And therefore it will manifest into your life and into your behavior, thoughts, and actions. This is why the golden rule is to treat others like you want to be treated. Because I am you and you are me. We are all subconscious. We all have subconscious. Whatever I do to you, I do to me. Because my subconscious picks that up and thinks I'm speaking to me. Mind is very powerful. Whatever I do to you, I do to me. Treat others like you want to be treated. The golden rule. That is the only rule we need in this realm, in the universe. If everyone understood this rule and how the subconscious works and how karma works, we'd live in heaven on earth, the Garden of Eden, the golden age. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Proverbs 23:7. Where your heart is, there will be your treasure. Your heart's the emotions. The storehouse of emotions is where you feel emotions. You have to let your emotions move through you, not become you. You can't let your emotions become you. But except be like the sky and let them pass through you. Be like the clouds and the stars passing over. Let them pass through you. Do not let them become you. And this is how emotions can take over your mind. We are driven by, when a man is driven by emotions, he has no self to control. You must control the mind, because the mind can be corrupted. Because your thoughts are electrical in the brain. Your thoughts come from the mental plane. So how the mind works is that you place your attentions on something in the mind, and infinite information just flows in. Think about it. When you think of a certain topic, as soon as you think of that topic, information comes flying into your mind. Different ideas, ping, ping, ping. It's all connected. It's why we call it a mindset, because your mind sets itself to frequencies. And when we think of something, we tap into that frequency, and just the universe, the mind, the mental plane just flows in information based on that frequency and that thought. The universe is just information. All of the information out there, nothing is new. It's all there. You just have to tap into it. You can tap into these different thoughts, and it's all there. Everything already exists within the mental plane. You don't think anything, you receive thoughts. We all share the mental plane. We affect each other. I'm affecting you. Listening to me is affecting your mental plane, your mind. The physical plane is the lowest plane. It's the world of effect. Everything you see in the physical plane is the effect of mind. Like I said, the person walking is the effect of their mind telling the body to walk. The physical plane is the lowest dimension of your mind. Mother Earth, we are in a mother. We're in the womb still. The earth is feminine. It looks after you. It provides you with food for free. It grows on trees, with water. It's Mother Earth. It's the womb. The dome above your head is your mother's belly. Okay? Is your mother's belly. You're in the womb still. You're forever in the womb, because your mind's constantly expanding. Because when the baby's mind figures out that there is a reality outside of its mother, starts to hear the people outside of its mother, what does it do? It figures a way out of the mother, and it becomes born again in the water, in a hospital, into the other world. It's the same with our minds. When our minds figure out there is other worlds beyond this physical, we explore them. The astral plane, for example. You figure a way out of the body. Because when you're the firmament, look at the word firmament, meant at the end. Firm is firm, something strong, something like a rock is firm. If your mind is firm like a rock, you will be stuck under the firmament. So, for example, people who are very programmed and can't think outside the box, They have a firm mind and they'll be stuck under the firmament because your mind is the only thing that's keeping you under the firmament. It's the only thing. When you're doomed, doom is dome. This is the dome, which is your head. Your head is the dome. Above your head, above the earth is the dome, the ethereal barrier. But that's just an external manifestation of your head. You don't leave the earth, you leave your body to leave the earth, because your body is the earth. It's a dimension within your mind. So when you're doomed, you're domed. Your reality is your level of realization. You realize something, or when you have an idea, the mind, in the EYE or I. Same thing, mind. It's all mind. Reality is your level of realization. You realize there's other worlds. That's your reality. Your perception's your reality. Mind in Latin is mens. Jesus was known as the fisher of men, which is the fisher of minds. He was fishing minds worthy of knowing the higher truth, the deeper occult knowledge. Jesus figured out that we are all God. And he got killed for it because in that age they were trying to suppress this information. Jesus figured out he was God because we are all God, every single one of you, and they killed him because we're all mind. We are not the body. We're the invisible intelligence, which is God. But you are not God if your mind is attached to this physical world, to the worldly pleasures. If you master your mind and travel the depths of your mind, that is God. Mental and men. Look at the word mental. It has men in it. Men in the Bible means mind. Here you see the Masonic symbol with the eye, the mind. Looking over, everything is the one. Everything comes from the one. All the lines coming off it, giving its life to all of the life forms. Down here on the bottom, you have duality, black and white. Up here, you have singularity. One and the two. Unification and division. The lower self is divided into the left and the right. So the Bible even says, I forgot what verse it is, but it says, it's better to go through life with one eye than to have two and be cast into the fiery abyss of hell. I'm not sure what verse it is, but you can research it yourself. It's better to go through life with one eye, to be unified consciousness, dimension. No brainer. The language tells you the truth, people. Dimension. The dimensions are in your mind. Entertainment. Entertain the mind. Disappointment. It's all in the mind. Environment. The environment that you are in is a product of your mind. Within, rearrange spells high twin. Within is your mind, and your external world is mirrored from the decisions you make in your mind. Advertisement, commitment, it's all meant, it's all mind. Everything is mind. Everything. So, this is important. The collective thoughts and collective beliefs. The collective, because we all share the mental plane. And because of this is why we are in a weakened state of consciousness at the moment. because the collective thoughts and the collective minds overall are asleep, and they don't believe in anything. You see, everything is true within the mind. You think of something, it is there instantly. You think of a chair, it's there in your mind. You think of anything, it's there instantly. So everything's true within the mind. Anything can happen in the mind. Anything can happen on the physical plane if the collective consciousness, the collective minds, believe it to be true. This is why back in the days, in the ancient days, you look at all the old world stuff, you see all this crazy technology, and it's because as a collective, as humanity back then, they believed that they had much more open minds. Therefore, the things manifested in the physical world were a lot more out of the box, so to say, compared to today. For example, magic is not as powerful today because the masses don't believe in it. It's still powerful, don't get me wrong. But if the masses believed, or if everyone knew magic could be real, because it is, anything's real in the mind, it would be a lot more powerful. You see? So and what they're trying to do is create a hive mind worldwide. They're trying to make one religion, an external God. What happens when you worship something external? You give energy to it, because where attention goes, energy flows. Where your mind gives attention to, energy goes there. And when we all believe in external gods and give our worship and our power to these external things, we all give energy to it, which will manifest as a demon in the astral planes. It's a hive mind. They're trying to make a hive mind to summon our energy. Trying to summon our energy. And it through mind, through collective thoughts. The hive mind, they want one religion, one government, one currency, one belief system. And that will create a hive mind, which will limit our consciousness, which will limit what we can do in the physical world. Because if everyone doesn't believe in certain things, it cannot happen, because it's all in mind. Mind is so powerful. I am you and you are me. I hope you all enjoyed this video, people. If you haven't already, join the Wisdom Academy. The Wisdom Academy, we have many occult lectures just like this one. Also, we have just launched Mindwave Hub. If you want genuine frequencies, genuine binaural beats, because the ones on YouTube, the ones on Spotify, Apple Music, they're all tuned to A440 hertz, which shuts down the right hemisphere of the brain. If you want to gain access to your true consciousness, your mind, you need to balance the two hemispheres and balance the chakras. You can do that externally by listening to binaural beats. If you want true frequencies, true binaural beats to hemisync the chakras, hemisync the brain, to gain access to the different dimensions of your mind, well, you can gain access anyway, but it's going to help you if you're trying to learn this. Join Mindwave Hub. The link will be in the description. Listen to the binaural beats, meditate to them, listen to when you go to sleep. They'll massively benefit you. Thank you all, people. Hope you had an amazing, lesson. Hope you learned a lot. And please subscribe. God bless you all.
Or like Freemasonry. Freemasonry is the middle path. And you can choose whether you can balance spirit and matter, the inner and the, it's just balance between the inner world and the outer world. If you close your eyes, you have an inner world. There's an inner being, there's an inner voice, there's an inner thoughts, inner emotions. And you have an outer world of this body. When you go to sleep, you go inside the inner world. When you wake up, you're in the outer world. It's just balance between the two. So when you're a Satanist, what do? You turn the pentagram upside down. So spirit is either on the top, meaning spirit over matter, or spirit below. Because is your spirit being controlled by matter, or are your spirit controlling matter? Is the inner controlling the outer, or is the outer controlling the inner? Ask yourself that. Are your senses ruling you? Are, these things ruling you? You have to ask yourself these things. Keep tapping the live, everyone. Let's get this to 50k likes. That'd be amazing. 50k likes. What about smoking? Well, these are the things we have to cast off. Every addiction. I'm not saying I'm perfect. Never have said, never will say that I'm perfect. But based on my research and realization of these mystical things, you have the inner world, which is immortal, and the outer world, which is mortal. So this body will die, but your inner world will not. So think of it like this. So when you die, you're left with your inner world. And if that inner world is still attached to, smoking, food, physical things, fame, ego, then you're going to want to reincarnate back into this world. Yeah, masturbation, exactly. We have to restructure our inner world so that we're no longer attached to it. Name of the book. The book's in my bio. Is the book that I wrote. It's the Book of Wisdom, Volume 1. You can get this PDF or paperback, English, French, German, Italian, Spanish, French, Polish, anything you can imagine. Just click the link in the bio. Plus there's a free ebook that tells you how to activate the third eye. What's the difference between astral projection and lucid dreaming? Good question. I go quite deep into that on Volume 2, actually. I'll show you. I'm pretty sure I do. It's in the back somewhere here. So, astral projection, these are the planes. You have the physical world, the etheric world, the astral world, the mental world, the Buddhic world. Do you have 2 accounts? Yes, I have 2 accounts live right now. People buy this book. I got them and never regretted it. Oh wow, thank you for that. Thank you, Kizzo. I appreciate you saying that. So, anyways, the physical world is pulled out of the imagination, the astral. The etheric plane, right, is basically, it's not really a plane of its own. It's a part of the physical world and the astral. Is the book on Amazon? No, it's only sold on my website. It's my book that I wrote myself. It's on my website. We have Trustpilot reviews. You can check everything out on there. Astral. So, look. This pencil came from a thought. It was imagined, and then it was created in physical reality. Everything was pulled out of the higher dimensions. So this world, you see, everything around you, is already manifested. It was pulled out of the higher dimensions. It was pulled out of the higher. So the physical world is pulled out of the astral world. The astral world is imagination. The imagination is pulled out of thought. Thought creates imagination. Imagination creates reality. So, if you want to learn how to astral project and dream and control your dreams, you need to work on your imagination, because that is the key. And guess what? When you die, your imagination is your biggest power. That is your biggest power when you die. And you don't have to believe me, that's fine. But all you have to do is close your eyes and figure out there's a whole being and world inside of you that you've never really addressed. Okay, so your imagination is your vision when you die. That's how you see. So So astral projection is your soul leaving the body. Astral projection is your soul leaving this body. Now, well, you're not actually leaving. It's difficult to explain. You're not actually leaving your body. You're just entering in another body that's already there. Lucid dreaming is you're inside your own personal subconscious mind. Does that make sense to anyone? Do I need to explain that? So, we all have a personal subconscious and a collective subconscious. When you dream, you're in your own personal mind, which means you're in your own subconscious mind. There's no one else that can be there and change things. Okay? So every person in your dream is an aspect of your own mind. Every person in your dream is a symbol of beliefs, constructs, fears, emotions in your own mind. And astral projection, you're actually entering the collective subconscious. You're entering the collective astral plane, the collective imagination. So think of this world, right? Think of in the lower astral plane. I shouldn't be telling you this stuff on live because it's really too deep for a lot of people. But the lower astral plane is basically a copy of this physical dimension. It's a non-physical substance of copy of this dimension. But the higher you go into the higher in the middle, the less formless. So this is the most form. See here? So you have these arrows. You have lucidic, the higher you go, the more lucid it is, the more formless. The lower you go, the more form there is. So physical is the most dense, Buddhic is the most formless. The lower you go, the slower vibration. This world is the lowest vibration there is. You could consider physical reality hell. You could consider it like that, but it's not hell. It's divine. Everything's divine. It just depends on how you perceive it. Just depends on where your consciousness is operating from. Is your consciousness operating from just a physical state? Because that is hell. If you only think about physical things and feed your physical ego, that's hell. But if you feed your mind with knowledge, feed your spirit with love, then that's heaven. Heaven is when the mind and the heart are working together and when there's no internal chaos. That's heaven. Heaven is a state of consciousness in our own mind and hearts. You see? I'll show you. It's very powerful, this knowledge, and when you start to see it, you'll never unsee it. Heel is hell, head is heaven. Head's connected to the stars, astral. That's why the word astral has star in it. Rearrange it. And heel is hell, so the words show you the truth. Earth rearranged as heart. Earth is your heart, the head is the heavens, the stars, and the heel is the hell, the physical earth. Heaven is a mind state. Yeah, heaven is a mind and emotional state. It's an overall state of consciousness. So what the Freemasons showing you here? Birds represent the higher self. Why? Because they fly in the air, elevation. Ground animals represent the lower self. So what are the Sumerians showing you here? The Sumerians are showing you stepping over the ground animal to the bird. The Freemasons are showing you the ground animal and the bird. It's all about going above the lower self, the instinctual self, and rising to our higher self, to higher consciousness, higher understanding. What's the difference between Volume 1 and 2? They're both separate books. Volume 1's very visual, a lot of pictures. 2 separate books. Here we have the Temple of Solomon. But Volume 2 goes a bit more deeper on different topics. It's just completely up to you. If you're just starting your path, maybe go for Volume 1. The most popular is Volume 2. Most people go for Volume 2, but a lot of people just go for both. Volume 1 has a PDF. Okay, 39k likes. That's crazy. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get this to 50k likes. If we get this to 50k likes, I will drop coupons for for a few people. I'm so excited for your new book you're working on. Yes, Isaiah. Yes, it's going to be amazing. I can vouch for both of them. Wow, thank you. How long have you been into this? I'd say 4 or 5 years now. But luckily, I had a job where I could do a lot of research at the job because I was alone in a cabin working in Sainsbury's distribution warehouse. I was alone doing picking, and I could listen to audiobooks, books, podcasts, lectures all day long for 7 hours a day. And luckily, I gained a lot of knowledge, which completely transformed my life. Did you get into spiritual psychosis? No. Were you once religion? Yes. Well, not really, but I grew up in a Mormon household. My family is still very heavily Mormon. Well, my cousin's side and stuff like that. Yeah, but I knew it was BS. I knew it was just for control. Even when I was going to church, me and my brothers never believed any of it. Because I don't know, I just knew subconsciously when I was young, it's just control. It's all for control. Did you update volume 1? It looks different. Yeah, slightly different. There's no information has been changed. It's just been rearranged in a different text. It's been altered just to make it more visually pleasing. Ooh. Please talk about LGBT. I'm not going to talk about that. Do you have any spiritual idols? What the Masons use? What do you mean by that? So yeah, the word astral has star in it. Astral is star. Astronomy, astro. You can't go on a rocket to space because why? Everything above our head is astral, spiritual. Everything above our head, the sun, the stars, the moon, they're spiritual forces. They're spiritual. Everything, okay, down here is matter, physical. Everything above is spirit, spirit and matter, light and darkness. The earth produces no light. It needs the light from above. The earth produces no light. It's in darkness. So all the light comes from above, which is the heavens. Astral plane, which is the imagination. You don't go there physically in a rocket. The rocket is your astral body, your light body. That's your rocket. In order to go there, you have to astral project. You have direct connect. You have a body. Like a fish has a body in the water. It has a body to work in water. We have a body for the stars, an astral body. The sun is matter. It's not matter. That's what they want you to believe. Everything they told you is that everything is physical. They tell you the planets are physical, the physical world is physical, you are just physical, your mind is physical, your mind is not physical. If your mind was physical, it would remain in the present moment because the physical world is bound by time. Okay, so the physical world is bound by time. which means this body is stuck in the present moment. It cannot go forwards or backwards in time, but the mind can, which means the mind is above and beyond time, which means the mind is not physical. The mind creates physical reality because everything in this physical reality was created by the mind. The mind is the architect of the universe. You just have to master the mind, and then you can master your reality. We have hit 50K, which is crazy. We've hit 50K likes. I did promise to give some codes to people, some coupons. Would anyone like me to give coupons? If not, I will carry on. Yes, okay. A lot of people want the coupons. So this will take me 2 seconds. Okay, the next thing we'll go over is very deep. So I'm going to give you all a 15% off code. Okay. In fact, no, I'm going to give you 30% off. I'm going to be very generous. 30%. I'm going to be very generous. And the code is I'm only going to set 10 of them, so 10 people can use the code. And the code is Spring30. All caps. Spring30, all capital letters. So there's 10 available. Just click the link in the bio. As soon as you open up the website, there's a bundle. You'll see both books. That gives you an amount off already, and then you use this on top, and then it gives you more of an amount off. Money is from the physical world too, of course. Yes. So yeah, use that code, Spring30, save yourself 30%. Day 30, asking you what your thoughts on time traveling. The mind is a time traveler. The mind is the time traveler. I wouldn't really get too caught up on that subject though. The only subjects that really matter is things that give you personal power. Is your university live webinars, or do you let me watch on our own time? So the university is, you get so many, there's over, I don't know how many lectures there are, I don't want to say. There's so many lectures on there. We teach you how to manifest, reprogram the mind, alchemize, transmute sexual energy, master your mind, the truth about pretty much everything, teach you a little bit on magic. They're all pre-recorded, and you can re-watch the live recordings, the live discussions, and you can join the live discussions every single week, every Wednesday and Sunday. That's what happens in the university. I unlocked my powers. Amazing. Do you have YouTube? Yeah, I do have a YouTube account, yeah. Do have a YouTube account. Just joining, explain the caption. Good question. So, Lucifer is not a real entity, but Lucifer is a energy in our life. Okay? It's an energy in our life that keeps us restricted. Sorry, not restricted. That eludes you. It's evil cloaked in goodness. It's evil cloaked in light. This is why Lucifer is known as the false light, because It's evil cloaked in light. For example, a brain chip that Elon Musk wants to come out with. The Elon Musk wants to come out with the brain chip. It looks good. It's going to give you knowledge. You can download languages into your mind. You can download information. You won't need to go to school. But, it's going to enslave you. It's evil dressed in goodness. University is super good. Oh, wow. Thank you, Isaiah. The university is it's next level. Make sure to get the free book on my website. It's a free ebook, Activating the Third Eye. Activating the Inner Eye. It's an ebook. It's a free one. Go download it. And if you want, use the code SPRING30 on anything you get. SPRING30. What's the book called? It's called The Book of Wisdom. How often do you come live? I go live pretty much most days. Your support keeps me researching, writing new books. This next book that's coming is next level. Are the classes online only? Yes, yeah. Not on the weekends. No, I don't tend to go on the weekends, no. Is it the same with ChatGPT? Well, yeah, so ChatGPT is the Luciferic energy. Because ChatGPT seems good, which it can be good, but it reduces critical thinking. And I'm guilty of it too. We're all guilty of it. I use it. But yes, it makes you think less, which means over time we're going to become less smarter and think less. We're going to read less. So yeah, think of it like this, like your doctor in the future is studying right now using ChatGPT. So you better start eating healthy because your future doctor won't know anything. He used ChatGPT to finish his exams. It's crazy. Think of it like that. So you better start eating healthy. So yeah, be careful. I want to say thank you to the people who have purchased the book. Let's have a look. Thank you to Tiffany Sue, Edward, Laura, Sandra, all purchasing the Book of Wisdom Volume 1 and 2, pretty much. Yeah, thank you to everyone. Your life is about to change. Your life is about to change when you read it. There is one code left. SPRING30. So yeah, anyways, let's carry on. 2 seconds. I love your teachings, Harry. Wow, thank you. I appreciate that. Talk about the Vatican. The Vatican... there's a lot of information on the Vatican. Anyways, let's carry on. What do you think about Tartaria? I think Rome took over Tartaria, and I think the Rome city was not built by Romans. This is a very unpopular opinion. But if you go to Rome, you will see the Tartarian symbol on most of the buildings. You'll see a lion with a eagle's hands. Go to Rome. Go and have a look on the buildings. You will see this. You will see a symbol of a lion. I'll show you. And when you study symbolism, your life will change. You'll see this everywhere. Honestly. You go to Rome, you'll see this symbol on most of the buildings. Because I think the Romans did not build any of this. I think Tartaria built all of these cities that we have today. I'm talking Manchester, London, Rome. I think all of this was built and it was taken over by the Romans. And then the Romans turned into the Catholic Church, the Christian Church. I think that's what happened. And Washington, all of these cities we have with the same architecture all around the world was Tartaria. Just literally go to Rome, you'll see this. Everywhere. You'll see it on most of the buildings. It's amazing. It blows your mind. All states' capital buildings. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. Who built the cities? Whoever built them was very, very, very advanced. We can't even replicate these buildings today. Like Rome, you go to Rome, we can't even fathom them buildings. They're so advanced. And it's still standing today after thousands. That was built thousands of years ago. Thousands. It's crazy. The older buildings are never outdated. Yeah, they're never truly dated. Oh yeah, they're never truly dated. It's crazy. Why are Freemasons called the Freemasons? Well, Mason means builder. Okay, so Mason pretty much means builder. And they're not builders of physical temples, which they were. However, they're not builders of physical temples. They're builders of the inner temple, which is your consciousness. Freemasonry is all about rebuilding yourself, aligning your mind, aligning your heart with higher principles, higher morals, and restructuring your subconscious, rebuilding your inner world to unlock your personal power, to become a powerful person, a powerful mind, a powerful creator. So, Freemasonry is all about building and restructuring your temple. And your temple is your consciousness, your mind. Okay. But why is it a secret? Because the reason why it's a secret is because I think personally is because the knowledge is not everyone should know the truth, because they can use it for bad, they can use it for personal gain. You see, knowledge is good and evil. You can use knowledge for good and bad. You could use it to gain your personal power, or you could use it to gain power over others. So it works both ways, and people are too ignorant for the truth. They're profane. They have lied to us. So Freemason are not the people controlling the world. A lot of people think that. A lot of people think, Masons are controlling the world. They're not controlling the world. You have a Masonic lodge in your town. You will have a Masonic lodge probably near your house. They're everywhere, but it's just basically, it's just spiritual progression. Aligning the mind. Freemasons are the soldiers. They're not. We think that because the elites use Masonic symbolism. The elites use Masonic symbolism. And yes, most of, the actors, they're all Masons. Why? Because you must understand, there are two societies in the world. This is why it's called a secret society. It isn't a society. It's a brotherhood at the end of the day. So you have people who are ignorant and you have people who are very intelligent. And people who are very intelligent don't like mixing with people who are not very intelligent. That's just how it is, okay? For example, a genius would not hang around with a fool. So what the super intelligent people started to do was to create societies, secret societies like Freemasonry. Okay, so this is what it is. It's basically a society for people who are enlightened, people who have, I'm not saying every intelligent person doesn't mix in with other people, but I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying in general, people who, it's a very small percentage of people who are very intelligent, and they have a society for them people. It's basically that. It's why it's called a society, because a lot of society, it has its own society structure. Most police officers are Freemasons. Most judges are Freemasons. Most actors are Freemasons. Why? Because it's a society you can get involved in. They're not inherently bad people, but I'm sure there are bad people inside. How to get the free third eye PDF. It's on the ebook section of the website. Ebook section. So here we're looking at spirit, matter, the compass and the square. The square creates circles, the compass creates the square creates squares, the compass creates circles. This is limited. The body is limited. Leonardo da Vinci. The body is limited in the physical dimension. Then we have spirit. Spirit in matter combined. So the reason why the Masonic compass is on the top is because this compass creates the spirit, the circle, which means spirit over matter, not matter over spirit. The inner controlling the outer. The spirit is the inner. You don't want the inner world. You want the inner world controlling the outer world, not the outer world controlling the inner world. Thoughts and emotions need to be commands and not reactions in order to create reality. We see it here. We have circles, we have squares down here and circles above. Freemasons show you this is spirit. The sky is spirit. That's why all the celestial bodies are circular. Matter and spirit. So meditation is key. Yes. Meditation is very powerful. It just depends on how you use it. You can use it for many different things. Many different things. I want to say thank you to everyone who purchased the book. Your support and your life is about to change. And when you read these books, your life's going to change. $60K likes. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get this to 100K. So your heart is the chest. This is where the chest is, where the treasure is. The treasure's in your heart, where your soul is. Your soul is in the heart. The mind is in the brain. The brain and heart. So the brain is not the physical. The brain is not the mind. And the soul is not the heart. The heart is the physical manifestation of the soul. The brain is the physical manifestation of the mind. You have spirit and matter. You have invisible and visible. When we get to 100K, I'll drop some more coupons. Here we have the Freemasons showing you that the universe is mental, a projection of consciousness. A projection of the mind. The mind made matter. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, says the Bible. The Word is the inner mental dialogue that creates all things. The inner voice. The inner voice that creates, that commands things into reality. Before you kick a football, there's a change in the inner voice. There's a change in consciousness. So this is showing you the skull. Or volume 1 and 2 paperbacks. You can get volume 2 in hardback. Where does consciousness come from? It's basically just the infinite. It's just infinite awareness. If you close your eyes, it's infinite. It can be anything, anyone, anywhere, anytime. The mind is an infinite spark. It's pretty much the universe. The mind is the whole infinity. It's infinite universe, no limitation. Infinite potential. So here we have your spinal cord. Matter, spirit. We have to go from ground to sky. From the bottom of the spine to your brain. Your brain is where spirit is. Your body's the temple. Look at the ancient structures. They look exactly like the body. The body is a temple for the universe. A temple for consciousness. Yet the Most High does not dwell in houses made by hand. Acts 7:4-8. The Bible tells you. The Most High does not dwell in houses made by human hand. That is your body. Your body is the only structure. Your body, animal bodies, plants, these are the only structures that are not made by human hand. Your body is God. Your body is the temple of God. God dwells in you. You are God, your very essence of you. Not your name, your job, your reputation, your ego. But I'm saying that awareness you have is God. That power to turn thought into reality is God. You just have to unlock that power. The Temple of Solomon. Temple of Sol or Mon. Sol is sun, Mon is moon. Temple of the soul and Mon. The soul and the mind. The body's the temple, the brain. That's why your head's called a temple for a reason. Yet from my flesh I shall see God. Job 19:25. You are the temple. Your body is the divine made manifest. Jesus spoke all these things in parables. He did not do anything without them using parable. Everything was parable. Everything Jesus says was parable. It was allegory. We have such a high priest who set his on the right hand of the throne in the majesty of heaven. Luke 17:21, nor will they say, look here it is, or there, for behold, the kingdom of heaven is in the midst. Heaven's within you. Hell is within you. The Bible just tells you that in Luke 17:21. We have to transcend the limitations of the ego and limiting belief systems to reach our higher consciousness. Tithing. Does anyone know what tithing is? Anyone been to church before? I'm sure some of us know. This place feels like hell, and that place is your consciousness. This place is neutral, what you're experiencing, but your consciousness is the hell state, the negative thoughts, the negative emotions. That's what you need to change and transmute to heaven. So tithing, where you give 10% to the church, it's a scam. Biggest scam ever. You have a conscious mind and a subconscious mind. The conscious mind is where your ego dwells. And your ego is the materialism, the seeds, the physical things, the lust. The subconscious is where the divine is. When you shut off thoughts, when you turn off the thoughts, you reach your higher self, your true self. That's the 90%. You've got to give the 10% to God. How do you give your 10% to God? Tithing, you meditate, you turn off the conscious mind. You got to turn it off, and you give away your ego, you give away your material possessions, and you connect with the source within you, your soul, by turning off the thinking mind. When we turn off the thinking mind, we reach God, source. Like I said, your name, your job, your reputation, your trauma, your friends, your family, these are all aspects of your thinking mind. And when you turn off the thinking mind, what is left? That's you. You are the thing. You are above the thinking mind. That's the true you. If you turn off your thinking mind, you're no longer your name, your job. You are awareness, consciousness. You have to discover you. Take off the covers. And you'll connect with yourself. Here we have Theologians 4:17. We'll meet the Lord in the air. Corinthians. I declare to you, brothers and sisters, that flesh and blood cannot enter the kingdom of God. Which means your body can't enter the kingdom of God, but your emotions, your spirit, and your mind can. Your inner world can. But your body cannot. It's a state of consciousness. Heaven is a state of consciousness, not a real place. It's a mind game. Yes, very well said. It's a mind game. Very well said. So we have 4 bodies: physical, emotional, spiritual, mental. We meet the Lord in the air in Theologians 4:17. The air is the mind. We meet God in the mind by raising our consciousness. Feel free to ask questions, people. Do others know your thoughts? No. How to climb Jacob's ladder? Your spinal cord is Jacob's ladder, and you climb it by dwelling your thoughts. Where are your thoughts coming from? Are they coming from your reproductive system? Look, where are your thoughts coming from? Are they coming from your gut? Are you always thinking about food and consumption? Are you always thinking about sex and lust? Where are your thoughts coming from? And you need to identify why you're acting the way you are, and where are these thoughts and emotions and impulses coming from. And we need to raise our thoughts to come from our head and our heart. You raise your awareness, you raise your thoughts out of these lower centers into your brain, because the brain is all to do with creation. But the sexual organs is all about reproduction, consumption, surviving. So we have to raise our thoughts to the temple. God is in the temple. Tem is a place of worship. El is an ancient Canaanite name for God. The head is the temple of God. Universe. Uni is unite. One. You. You are the universe. You are consciousness made flesh. The brain is a downloader of consciousness. It does not produce consciousness. Super Mario. I got both books. Do you recommend one and two? It's completely up to you. Yeah. If you did buy both of them, read volume 1 first, then go to volume 2. But it doesn't really matter. You can read either. They're both separate books. What are your thoughts on being rich and material possession? Nothing wrong with it at all. We should all strive for abundance in our life. We should all strive for the best possible versions of our life possible. But what I teach is that don't, even the Bible says it, never put your heart on it. Never let your soul become attached to it. Never ever attach your consciousness to anything external. But we should definitely strive for abundance in our life. The system is crashing. Yes, I agree. Please speak on split personality. I don't know much about that, to be honest. Would it be possible to get a code? Yeah. I'll produce a code in a second. I'll give 5 more people the chance to use the code. So the body's showing you. Body showing you higher and lower self. The lower self's the lower half of the body, the higher self's the higher part of the body. Heaven is even. Become an even state of consciousness between good and evil. Spirit and matter, Saturn, Satan, the root chakra, moon, mind, lunatic. This is why you say lunatic. So one's a lunatic. Lunar is the mind. Lunar is the moon. We have to turn our... It's all about becoming as light as possible. To ascend, our soul must be as light as possible. For example, our consciousness needs to have no attachments. Our heart needs to be detached from the world. I'm not saying don't be a monk. I mean, be a monk and fully detach. Like, literally sit there and meditate for 12 hours a day. But in an essence, how can I describe this the best way? Have balance between the inner and outer worlds. Balance, equilibrium. Yes, exactly. Very well said. Thank you to Rashwan Hill for purchasing the Book of Wisdom. But that's how your soul becomes trapped. You trap your soul in the physical world by becoming attached to the physical world. Because you are the soul. You are the person who hears the... You are the thing that hears the thoughts. You're not the thoughts. You're not the body. You're the person who hears the thoughts. That's the soul. And the soul needs to be as light. That's why light and light are the same. So, light as in heavy. Light is in heavy, and light is in bright. Bright. Light is in like not heavy, and light is in bright. Because the more you cast off, the more bondages you cast off, the lighter the soul becomes. The more limiting belief systems you remove, the brighter your soul shines through your personality. Do you have the book in French? Yes, we have it French, Italian, Spanish, German, English. So in the Bible, it tells you, completely destroy the Hittites, Amorites, Canaanites, Perizzites, all these ites, as the Lord your God has commanded you. But of course, God supposedly ordered the Canaanites to be killed and murdered, but that would go against God's law of no killing, which means this is a symbolic killing. You have to kill the lower nature. The Canaanites are symbolizing the things in our consciousness, in our mind, that are lower nature. That siphon your energy. Yeah, very well said. The lower aspects of our consciousness siphons and destroys our own personal energy. It wastes our energy. It wastes our mind's potential to create. So we have to kill the lower nature. See, chakras, these are basically energy centers. They're etheric life force centers in your body, in your etheric body. They're not physical. They're etheric. They exist on the etheric plane, which is the fifth element known as spirit. And you can either abuse them or underuse them. You can literally, when you abuse these, they pull energy out of your energy field. I'll show you. So when you abuse the chakras, and overuse them, you're pulling life force out of your body. You're pulling energy out of you. Okay. Look at electromagnetism. This is the true atom. This is the true atom. Did anyone want me to create coupons? If not, I'll carry on. I know a few people asked about the coupons. We have it French, German, Italian, Spanish, English. I'm so excited to read volume 1. Wow, amazing. Yeah. Tiffany, when you read them, let me know. Get back to me with some feedback. I'm sure you'll love them. Everyone else who's left reviews loves them as well. You can read them on. You can read it on Trustpilot. Okay, so people want the code. Okay, 5 more people can use this code. Spring 30, all capital letters. This is the only place I sell the legit versions of my book. The book is life-changing. Oh wow, thank you, Larry. Spring 30. All caps. Use it at the checkout. As soon as you go to the website, you'll see a bundle, and you can use that on the bundle. But yeah. If you brought the book, can you track it through shop? Yes, you can. I read it every day. Oh wow, thank you. What ways can I raise my vibration? It's all to do with your thought and emotion mainly, and the foods that you place in your body. It's all about the things you place in your body, getting sunlight, placing your feet on the ground, but mainly your thoughts and emotions is what determines your vibration. Your vibration is an energy field around your body. So your vibration is basically thoughts and emotion turn into electromagnetic energy around your body. So your thoughts and emotion determines your energetic symbolism. I was reading a comment whilst I said that. Determines your energy field. So your internal state manifests externally as energy, as electromagnetic energy in your auric field. Okay. Emotion is energy in motion. Your internal state manifests externally. So this is why people can sense people when they're sad. You know, you can feel an energetic shift when someone's sad, when someone's, you know, going through it internally. How to protect your aura through strong thoughts and emotions. It's literally the only way. But this is why when you master your internal world, you have to master your internal, master your thoughts, master your emotions, and this produces a strong electromagnetic field around your body, which allows you to become strong. So it's the internal manifesting the external. It's very powerful. Where can I track my order? You will get a email from my email. How can we calculate the number 144,000? Good question. So 144, 144 adds 9. 666 adds up to 9. 9 is the ninth letter of the English alphabet is I. I am 9. So 9 represents the number of consciousness. So 144,000 that go to heaven represents consciousness. 666 adds up to 9, which is consciousness, a state of consciousness. So there's numerological codes in the Bible that talk about these things. It's very, very deep. What about the number 6? The number 6 means physical matter. God created supposedly in the Bible, God created the physical world in 6 days. Symbolic. 6 represents this matter. You can either move forward, backwards, left, right, upwards and down. You know, you're in a 6-sided cube. You're in this cube, right? You can either go up, down, left, right. This is 6. 6 is physical reality. The Nintendo GameCube. Xbox, same thing. It's all to do with boxes. Anything to do with games is all to do with the box, because this world is a game. It's a simulation. And it's a simulation produced by your brain. Your brain produces this world. I go quite deep into that in volume 2. And this is why Jesus has 12 disciples. You have 12 cranial nerves in your brain. The 12 cranial nerves spread the electrical systems and from the commands of the mind. So the mind is the one spreading its signals through the 12 cranial nerves. Jesus has 12 disciples, and his teachings are spread through 12 disciples. Jesus represents consciousness. So just like the 12 disciples spread the gospels of Jesus, the 12 cranial nerves spread the commands of the mind to control the body. The universe, my brain does not produce the universe. It does. It really does. Like, without your brain, you couldn't experience this physical reality. If you study on how the eyes actually work, they don't work the way you think they do. We don't look into reality. Reality is a construct produced by the brain. This is very shocking when you find this out, and you realize that this is a whole simulation produced by your body. You don't experience the world directly. Yes, it makes my experience, but the universe would exist without me. It would not. God is everything in all things. The universe is everything. Without you, there's no universe. It's hard to wrap your head around. but your mind is the very fabric of the universe. Yeah, mind is everything. I want to say thank you to the people who purchased the book: Chelsea, Gail, Cora Claire, Minerva, Belinda, all purchasing the Book of Wisdom. Your life's going to change when you read them books. Is volume 2 out yet? Yeah, we have a volume 2's been out for a while. It's in the bio. Just got mine. Wow. I'm excited. Amazing, Chelsea. Yeah, you're going to love it. Yes. Anyways, I'm going to love and leave you all here. Feel free to use the last few codes, Spring30. Get the free book on my website, Activating the Inner Eye. It's a free book. I've loved connecting with you all today. Yeah, it's been amazing. I'll see you all on another live. Make sure to join the Discord and the Telegram in my bio. Code again. The code is Spring30. All caps. Gonna save yourself 30%. Thank you, everyone. Have an amazing day. Take care of yourselves.
Perfect. 130. 130. 130 cedis.
What if I told you that you are under a spell and this spell is controlling you in every aspect of your life and you don't even realize it? Spells are not what you've been taught. They're not fantasy magic wands that are casted over you. No, no, no. Spells are much, much deeper. A spell is a belief system that is installed into your subconscious mind, which holds power over you. Okay. If I install a belief into your mind and that belief holds power over you and controls you, that is you under my spell. A spell is a belief that someone has installed into you. Okay. You have a subconscious mind. The subconscious holds power over 90% of your daily basis behavior, thought patterns, and overall emotional state. Because the subconscious is the back end of our mind, the mind that we don't really have access to. It's the shadow self where all of our programs, all of our memories, all of our traumas, all of our everything that we've ever experienced is recorded and kept in this vast database called the subconscious. Now, the subconscious is the 90% of our mind. We are only aware of 10% of our mind, which is the conscious mind, which is what you're using now, what you're consciously aware of. But there is a subconscious mind that holds power over your conscious decisions, and you don't even realize it. For example, as a child, you had a very, very traumatic event happen. Let's say as a child, you were not loved enough by your parents. And this feeling of you not being enough for your parents and feeling alone as a child implanted this seed.
And this seed was planted by your emotions, a strong emotion. And over time, as you grew older into an adult, this seed grew and grew and grew. And what this seed grew into is you being very needy, you always seeking validation from others. Okay. But you taking this conscious decision 10 years down the line actually stems from this hidden cause within your subconscious mind, within this little feeling, this seed inside your subconscious where you don't feel like you are worthy. So this results in a conscious decision of you seeking validation from others, being very needy from others. Okay. This is what the subconscious is. The subconscious holds power over us. For example, posting on social media. Why are you actually posting on social media? If you take a selfie with your new watch, new car, and you go and post that onto your social media, why are you actually doing that? On the deepest root cause, it's not because you just want to post a picture. No, it's much deeper. It comes from a subconscious belief or a subconscious emotion of you seeking external validation, whether you believe that or not. But that's what it is. If you're posting on social media, you're seeking attention, you're seeking validation from others on a deep level, on a subconscious level. You may not even realize this because it's subconscious. Now, this is what a spell is. Money is a type of spell. Remember, money doesn't actually exist. Money does not exist. Money is a physical object inside of the material plane. But the physical object has a belief in the mental plane. See, the mind is the highest plane. This is the root cause of reality, the mental plane. Okay? So our belief in our mind has given this piece of paper value and a meaning. But in reality, it's just a piece of paper with a belief behind it. But this subconscious belief behind this piece of paper is controlling your daily basis behavior, is controlling your emotional state and controlling your life without you even realizing it. Without you even realizing that it's all an illusion. Money does not exist. It's the belief that gives the piece of paper a power. And the way we break the spell is by realizing that the money doesn't actually exist. The whole world is under the spell of money, and it's controlling all of us. But the spell is the belief. Once we all wake up and realize money has no value, it doesn't actually exist, it's only a belief. There is no actual money. That's how we break the spell. The spell is broken when we figure out that we are under the spell, under the belief, under the illusion of this piece of paper having value, and it's controlling our lives. That's why the word money has mon within it. Mon is moon, and the moon represents our hidden aspect of our mind, our subconscious, and the sun represents our conscious mind. So you have two versions of yourself. You have the self that you show to everyone, the conscious mind, and you have a shadow self called the subconscious, which is the hidden aspect of you. For example, do you really love your partner who you're with, or are you just with them for, is there a subconscious fear of being alone? Do you really want to be with this person, or is it stemming from, are you staying with them because it's stemming from this fear of being alone, of being lonely? Or are you just with them because you have a subconscious sexual addiction? And all of your conscious decisions are actually coming from this little seed of wanting sex or not being alone. You have two versions of yourself, the conscious mind and the subconscious, the shadow self and the self that you show to everyone else. Okay? And the subconscious is what's holding power over you. When you drive your car, You don't consciously have to think about changing gear. You've done it that many times. It's on autopilot. That's the subconscious doing it. You can be walking down the street. Your conscious mind can be thinking about what you're going to cook for tea later, but your subconscious mind is controlling your body and walking your body. You don't have to think about moving the body. You just do it because you've done it that many times. It's a program. It's a belief in the subconscious that's giving this movement power. You see, the subconscious holds a lot of power over you. Our beliefs hold power over our daily basis behaviors and actions. Okay, like I said, posting on social media, this is seeking external validation. There's a subconscious stem, there's a subconscious urge bringing this desire into conscious reality. So we must break the spell of our emotions controlling us, our traumas from a child controlling us. For example, another example of this, let's say you were in a car crash years ago, and this car crash led you to having a very traumatic event, very traumatic emotion you felt in that car crash. You felt a lot of pain. That was impressed into your subconscious. And even to this day, you're probably scared of going into trains, going onto cars, going inside of vehicles. And you might not even be aware that it's actually stemming from this event that happened 10 years ago. That's the spell. That's the spell that's holding power over you. And you don't even realize it. You realize the spell when you realize you're being controlled by this old belief, this old trauma. That's what a spell is. A spell is not something I cast over you with a wand like Harry Potter. Spell's much deeper. It's the hidden aspects of our mind that hold power over us, that control us. Okay? So how do we get rid of the spell? How do we break the spell? By installing new belief systems, by installing new programs into our subconscious. The subconscious is impressed by repetition and emotion. Everything you do on repeat, for example, tying your shoelaces, you can be looking up into the sky, closing your eyes, thinking about what you're going to create for tea while doing your shoelaces. You've done it that many times, you don't have to think about it. That's the subconscious taking over. Okay. That's the repetition aspect of the subconscious. For example, you could probably run down your stairs. You know exactly how to run down the stairs. If I tried to run down your stairs, every staircase is different. I'd probably fall over. But you've done it that many times, you know exactly how to do it. It's what we call ritual. When you have an evening ritual, when you tidy the house, you do your skincare routine, you wash your teeth, that's a ritual. This is what the ancients called ritual. When we do rituals, we're trying to implant something into our subconscious to either remove an old program, an old seed that is controlling us, for a new one that's going to grow into new light, into a new reality. So you can implant messages, implant new programs into our subconscious, which will then grow into a new reality. Okay? Because if I tell you something over and over and over again every single day, for example, if I say, you do what I say every single day I repeat this statement into your ears, about a month or 2 months in, you're going to start to believe in that statement and you're going to start to be under my spell. You're going to start to do everything that I say. So this is what spells are. Spells are subconscious beliefs that hold power over you, and you don't even realize it. So we need to remove these old programs we have that are controlling us for new programs. And we do that through ritual, affirmation, and imagination. Repetition and emotion is key to impressing the subconscious. They are the two ways that spells are created, that programs are created.
The subconscious only knows the now, and it only knows you. So every word you say is a spell. So when you call someone else a name, you're calling yourself a name, because your subconscious takes everything you say as truth, because it only knows you. It doesn't know anyone else. So every night we can do affirmation. We affirm the reality we want. This is what we call a ritual. We sit down or we stand up, whatever it is, you affirm the reality you are, I am statements. And then you imagine that reality. And you do this over and over again, every day, twice a day, 3 times a day, however many times. And this will cause repetition. This will install a new belief system into your subconscious, which will then start to show in your external reality. It will start to put you under a spell of the new program. For example, if I install into my subconscious that I believe that I am rich, every single night I affirmate that I am rich, I am wealthy, I am free. And then I do a ritual. I start to imagine this reality. Every single night, I do these 2 things on repetition, and I start to feel the reality and imagine the reality. Over time, I'm going to start to believe that I am rich, that I am free, and I am wealthy without having the physical reality. And what this will do is that it'll implant a message deep within your subconscious mind. It will plant the seed of this belief. And this belief over time will grow into 90% of my thoughts, 90% of my actions, 90% of my words. My words, my thinking will change due to this new belief. I may not even realize it, but I'm looking for more opportunities to make money. I'm speaking to more people because of this belief that I've installed. This belief has triggered new ways of thinking. My mind, my conscious mind, is now only operating to fulfill this belief. And my conscious mind might not even be aware of it. You won't even realize that you're manifesting this belief of being rich. And that's how it happens. You implant the belief within your subconscious. You implant the spell into your subconscious, which will then gain control over you. So we need to make sure we're removing the negative spells, the negative programs that are controlling us, for new regenerated ones, for new ones that are going to create new realities, a better life. Okay? You don't want negative traumas, negative seeds controlling you and growing into your life. If you don't cut them off, they will continue to grow and grow and grow. Your anxiety will get bigger and bigger and bigger. Your depression will get bigger and bigger and bigger. But it's all actually stemming from one belief system or one trauma. Okay? So this is important. Everything in this physical plane is an effect of the higher planes. It's a shadow of the mind. Everything we think, all physical objects, began as a thought, then an imagination, then energy, then a physical reality. So we must change the mental plane. We must plant seeds into our mind to change down into our physical material life. It's about manipulating this higher plane so we can create change and effect in the physical external material plane. That's what magic is. This is what spellcasting is. This is all what it is. It's not fantasy. This is the manipulation of the higher planes of consciousness, which your mind has access to. You have access to these higher planes. Okay? This is exactly what I teach in my university. I teach different rituals. I teach specific rituals to get rid of certain things, certain belief systems. I teach all different rituals, all different ways for you to create your own reality and live the best reality you want. We also have all of these different courses. We have activating the inner eye. This will teach you exactly how to lucid dream and activate your inner vision of imagination. We have the sexual alchemy course. This will give you the power of transmuting your sexual energy into creativity.
We have electromagnetism studies. We have esoteric exchange, and an exclusive live call that we do every single week. And I connect with all of the students. They can ask me questions, can speak with me one-on-one inside of these live calls. We have the real numerology section. We have the health section. We have a lecture section. Look at all of these lectures we have on occultism, symbolism. All of these lectures are designed to gain you power, to give your personal power back to you, to make you realize things about you. We have a meditation section. We have a library section where you can download all of our library, all of our books, different books on occultism, symbolism, Freemasonry, astral projection. And of course, we have the Manifestation Mastery course, which teaches you exactly how to create reality so you can live that desired reality that you want. This is the last chance to lock in the price of $55 a month. This is less than $2 a day. You can really level up your life because the price is going to increase as the value of the university increases, because there's a new symbolism course coming out. And if you join now, you'll get this course for free, because obviously when this course releases, the price will go up. The symbolism course will teach you the language of esoteric and occult symbolism. I'll leave the links in the description. Make sure to leave a like, comment, subscribe to the channel if you want to see more content. Thank you all, people. Have an amazing day.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
Welcome people, we're back with another video, and this video is about Freemasonry and their connection to the Illuminati. Please, as always, to make sure to hit that like and the subscribe button and turn on the notifications to never miss a video. On May the 1st, 1776, the founder of the Illuminati, Adam Weishaupt, founded this secret organization, and this date can be found in Roman numerals underneath the all-seeing eye pyramid on the $1 bill. This $1 bill also says Anu Coptus Novus Ordo Secularum. This is Latin for announcing the birth of the New World Order. This New World Order will be headed by Lucifer, the all-seeing eye, and followed by the 13 layers of bricks for the 13 elite bloodlines. So your Orsini's, Rockefellers, Rothschilds, Soroses, and the other 9 elite families. So when Adam Weishaupt created the Illuminati, he made it consisting of high-level degree Masons, French and Latin philosophers, and many more powerful people to all become one society. So this is why you see Masons using this same symbol of the all-seeing eye inside the pyramid. But not all Freemasons are part of this Illuminati secret society. As the 33rd degree Freemason Manly P. Hall said in his book The Secret Teachings of All Ages, Freemasonry is a fraternity within a fraternity, an outer organization concealing an inner brotherhood of the elect. So what he's saying here is that Freemasons have to go up the degrees of Freemasonry, and once they hit the top, they either get elected or not into these secret societies like the Illuminati, Skull and Bones, and Knights Templar. So when you see celebrities doing this one-eye symbolism, either covering one eye, doing the triangle, or doing 666 over one eye, this is showing and reflecting the symbolism of Freemasonry. They have taken the oath to never speak on anything they learn about Freemasonry. Duncan's Ritual of Freemasonry book states the oath they have to take. Quote, I ... of my own free will and accord, that I will hail, ever conceal, or never reveal any of the secrets, arts, points of Master Mason's degree to any person whomsoever. All this most solemnly, sincerely promise and swear. Now, this is what happens when they break the oath, stated in this book. Quote, myself severed in two, my bowels taken from thence, and burnt to ashes. So this states that Freemasonry comes first, before any law of the land. It has the right to kill you if you break your oath. This is the hand gesture they have to do every time they enter the ritual room inside the Masonic lodge. This is the cutthroat symbol, showing you and reminding you of the oath and what will happen if you break it. Now in this book, Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry, it states, if you break your oath, binding myself under no less penalty than to have my throat cut across, my tongue torn out by the roots, and my body buried in the rough sands of the sea. If they do not decide to kill you, this book states this by pointing him out to the world as an unworthy vagabond, by opposing his interest, by dearranging his business. In other words, they have the power to frame you and destroy your reputation to the world, and destroy your business if you break this oath. So yes, they do kill to keep this truth hidden, because this truth of this reality is what keeps them in power. They have the ability to manipulate people, because people do not know what manipulates them. This is why they call themselves the government. They govern the ment, which is the mentality, because the mind is the root cause of reality. They control what you perceive to control what you manifest. By knowing the truth, you are set free, and you no longer need no controller above you. So this is why they are willing to kill and do whatever it takes to keep the truth concealed within these high-level degrees of masonry and these secret societies. However, going back to Manly P. Hall's book, it states, part of the symbols are displayed here to the initiate, but he is intentionally misled by false interpretations. So this is saying even Freemasons are intentionally misled and told lies to conceal the truth, to make sure the truth is hidden in the high degrees of masonry. So that's it for this video, guys. Thank you all for tapping in. Please leave a like and a subscribe. God bless.
You're living in 4 planes of existence right now, but most people are only aware of one. And that's why they feel lost, disconnected, and stuck in cycles they can't explain. If you don't understand the blueprint of reality, you'll keep trying to fix the physical, while the real causes lie in the unseen dimensions that you have direct access to. You must understand is that the universe only exists in the mind. Everything is a projection of consciousness. Therefore, consciousness produces everything. Our internal world is consciousness. Our external world is this physical body, physical world. Everything is an externalization of consciousness. For example, this was a thought. Now it's made physical. But before this was invented, it was existing in someone's mind, in consciousness, invisible. Then it was made manifest, made physical. So everything in this physical plane is the effect. The cause is consciousness, mind, the mental plane. So now I'm going to explain these different dimensions of consciousness. You don't just exist in this physical plane. The physical plane, in fact, is the lowest plane there is. It's the illusionary plane. So first of all, we have the Buddhic plane. This is the nothingness. So think of it like this. Absolute nothingness. If you turn off thoughts, there is nothingness. This is the void. And out of the void springs infinite potential, which is the mental plane. Now, your mind has no limitation. It can think anything, be anywhere, anytime, any place. In the whole world, there is no limitation with the mind. This is the realm of infinite possibilities. This is the realm of thought. Thought is a dimension, information and thought.
To go a little bit deeper on this, there are pockets of thoughts, what we call in the occult fields of thoughts. Your mind does not think thoughts, it receives them. Your mind is like a radio. Whatever the mind is tuning into, setting its mindset, setting your frequency or setting your mind, you will receive thoughts based on that set, whatever you set your mind to. So there are pockets of thoughts that we penetrate in the mental plane. The mind is the mental plane, the infinite possibilities. This is the spark of creation. This is where all things begin to manifest as an idea in the mind as a thought. So if you want to gain certain information, you need to meditate or do thought exercises where you are penetrating that dimension of thought, that pocket of thought. For example, if you want to find a way on how to make financial wealth, you would use your mind, set your mind on wealth and money, and think, close your eyes and think about that specific topic and see where your mind takes you. And you will expand your mind into different pockets of thought and gain information. So this is the mental plane. This is how you can use the mental plane. You can use the mental plane to do this. Then we have the astral plane. We have higher, middle, and lower astral plane. The astral plane is the body for thought. So every dimension, physical, etheric, astral, mental, Buddhic, is a body for a dimension above. Each dimension below is a product of the dimension above. So for example, the astral plane is imagination. This is the lucidic realm of imagination. This is where thoughts begin to manifest into some sort of form. It's not a physical form because this is physical, but imagination is a lucidic form. It's not really physical, but it's there. It's a projection of light. It's astral matter condensed by the willpower of the mind. So depending on the vibration of that thought will depend whether it manifests in the higher astral plane, middle astral plane, and lower astral plane. If you think about more material things and visualize material things, this will manifest on the lower astral plane because material matter is low vibration. Now, that does not mean it's evil. That does not mean it's bad. Okay? It just means low vibration just means more material. But if you think and imagine more spiritual things, this manifests on the higher astral plane. So the astral plane is the screen in your mind that allows you to vision an apple, that allows you to vision anything. It's that mental projection that's inside of your mind. Now, this is what we call the third eye. It's an eye because the eye is the mind, and the mind can see into the astral plane. It perceives this spiritual world, this lucidic realm that we have access to. This is where also infinite potential takes place. This is the realm of spirits, demons, jinns, whatever you want to call them. Spiritual entities exist in this because this is where thought forms manifest into form. This is where thoughts create bodies. Think of it like this. The mental plane is a thought of a chair. The astral plane is the imagination of that chair and all of the different possible chairs that could possibly be. The etheric plane is the energy double of that chair. And the physical plane is the physical chair. So as you can see, the higher we go up, the more formless and lucidic it is. The lower we go down planes, the more dense it becomes. This is formless and this is form. Everything manifests through this process. This highlighter is down here in the physical plane, but the idea began in the mental plane. Everything begins in consciousness before it creates a physical body. It goes through this process. Therefore, if you want to start to mold and create your own reality and create things in your world, you can use these planes to your advantage. You can use your mind to do mental thinking exercises by closing your eyes and expanding your mind into a different pocket of thought to gain wisdom, gain information, gain downloads. The way you do that is simply get into a meditative state, close your eyes, pick a topic that you want to think about and see where your mind takes you, but always remain centered on that topic. And you can do this for maybe an hour or two or half an hour, and your mind will take you places where you will unlock information. You can even use this to make decisions in your life. Think of the topic and see where your mind takes you. You'll gain information. This is how you use the mental plane for ideas. The astral plane is imagination. You have to reconnect with your imagination very vividly. Your imagination, your consciousness is infinite. It's not a three-dimensional plane. It's an infinite plane. You can think and make form anything in your consciousness, in your imagination. You can think anything and you can imagine anything in the most vast details. You just have to reconnect with your imagination. I have a free book on my website. I'll leave the link in the description. It's an ebook. It's called Activating the Inner Eye. This is going to help you reconnect with your imagination. It's a practical guide on how to imagine. So once you know how to use the mental plane and astral plane, thought and imagination, you pretty much need to use the physical plane to take physical action with this physical body that you have and start to manifest these desires you have in the higher planes. Now, it's very important that we master the mind, because the mind is the very fabric of reality. We become what we think about. Your life is a product of every thought you thought in the past. It is the mind that directs the flow of consciousness. And wherever this consciousness is flowing is what you will create in your life. Consciousness is the most potent force in the universe, and the mind is pretty much the universe in a microcosm form. It is infinite potential, and your mind will continue to expand into new realms of thought forever and ever and ever. You are eternal. You are not this physical body down here. You are consciousness, literally dreaming that you are in this physical body. So everything begins with the mind. We need to be conscious of the thoughts that enter our mental field of consciousness. There is a level of self-awareness that you can reach where you can become conscious of pretty much every single thought that enters your mental field. Now, we have over 7,000 thoughts a day. You can gain such mastery over your mind where you can become conscious of every thought you think. And that is when you gain superior power. Because when the mind is fully under control of self, you can direct the mind's potent force into a specific goal. Most people's minds are dualistic. They want something, but their mind is thinking something else. They have limiting belief systems. They have the little voice that comes in and says, you can't do this, you're a failure. That is a fractaled mind. The mind needs to be singular. It needs to be on your team and not an enemy. Do not let your own mind take away your power. Your mind should be on your team, giving you power, giving you the best possible thoughts and the best possible beliefs. When the mind is in this condition and on your team and not taking away your power through the destructive thoughts, it becomes a potent, powerful force used for manifestation to create anything. And the way we get the mind on your team is through constant meditation to learn how to control the mind and turn it on and off. Subconscious reprogramming through visualization, affirmations, cultivating emotions associated with your goal. All these three ways we can reprogram the mind slowly over time so that it becomes powerful and becomes on your team and doesn't give you negative contradicting thoughts. When the mind is fully aligned on one thing, it can create massive empires and things in your physical reality. So I hope this video helps, and I'll see you in the next one.
What is up, people? How are we all doing? Today, we're talking about the flat earth cosmology. So let's jump straight into this. Please drop a follow and leave a like to help the algorithm. So we live in a torus field. Everything's made out of torus fields. And every torus field has motion. It's what it is. It's the motion of energy. And every torus field has a center, which is the black hole. It's a womb of creation. It's counter space. Now, this is why the North Pole is magnetic. because the center of this torus field is the most magnetic part, the strongest part of the field. So this is why all compasses will point you to the center. And the Earth's magnetic field is spread across the whole of the Earth. And it's spinning, as you can see here, it's like a tornado at the center. And this tornado is the force which is spinning the sun and the moon around us. You got the sun, the moon, Polaris, just like in the Masonic cosmos here. The sun, the moon, Polaris, the all-seeing eye. Now we'll get into Polaris a bit later, but the sun is the magnetic force. Sorry, is the electric force, because every field is electromagnetic. Now, the sun is electric. It's positively charged. It's gonna give you energy. It's feeding energy. The moon is more magnetic energy, which is taking your energy away from you. And this is why you become sleepy when the moon comes out. Because it's taking away your energy. So these two forces is the balance. It's the yin and yang. It's the balance. Everything in this creation is balanced. Because the torus field is the Earth is the plane of inertia, the 0 point within the field. Because physical matter is a result of two opposing forces equalized on the plane of inertia. And that is where matter crystallizes into physical results. And this physical plane is the plane of inertia, planet Earth. And at the center of this plane is the black hole, the womb of creation. And outside of this black hole gives birth to light. So the torus field is constantly rotating, going into counter space, the black hole, and then out of counter space gives birth to the white hole, white light. You see? So it's going around, black hole, birth again, black hole, birth again. And it just keeps going around. It's an infinite cycle of energy. And this is where the infinity sign comes from. This is the motion, this is the force which is creating everything to spin inside of this circle. Okay? And it's making the stars spin. It's making the sun and moon spin around us, around this center point. Now here you see Horus and Set. Horus and Set putting their feet inside of this dome. This is the royal arch, the arch of the dome above us, which is like you see in the Masonic cosmos, the royal arch of Freemasonry. This is the dome above us, the firmament that the Bible talks about. You see, they're putting their feet in because Set symbolizes the moon and Horus is the sun. Horizon, Horus. Horus is rising, the sun. So they're both putting their feet around this center magnetic pole, which is the pole, North Pole. And above the North Pole, you have Polaris, the pole of electromagnetic energy. You see? And this is how we get the sun and the seasons. Because the sun, for us, when it becomes summer, it's on the Tropic of Cancer. Then it spirals outwards, going out and out and out, then goes to the Tropic of Capricorn. That's winter for us. Then it comes back in and creates summer again. So it's constantly spiraling around this center magnetic North Pole. You see? So this roof above our heads is the firmament. And this is what they've taken off of us. They haven't physically taken it, but mentally they have taken this away from you. It's a female energy. And this is what the Egyptians called Nut, the sky god Nut. And this is the womb. We are inside God's creation, God's womb. And the woman's womb, when she has a baby, is a microcosm of this, because everything inside of this creation is micro, macro. It's a reflection of the bigger things, as above, so below. So the dome above our heads is the dome we are in when we are a baby. And you can see the sacred geometry of it is the exact same. It's the dome. And when we are inside of the womb, the woman, the sacred maker, which is the M, the Masonic M, this is the Gmail symbol. The Masonic M is maker, mason, matter, male. She delivers the male, you see. She delivers the male because it's the maker, the female, the magnetic. The woman is magnetic in nature. The male is electric in nature. So when we are in this womb, the female, we are being fed by the center umbilical cord, by the center of the mother's stomach. We're connected to the center of the woman's stomach, just like we are when we are in the earth. The center is where the aurora borealis is being emitted from, the electromagnetic aurora borealis, the northern lights. This is our spiritual umbilical cord, connecting us to counter space, connecting us to the realms beyond this world. Because at the center of every Taurus field is counter space. And at the center of the earth is our spiritual umbilical cord. And this is the earth's belly button, as you see. As above, so below. We had a physical umbilical cord. We have a spiritual umbilical cord. And this gets cut when we die, when we're cut away from the physical reality. You see, here's the ancient Egyptian tablet showing this female. You can see the hair, it's a female above us, because the female energy is nurturing, helping, looking after. And that's exactly what the dome is. It's protecting us. It's the Ark of the Covenant, the Ark covering us, you see? And this is what they've taken away from us. By you believing in space, it completely destroys the idea of this being a sacred creation. They've taken the roof off your head, whether if you believe in space, you believe that there's chaos, there's planets, there's asteroids that could kill us at any moment. But this isn't true. They've made you fear your own creation that you're inside of. They've made you fear what's above you. You see, and it's to hide the power of astrology, the power of the lights in the firmament, which are constantly flowing through the ether. These powers which are above us are sending rays down to the earth, which are influencing our psychology and how we behave. And this is what astrology is. It affects human consciousness. It interacts with our consciousness. And there's a different energy every day because the planets are in different houses, different alignments. And this is, we'll go into this a bit deeper later on. So the world tree, this magnetic north pole, the pole of electromagnetic energy, was symbolized as a tree, the great tree at the center of the earth. You see? And this tree is symbolized everywhere. You can see here how the center person, this Egyptian person, is holding up the sky. This is the North Pole, the hyperboloid, at the center of every Taurus field. And this tree was in the Mayan cosmology. This is an ancient depiction. This is the Taurus field. There's the plane of inertia. Here's the center tree. Here's the tree in the center, the magnetic North Pole, the woman holding the stars. Here's the Hindu with the two birds symbolizing the sun and the moon revolving around this center tree. The Mayan tree, his Horus and Set around the North Pole. They all knew this flat earth cosmology. They knew these secrets. It's so sacred you understand the creation that you're inside of. Because if you don't, you'll be led astray. You don't know where you are. You're lost. You see? And here's the Masonic art with the rays of the stars coming down with the tree in the center. So it was personified as a tree. And we are in Asgard, Midgard, the middle garden, where there's good and evil. So the 7 layers of heaven, which is talked about in the Quran. Each planet has a different layer of the firmament, and this is the 7 layers of heaven, and these are our 7 layers of the energy centers in our body. So we start in the stars, so we are stars in a physical body. And this is why we say Mr., Sister, Fraudster, Sinister. Stir is star, and we are in the stars, and our star descends into the soul system, not solar system. And as we descend into the soul system, we enter Satan's kingdom, Satan's world. As it says in the Bible, Satan is the god of this world. Well, if you've been into my research for a while, you know Satan is Saturn. Saturn's world, because Saturn's the outermost ring. He's the Lord of the Rings. And you enter his kingdom, the kingdom of time. And this is why Saturn's the time god. As soon as you go past the rings of Saturn, you're now in the soul system. You're now in time. You're now bound by space and time. And you're bound to the earth plane, the heart. Earth is heart. It's a rearrangement. It's an anagram for heart. And the heart of the electromagnetic color spectrum is green, and that's why the earth is green. And above green is blue, and this is why the sky is blue. In order to go to heaven on the macro scale, you have to go through the blue sky, through the 7 layers of heaven. In order to reach heaven in your body, whilst you're here, you have to go through the blue chakra to your head, which is heaven. It's micro, macro. Everything is micro, macro inside of this creation. Is an ancient. I think this is a French image, piece of art from the ancient French, with obviously the 7 layers of heaven, which they all depict. And notice how it's like a dome. We'll go into this dome symbolization, the Royal Arch of Masonry, which is next. But these 7 layers of heaven give us the 7 metals, the 7 days of the week, the 7 diatonic tones, the 7 chakras, the 7 everything. It's God's favorite number. And this is why the Masons use the G inside of the compass, because the G is the 7th letter and God starts with G. You see? So it's 7. God is 7. Here's another depiction of the heart, the soul system, the 7 layers of heaven. La fermente. You see, la firmament, with the stars on the outermost layer. Here are the 7 planets: Jupiter, Mars, la Sophie, the sun, la Luna, the moon. So Saturn. So we are in the heart of this soul system. In order to ascend, we need to ascend up our chakra system, reach 144,000 hertz, God consciousness, the God man. You have to unfold God man, master of the mind, mastery of the mind. So what are the stars? The stars make everything unique. The stars are constantly rotating around the center, magnetic North Pole, the tornado at the center, which is stirring everything. It's stirring the ether. The center is the ether, and the 4 elements are born out of this ether. There's 5 elements: ether, spirit, water, air, and earth. The ether gives birth to the 4 other physical elements, which the whole of creation are made out of. About them 4 elements. 4 is the number of stability. You know, a chair, a table has 4 legs. It stables things. It's a foundation, and these 4 elements are the foundation of this creation. You see, and this magnetic North Pole is stirring this, and the 4 vibrational states of the ether are the 4 elements. Now let me get back to the stars. I just wanted to give you that. The stars are being stirred around this center point, center. It's stirring everything, and they're always in different alignments. Every millisecond, they're moving in different placements of the stars. And the planets are called the 7 wanderers because they're not fixed. The stars are fixed, but the planets are called the 7 wanderers, the 7 layers of heaven, because they move faster and slower than each other. Each planet is slower and faster, has a different rate of speed it's moving. So these alignments are mixing in with the energies of the different 12 constellations. And this is why you have a unique characteristic. You have a unique look, a unique energy, a unique personality. This is because when you were born and you took your first breath, that energy which was in the ether, because the ether is all around you, and energy travels through the ether. The energy that the stars were casting down and the energy that the planets was mixing in with the 12 constellations was in the ether. So when you came out of the womb and your first breath, because breath is spirit, okay? So that first breath you took, that is the energy that is imprinted within your DNA, your soul. And you reflect that energy, you emit that energy. That's the energy that is with you forever until you die, till this physical body dies off. And that's what the stars are. The stars are giving a unique energy, characteristic, personality to every living thing. Every dog, every cat, every animal has a unique personality because it was born at a different time and place in the sky. Okay, the stars are your destiny. Now, the stars are constantly changing as well. If you look at stars through a telescope, they're constantly changing and forming different forms. You can see here, it looks like water. It looks like light through water. because it's the ether above us, a sea of ether. And this light is being emitted through it, and it's just constantly changing, giving different energies, each star. So this is why this is what the zodiac is. It's the expression of energy. It's the expression of the stars. And each constellation has many different personality, different energies, different traits. Each planet has different traits, depending where your planets are, depending what energies you hold. No two person have the same energy. There's no one. It could be similar, but no one's the exact same. It's because of the stars. The stars are never in the exact same split place. The planets are always in different houses. So here's some Royal Arch symbolism. Here's the Royal Arch of Masonry, as it says here. The sun and the moon, the constellations. Here's Cancer, the 7 planets, the 7 stars. Here's the Royal Arch. This is the firmament. Here's the duality. Black and white, duality, good and evil, rest and motion, dielectricity, magnetism. See? So this is what the Royal Arch is. It's symbolizing the cosmic dome above us. The womb we're in. We're inside God's womb. And here's George Washington, the Freemason, inside of the Royal Arch. You see? With the G, the Masonic G, God, 7. Here you see another depiction of George Washington with the stars in the dome above his head, his Polaris, the sky vault, Polaris. We'll get into that later. Go inside of all of your ancient churches, you will see the dome. Go to the Vatican, you'll see the dome. All of your ancient churches have this dome because it's the dome above your head. The ancients knew this. This was known. We did not live in space. It was known back then. They all knew. This is Crown Court, which is one of the most important courts in the UK. You can see it's clearly so much Masonic symbolism. You've got the 4 pillars of Masonry. The Royal Arch is like an arrow pointing upwards to Polaris. His Disney World is under a dome. In his Polaris, the sky vault. You see? And also 666 in the symbol. Here's more 7 layers of heaven. Here's an ancient depiction. The firmament. Here's the astral plane outside of the firmament. The Royal Arch. You see? It's everywhere. Here's Polaris, the 8-pointed star. Polaris is in between the sun and the moon. It's at the center of the Taurus field. And Polaris corresponds with the pineal gland as well because it's the all-seeing eye. See? So is Polaris, the 8-pointed star, which is at the very top. It's the very center. It's on top of the North Pole. And it's an 8-pointed star that's always symbolized as an 8-pointed star. Here you see the Vatican. The Vatican is a giant key with an 8-pointed star. See, it's a key. Here's the dome. Here's the Space Delta, the USA Space Delta logos. Here you see the Egyptian god looking from the center of the North Pole, looking upward to an 8-pointed star, Polaris. An arrow pointing up to Polaris. Here's another, the bear holding a key with an arrow up to Polaris. 7 holds the key to Polaris. Here's an eagle holding a key above the North Pole to Polaris. Polaris, and here's another one. There's another bird, like a dragon, holding a key to Polaris. Because Polaris is definitely something to do with leaving this creation. Okay, maybe, I can't say for sure, but maybe it's to do with ascension, and this is why the Vatican hold the key to the 8-pointed star. And this is why the space, well, we all know space is a lie, but they're showing Polaris and its sacred symbology. Maybe it's to do with something leaving this creation, going to another. Here's some North Pole symbolism. As above, so below. See the four seasons of the Big Dipper constellation going around Polaris. This is Polaris, this is the Big Dipper constellation, and this is the swastika. This image gives us the swastika, because all the symbols we use are created in nature. They're created somehow in nature. This is how we get them. As above, so below. This is the map of the North Pole. with the 4 rivers, looking like the Big Dipper constellation. It's the Masonic, is the ancient cosmology with the 4, you see the 4 islands, Mayan cosmology, 4 islands. This is the alchemical symbol for Earth, 4 sections. The windows, because the center at the North Pole is a window to another dimension. The 4 lucky 4-leaf clover, which is supposed to be lucky. It's just, it's truth in plain sight. And here's Hitler looking at 2 flat Earth maps. So this swastika has been used for thousands of years, thousands and thousands of years. And it's symbolic for the most sacred land on this plane, the North Pole. Shambhala. Do some research on Shambhala, people. It's a it's a Hindu mythology about the sacred lands at the center of the earth. And it's known to be full of enlightened beings. And it's all symbolized at the center. You can see their paintings of Shambhala. It's all at the center, the North Pole. And it's known to be the most godly place ever, because it takes you to a portal to the higher places. And maybe this is something to do with Polaris, connecting you to this sacred lands at the very center. But anyways, people, thank you all for tapping in. Hope you all learned something. Have an amazing day. Please follow, subscribe, like, all the links in the description for the courses, the PDF. Please have an amazing day. God bless.
So depression doesn't actually exist, and in this video I'm going to show you how depression is actually a choice. And I'm going to give you some solutions on how to deal with it. And this is probably going to change your life forever just by doing this alone. Okay, so the first thing you need to understand about depression is that it exists in your conscious mind. It exists in your thinking mind. So what is inside your thinking mind? You have your body, your name, your reputation, your trauma, your memories, your family, your worries, your interests, your bills, your passion, dislikes, goals, right? Most people identify their lives with this. They identify their lives with their thinking mind. They think they're their name, their job, their reputation, their memories. But this is not who you actually are. Who you actually are is the observer of that. What happens if you stop thinking? What is left? You're left with unconditioned consciousness. You're left with the self, which is what we refer to as I. We are the consciousness, not the thinking consciousness. You are not these labels. You are not your thoughts. You are not your job, your name, your reputation. Okay? And the reason why I'm telling you this is because it's very important, is that we are something beyond this body, beyond this name, beyond our thoughts. We are the consciousness. So depression exists inside of the thinking mind, the conscious mind. Okay? So if you want to get rid of depression, you must learn how to escape the thinking mind. And not only just escape, but that's step 1. In meditation, you do meditations, right? We sit still and we have to learn how to control the mind and turn off the thoughts. And when we turn off the thoughts, depression goes out the window, because there's no thought present in your mental field of consciousness to be depressed. Okay? You must understand, who is the one suffering from the negative thoughts? Who is the one suffering? Your mind is not suffering, because the mind is producing the thoughts. Your body's not suffering from the negative thoughts. You are suffering. And who is you? You are a soul. You are that feeling. You are that person beyond the thoughts, beyond the feelings, beyond that. You are the one experiencing. You are that. Meditation gives us the ability to turn off the thinking mind. This allows us to escape our thoughts. Okay? And it gives us, over a long period of time after meditation, you'll be able to turn this switch. And this switch will be able to turn off your thoughts. And by doing this, we will be able to control our conscious mind directly by the hand. So when you notice yourself gaining them negative thoughts, we can then turn off the switch of turning off the conscious mind and rising to our authentic self and knowing the thoughts are just illusions. Now, let me tell you something that's very powerful. Most of your thoughts are coming from beliefs. Most of your feelings are coming from beliefs. So if you have a feeling of lack, this is coming from a belief that you don't have much. If you are feeling alone, this is coming from a belief that you are alone. So what we must do is restructure ourselves. We must restructure the subconscious mind, and we do this in many different ways. We can do this with meditation. We can do this with visualization, visualizing our desired reality as if we are living it. We can do this with affirmation. Now, a lot of people think, oh, I'm trying to speak something into existence with affirmation. No, you're not using vibration to try and change reality with what a lot of these new age people will teach you. Vibration, your words will not have much an impact on reality. That's the truth. But what they do have an impact on is reprogramming and recrafting and refining your mind. If you repeat, I am wealthy all day long, your subconscious mind, that word will be lingering inside your subconscious, and you will start to mold that into your conscious. You'll start to be consciously thinking about this. Most of your thoughts are coming from your subconscious. So if you want to get rid of depression, you got to figure out the trigger. What are you depressed about? What are you feeling? What are the beliefs that are making you feeling and thinking this way? And that's what you must restructure. You must restructure your subconscious mind through visualization, meditation, and affirmation. You do these all the time. You do these every single day, and you will slowly, if not surely, restructure your subconscious mind. While by doing the practice of meditation, you'll gain the off switch as well. Sometimes depression comes from not living in your authentic self. You're not doing the things that your soul is telling you to do. We all know what we should be doing at all times. I don't care what you have on. We all know we should be doing something. We all know that we have there's a higher aspect of our mind that tells us, oh, we need to be doing this, but I'm actually sat here on my phone. Oh, I shouldn't be eating this, but I'm doing it anyway. There's always that higher voice. And that is the voice that has to be connected to. And when your body's not acting out the voice of the soul, then the soul becomes sadder, and suffers more and more and more. There has to be a connection between the soul, the mind, and the body. They have to work in unison. Okay? So I hope this video helps with depression, with whatever you're going through mentally.
You are not breathing correctly. 98% of people only use a third of their lungs capacity, which is shallow breathing, which ages you, lowers your brain capacity, and also lowers your state of consciousness. So it's essential that you breathe consciously on a day-to-day basis, because this is what truly elevates your consciousness. I am going to give you the key for you to raise your consciousness just through breathing alone. Such a simple thing, but yet the most effective way for raising your state of consciousness and becoming more spiritually and mentally advanced. So tune in for this video, and I'm going to show you exactly how to do it and the symbolism behind breathing. Air is more than just air. It carries electromagnetic energy. So now I'm going to give you the science behind this spiritual truth. This invisible force is what sustains all physical life, providing the life force energy essential for existence. Electromagnetism. Everything is fed off electromagnetism. Your body is an electromagnetic battery. Now, we can prove that air carries electromagnetism just by doing a simple test, a simple scientific experiment, by getting liquid oxygen and pouring it between a north and south magnetic pole, two polar opposite magnets. We see that the liquid does not fall straight through it. It is sucked. It is magnetically attracted to these two opposing forces, opposing magnets. This is proof that air, liquid oxygen carries electromagnetism. When you are breathing electromagnetism, the essential life force behind all living beings. This is known as energy or prana, chi, ether, or spirit. This is all the same thing. Air is not just empty space, it is energy, it is prana, it is life force, it is spirit, it is ether, chi, prana. You are an electromagnetic being. Your consciousness is in direct correlation with your electromagnetic aura or biofield around your body. Your state of consciousness is mirrored within this field around your body. Now, your breath, when you breathe in, you're breathing electromagnetism or life force. Breath is the vital link between the physical and the spiritual, bridging the body with the soul. Through breath, we connect with both tangible world and deeper, the unseen realms of energy and consciousness. Breathing deeply and properly elevates our consciousness, enhancing the brain's functions, heightening the sensitivity of our five senses. It also brings a profound calmness to the mind, creating a state of clarity and inner peace. Like I said earlier, breathing properly is the fastest way to elevate your consciousness. It is the fastest way because breathing, when you stop breathing, what happens? You lose physical consciousness. Your body will shut down if you do not breathe in this vital electromagnetic energy in the oxygen. If your body does not get this for 5 minutes or however you can last without breathing, this makes you lose physical consciousness. Your body will not survive without this essential life force energy. Therefore, air is one of the most overlooked things. This is why we see the symbolism of Buddha having a big belly. Why does he have a big belly? Because it's symbolizing breath work, proper spiritual breath work, the certain teachings of breath work, of when you breathe in through the nose, you have to breathe in through the nose. You don't want to breathe in through the mouth because the nose acts as a filter which catches dust particles and filters out the air before it enters the lungs. The mouth does not do that. The nose is for breathing inward. We breathe in through the nose, and when we breathe in, we breathe into our belly, not our lungs. When we breathe into our belly and our belly expands outwards, we are then moving this energy down from the nose down the spinal column. And when we breathe back out, the belly goes in, which is raising the energy up the spinal column, back out through the mouth. This is the true way of breathing, because when we breathe, we are moving energy. We are moving electromagnetic energy. When we breathe in through the nose, the energy travels down the spinal column. And when we breathe out, we are raising this energy back up the spine, some of it going out the mouth and some of it reaching the brain, activating dormant brain cells in the brain. But when we breathe, we need to make sure we are using 100% of our lungs capacity, because the lungs is what transforms this special energy into consciousness, physical consciousness. So this is why Buddha has a big belly. It's not because he was fat. It's not because he was overweight. It's symbolism. It's symbolism of breath work. So try this. Do this for 2 minutes while you watch this video. Breathe in through the mouth as hard as you can until you no longer can fill any more air into your lungs and belly. Breathe it into your belly, not your lungs. And breathe out through the mouth. Do this for 5 minutes or 2 minutes, however long. I promise you, breath affects your consciousness. You will notice the difference. If you do it quicker, the quicker it'll affect your consciousness and you might go lightheaded. But that lightheaded is you activating your spirit, your energy body. So try this just by when watching this video. When you breathe consciously, you are renewing both your energy body and astral body, aligning your consciousness with a higher state. This practice feeds new life force energy into the body, revitalizing and enhancing your overall well-being. Like I said, your brain requires the most amount of oxygen. When we have shallow breathing, this is reducing the brain's capacity. Because when we are not breathing properly, which 98% of people are only using a third of their lungs capacity, we are essentially only using a third of our consciousness, because your breath is directly correlated to your consciousness, your state of consciousness. When you breathe in through the mouth, out through the mouth, out in through the nose, out through the mouth, consciously and deeply for 5 minutes, you will notice that your senses are more powerful and sensitive. Your brain is quicker. What's the word? It processes information quicker. You become quicker. You become a superhuman, and you feel more spiritual because it activates your spirit, your astral and energy body. So when we meditate, it's definitely important to breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth as deeply as possible to align with a higher state of consciousness. And this is the easiest way to separate your consciousness from the body. When you breathe in deeply for long periods of time, while meditating, while taking no thought, when no thought is present and you gain a rhythm of deep breathing, this is the gateway. This is the gateway to opening your consciousness. Because when you stop thinking, other aspects of your consciousness can open up. All of our lives we've been thinking, which is blocked off the higher states of consciousness. So breathing is very, very important. It affects our overall well-being. And this is Yahweh, the in and the out of breathing. When we breathe in, this is Yah. You can hear it. It sounds like Yah. And when we breathe out, that is Way. This is the name of God, apparently. But God is within you. You can connect with God. You can connect with source consciousness within you by breathing, by raising your state of consciousness through breathing and meditation. This is why the Bible tells you the Spirit of God has made me, and the breath of the Almighty gives me life. You are consciousness. You are God. You're an extension of God's consciousness. Job 27:3. As long as my breath is in me and the Spirit of God is in my nostrils. The Spirit of God is through breath. John 20:22. And when he said this, he breathed on them and said to them, receive the Holy Spirit. The word spirit means breath. In Greek, Hebrew, Latin, it all means breath or wind or air. The Holy Spirit is a certain way of breathing, a breathing technique that elevates your consciousness, that syncs you up to a holy consciousness, an elevated state. That is the Holy Spirit. That's why it tells you in the Bible, when he said this, he breathed onto them. He breathed onto them and said, receive the Holy Spirit. You must breathe to receive the Holy Spirit. When you breathe, you are renewing the body's energy. You're taking in new life force, which is regenerating your cells, regenerating your brain, nervous system, and also connecting with consciousness, pure consciousness. This is not something that we should be doing during meditation. Yes, it is. We should be doing it during meditation, but this is something that we need to apply all of the time. This is the fastest way you can raise your consciousness. I just want to say, all of this knowledge is inside of the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. Make sure to give a like and a comment on this video to help the algorithm. And let me know what you think about the last book or this book if you have read them, to let the new people know what they're looking at with this book. This is truly life-changing, the Volume 2 and Volume 1 is truly life-changing. You can get them in a bundle also. Learn hidden knowledge inside of the Ethereal University. This is where truth seekers belong. I'm not here to try sell you this, but this is the place for truth seekers. And if you are serious about your spiritual journey and serious about gaining knowledge, which gives you the advantage over life, join Ethereal University. This will definitely help you. Thank you for watching this video. Please leave a like and comment. Make sure to give me any suggestions on videos you want me to make in the future. Thank you all. Today's topic is the binary code behind the universe. You will learn the fundamentals of the binary code, deeper understanding of reality, which will give you more of a connection to the universe, evidence supporting the existence of this code, and how to use the binary code to shape your reality. This is an important one. We have 0 and 1. This is the binary code of the universe. It underlies everything. It is the source of all creation. The universe is binary in nature, meaning it exists as both something and nothing, on and off, male and female, light and dark. Everything has its polar opposite. At its core, all that exists is 0, representing nothingness, infinite potential, and 1, representing something, order. 0 represents the feminine, vast, formless, and infinite potential. It is the space from which all things emerge, the womb of creation, the receptive and expansive force. 1 represents the masculine, structure, form, and order. It is the active principle, the initiator, the force that defines and shapes reality. Together, they create the fundamental duality that underlines existence, the balance between chaos and order, the void and creation, yin and yang. We see this in the masculine and feminine bodies. This is deeply encoded into the fabric of reality. And once you see this, you will never unsee this. So please leave a like on this video if you love my content and you love the wisdom that I share with the world. So we see this with the masculine genital areas. Remember, this is the genital area. This is all to do with creation. These are the generative principles, the generative organs in the body that allow creation to continually outfold into new life. The genital areas are all to do with the code. The male is the 1, the action. He's the initiator. The feminine is the 0, which is the infinite potential, the womb of creation. 0 and 1. This is why we have 10 numbers. 0 and 1. Masculine and feminine. We even see this in the bodies. The feminine body is made out of curves, which is 0, curves. And the masculine body is made out of lines. So please leave a like and comment if you love this. And if you have any lecture ideas, feel free, and I can make a lecture on any suggestions that you have. So look at the word masculine. Masculine, line. Line is just one line, which represents order. 1. Feminine. 9. 1 and 9 equals 10. 0 and 1. The binary code of all creation. Why is feminine? Why the number 9 for feminine? Because the moon has to go around 9 times to create a human in the feminine's womb. And look at this image of nature. All nature is zeros and ones. Now you can tell. The stick is a 1. It's a line. And here we have curves. It's curves and lines. Curves and lines create reality, creates matter. Everything is 0 and 1. We even see this with the sky. The sky represents zeros. They represent curves, the heavens, the heavenly bodies, the sun. These are circles, the moon, circles, the planets, circles. Down here is matter, representing the square. We have the Freemasonic square and compass, representing lines and circles, masculine and feminine. We see this with Leonardo da Vinci, with the circle representing the spirit, the void, the womb of creation, and matter, which is the body. This is the soul in matter, infinite potential in matter. This represents spirit over matter. This represents the architect of reality, zeros and ones, spirit and matter. This is all the same thing. Understanding this binary nature of the universe, where 0, feminine, represents the infinite potential and 1, masculine, symbolizes order and structure, can benefit you in several ways. Manifestation and creation is the first way it can benefit you. Now that you understand this, you understand that everything comes out of infinite potential. 0, infinite potential. 1, action, equals manifestation, equals creation. So you must pull things out of infinite potential. If you have ideas but don't take action, too much 0, nothing materializes. You'll never materialize if you sit there imagining all day, visualizing all day. You have to take action. They both come hand in hand. If you only take action without tapping into intuition and creativity, too much 1, your actions may feel hollow and misdirected. Using both effectively leads to greater success in life, work, and relationships. This is the 33rd degree motto, or this is on the 33rd degree of Freemasonry Scottish Rite logo, and it's called Order ab Chaos, order out of chaos. Chaos is the 0, infinite potential. Chaos is the dimension of the imagination. This is where this all ties in now. Imagination is the dimension of infinite potential, pure potential, formless creativity, and the realm of infinite possibilities. It is the void, the unmanifested energy that contains all that could ever be. That is the imagination. The imagination is the dimension that you are connected to, and you can pull any idea out of and materialize it into a reality. Matter, on the other hand, is order brought out of the imagination, chaos. It is when raw potential is structured, defined, and crystallized into form. This is the fundamental principle of order out of chaos, the process of turning the unseen into the seen, the abstract into the concrete, the dream into reality. That's why we say dreams into reality. Dreams are in the imagination, infinite potential, and the human mind is connected to high dimensions of consciousness, which we can pull ideas, things out of, and materialize it into our lives. Whether that's good or bad, that's completely up to you. But we have access to higher dimensions beyond the physical plane. And this is the secret that the human mind is connected to, and that you are not just a physical body. Okay? The universe itself was born from chaos. Before form, there was only energy and potential. Our minds function the same way. The mind is a microcosm of the universe. Our thoughts exist in an infinite field of possibility, but they only become real when we take action and give them form. If your inner world is filled with chaotic thoughts and impulsive emotions and negativity, then creating order within is essential for balance, clarity, and growth. What do I mean? Order out of chaos, 0 and 1. All creation comes out of infinite potential. The mind, the imagination, is the infinite potential. The material world is the order. It's the effect. Therefore, if your material world has chaos, if your room is messy, if your body is out of shape, if you do not look after yourself, everything in the physical world is just a reflection of what's going on inside of you, what's going on inside of you. So if you have a messy room in a messy house, this reflects as a messy mind, a chaotic mind, and we must create order in our mind. So this applies to all realms of your life. This applies with your mind, it applies with your emotions, it applies with your manifestation, it applies with the physical world, with the masculine and feminine. 0 and 1 is heaven and earth. It's everything. It's duality. It's on and off. It's everything. So it applies to all realms of your life. Okay. So in order for this to benefit our lives, we must, 1, have awareness and observe the chaos. Step back and observe your thoughts and emotions without reacting to them. Recognize that you are not your thoughts. You are the observer of them. You are the soul. You are in between them. You are the midpoint between the left and the right, the 0 and the 1. You are the soul. Journaling or meditation can help you identify patterns and negativity and impulsivity. So it's important that we recognize these patterns. We recognize the chaos within us. and we transmute it. 2, implement structure, mental discipline, mindful practices, meditation, breath work, and slowing down your reactions. Cognitive reframing, replace destructive thoughts with constructive ones. This is so important. For every negative thought that you place attention to, place your attention onto 5 more positive. Never think about something that you don't want to manifest, because whatever you're placing attention on inside that mental field of consciousness, you're giving attention to it, which then can manifest into your action, and that will materialize into your world. Routine and ritual, create daily habits that anchor you. Morning routines, exercise, or creative outlets bring stability. We must master the inner world of thought and emotion. We must bring chaos into order. In order to create anything in your life, you're turning chaos into order. Order out of chaos. You're turning 0 into 1. This is the binary code. All things underlie it. 0 and 1. So it's so important that we master our minds, we master our emotions, we master our inner world so we can produce effect in the outer world. We cannot create consciously and effectively if we have chaotic thoughts and impulsive emotions. So I hope this has made more clarity to you so you can implement this into your life. I know I haven't given you much strategic things to implement into your life, but now that you have a better understanding of how this world is pulled out of infinite potential, you can use that. Everything in your life is pulled out of your imagination. Every text you send, everything you think of, oh, I'm going to do this later, that is your imagination thinking about the future. So you just have to do this on a mass scale to create something big in your reality. So I hope this gives you a better understanding of how the universe works and has benefited your life. If you have any comments or any suggestions or how this video made you feel, let me know in the comment section. I would really appreciate it. And I'll see you all inside of the Symbolism Masterclass on March the 8th. The earth has become a realm in order to trap souls within so that they can harness our electricity, our energy. Even the Bible is talking about how this realm is controlled by the wicked one in John 5:19. We know that we are the children of God and that the whole world is under the control of the evil one. Ephesians 6:12. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. So the Bible is telling us that this is not the only world. There are other worlds, there are other realms that we can go to, considered as heaven. Heaven being a higher realm where there is no evil, no darkness. This is a midpoint realm where there is good and evil. Now, we're going to explain how the soul trap is how it's working and how your soul is being harnessed for its energy and how you are tricked to come back to this realm after death. What you need to understand is first is that you are the invisible intelligence behind the physical body. You are the mind and soul. The soul is the true you, the good you. It is pure love, pure bliss, eternal, never dies. The mind can be corrupted, though. The mind is the intelligence of the soul. It is invisible. It has no true form. The intelligence inhabits the brain. The brain is the computer to control the electrical machine called the nervous system, which is choice, program, and action.
You are the invisible intelligence behind the body. And this will prove it even more. You do not even see into the external world. You are seeing an image produced by the brain because the light is being sucked through the retinas of the eyes. The image is produced in the visual cortex at the back of the brain. What does this mean? This means that we are the consciousness in the center of the brain, in the pineal gland, that is experiencing the program being ran by the central nervous system in the brain. This is the sigil of Lucifer. Lucifer in Latin is Lucy. Lucy is light in Latin. Lucifer is known as the light bearer. This is how the eyes work, people. It's not a demon or a devil. The sigil for Lucifer is how the eyes work and how the left eye is controlled by the right brain. The right eye is controlled by the left brain. There is a crossover. It's the same with the body. The left side of the body is controlled by the right brain. The right side of the body is controlled by the left brain. There's a crossover with our hemispheres in the brain. Now, this empty chamber in the center of the brain is where this universal cosmic intelligence is held, known as the most holy place in the Bible, the throne of God. Okay? This is above the 33 vertebrae on the spine. As you can see here, you are the being in the center of this point. All of the nerves are being sent back to this one particular point, which is the seat of our invisible intelligence. You can see it's an empty chamber. Our consciousness, our intelligence is not a physical thing. This intelligence is the true voice inside of your head. This is why your head is heaven, your heart is earth, your heel is hell. Your head is heaven because this is the seat, the throne of God. God is in heaven because the consciousness, this divine intelligence that's controlling the body, is sat in the center of the brain. The brain is taking commands of this invisible intelligence. When you close your eyes, you can feel your awareness, your consciousness, your intelligence is all in the brain. Your awareness is not in the feet, the heart, the legs, the arms. It's all in the center of the brain. Now, if you meditate deeply, you will find that you are beyond the mind. You are the being observing the thoughts. You are the soul observing the thoughts. Now, with this being said, you are the consciousness experiencing the program being ran by the central nervous system in the brain, because you're not seeing into the external world. It's an image, it's a simulated image produced by the brain and the central nervous system. You do not experience the external world. You do not feel the external world. You feel electrical impulses on your nervous system. Your nervous system is decoding what you are feeling. So the only thing that you truly feel is the electrical impulses on your nervous system. This is why the nervous system is the tree of knowledge of good and evil, because it gives your invisible intelligence, your mind, the knowledge of good and evil. It can detect good things, it can detect bad things. If it's hot, if it's warm, if I need to go, the nervous system is doing this. It is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Okay? Now this universal intelligence is symbolized as the single eye. Okay? Matthew 18:9. It is better for you to enter life with one eye than to have two eyes and to be thrown into the fire of hell. What does this mean? It's symbolic, it's metaphorical, people. It is metaphoric. Your universal intelligence is the single eye, the one eye. It's the balance between the two poles, between the left and the right, the good and the evil. It knows the right thing to do all the time. This is our inner guide. The inner self is the inner guide. And when you are operating your life off duality, using your two eyes, you'll be thrown into the fire of hell, lower states of consciousness. Because you're split. You need to live in oneness, even, balance. Matthew 6:22, the light of the body is the eye. The light of the whole body is the eye. You are a light being. Human. Hue means an attribute of a color. Man is the word manifested. We are light manifested into physical form. Depending on your vibration is depending on what color that you are vibrating on, which is a hue, a human. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body should be full of light. Again, it's talking about the single eye, oneness, completeness. When you balance the hemispheres of the brain, we'll go over that later. But anyways, the body is the earth. This is what we need to understand, people. The body is running the simulation, the program that our consciousness is experiencing. So when we leave the body during death and astral projection, we leave the earth. This is how it works. The body is the vehicle for the earth, for this realm. Everything exists within our mind. You have the soul, mind, and body. The soul is the observer, the watcher, the true being. This is why she has many different heads, because the soul inhabits different bodies. This is the serpent, which means knowledge, which is the mind, wisdom. And this is the body, soul, mind, and body, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. The mind is the bridge between the soul and the body. So what do I mean? When you astral project, you are using your mind to project your awareness, your observing consciousness outside of the physical body. The mind is the projector, projecting consciousness. By using your mind, you can project your consciousness outside of the body, which is known as the astral realms, which is known as walking on water. Jesus was never walking on physical water, people. It's metaphorical. Believing the physical body. The water is the ether, which is the veil between the physical and the astral realm. It's a fluid substance. It's on either side. It's physical and astral. The ether is the fifth element that they hide from us. Why? Because they're trapping you in the physical. They are hiding all of these realms. Etheric, astral, and mental. People think their mind is their brain. It's two separate dimensions. These are completely different dimensions. The mind is way more intelligent. The mind is formless. There is no form to the mind. You can think anything you want. You can manifest anything you want within your mind. It is not a physical object. The physical realm is being controlled by the mind. Everything's being controlled by the mind. Everything exists within the mind. This is why the Egyptian says the universe is mental. So when we project our consciousness outside of the physical, we go to the astral. The ether is the water that Jesus is walking on. This is the veil between the physical and the astral world. The word together has ether within it because it joins the two worlds together, together, the astral and the physical. The word either is ether because the ether is on either side, physical and astral, physical and spiritual, physical and non-physical. In the astral realm, the mind can manifest anything we want. We incarnate to restrict our minds. This is why Saturn, if you go and watch my video on Saturn, how Saturn is this simulation, okay, our minds can manifest anything we want in the astral plane in the click of a finger. However, when we incarnate in matter, we now have to labor for our manifestations. This is why Saturn's known as the great teacher in astrology, because he teaches you a lesson. When your mind incarnates into matter, it's teaching your mind a lesson, the knowledge of good and evil. This is why the Bible says you shall be gods and know the knowledge of good and evil. When you incarnate here, you have to know the knowledge, you need to know the knowledge of good and evil to become a god. Okay? Now, the square is the physical plane, the triangle's the ethereal plane, the circle's the eternal plane. The circle has no beginning, no end, it's eternal. The physical plane is the square, it's limited. The square is limited. The cube is the geometric shape which gives rise to matter. Now, the term think outside the box has truth in plain sight. You have to think outside the box to project your consciousness, use your mind to project your consciousness outside of the box, the physical plane, into the astrals. The astral realm is the realm of the stars. Above us is the stars. Through the stars is the astral plane. This is why astral has the word star within it. The devil is the de-veil. When you sell your soul to the devil, quote unquote, it's metaphorical. The devil exists in the physical plane. It's the lowest state of consciousness. The de-veil, you de-veil yourself into the physical when you are the devil. The de-veil. The ethereal plane. Now, we all know what the famous symbol of the all-seeing eye, right? The all-seeing eye with the eye in the triangle. Look at the Masonic artwork showing you the triangle above in the sky. This is symbolizing the ethereal planes. The eye in the triangle symbolizes your invisible intelligence, your mind, which has the ability to see on either side. Because the triangle's the ethereal plane. The eye is your consciousness, your intelligence. And this intelligence has the ability to see in the physical plane and to see in the ethereal planes, in the astral planes. This is why it's above the earth. It's above the ground. Because it can see here, it can see in the heavenly realms. Now, the stars are, well, this is known as heaven, the realms of the astral planes. This is some quotes from the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Out of the darkness ye must rise upwards, one with the light and one with the stars. Man is in process of changing to forms that are not of this world. Grows he in time to the formless, a plane on the cycle above. So there's other worlds. The Bible's telling you there's other worlds, there's other realms. Know ye must become formless before ye are one with the light, the astral light above, which shining through the stars. Not of the earth are ye, earthy, but a child of the infinite cosmic light. You are the invisible intelligence controlling the physical body. The body's not you. It's the vehicle that your soul lands in when your mind projects your consciousness into that realm. Free from the body, I flashed through the night. Unlocked at last for me was the star space. Wow, that's powerful. The star space, the astral planes. This is what it's talking about. We are all a star. We descended from the astrals, which is the star. We are all a star. Look at the ancient paintings of Jesus' birth. It's the star beaming his consciousness down into the physical plane. Here's another one. Here's some Freemasonic artwork showing you, again, the ether, that invisible intelligence, the eye, manifesting itself inside of here, in the physical realm, where the people are. You see? It's the same here. This is Jesus. Here's the bird symbolizes the Holy Spirit, your invisible intelligence, descending into the waters, the ether, the ethereal, everything. The ether's the base of all physical matter. Here's Truth in Plain Sight. Mr. Bean, the famous TV program in England, in the UK. He starts He begins the program like we all begin the program for falling from the stars. He falls down with a beam of light. And this is truth in plain sight. This is false. The aliens don't exist. They're a lie, alien. But this symbolizes the star beaming our consciousness. And when we die, this star will suck us back up. Just like this UFO is doing. It's truth in plain sight. So, this is some more Freemasonic artwork going from duality to singularity. Sun, moon, masculine, feminine. Right hemisphere, feminine, left hemisphere, masculine. The consciousness in the center, the balance point. Here's another more Freemasonic artwork. The two pillars, left and right hemispheres, and the invisible intelligence between the left and right hemispheres, the light of the body. This is why light's coming off it. Because it's light, it's pure light. The blazing star. The stairs go from the checkered board, the duality, up to oneness, in between the sun and the moon, the masculine and the feminine. This is symbolizing going into oneness. What did the Emerald Tablet say? You've got to become one with the stars, one with the one with the self. Balancing the two hemispheres so that you can gain, because when the two hemispheres are balanced, you can gain a more deeper connection with your invisible intelligence. Same with the chakras. When the chakras, the 7 seals in the Bible, these are 7 seals because when you conquer the 7 chakras, when you balance the 7 chakras, you then gain a more deeper connection with your internal self because your mind is not filled, it's not being ran, it's not being dominated by these 7 deadly sins, the 7 seals, the 7 chakras. These are 7 energy centers which are concealing our true form. Balance makes us have a stronger connection with our true cosmic intelligence. Heaven is even. This is why Jesus is pointing at the heart. The even point is the heart. You got to balance the chakras and live from the heart because the heart is the earth. You're in good and evil. The body manifests the lower and the higher self. The higher self is in the higher parts of the body. Wisdom, intuition, expression. The lower self is in the lower parts of the body. Sex, food, and power. This is how they are trapping your soul, people. Like I said, the mind is the bridge between the soul and the body. So by tricking the mind, not giving it the right knowledge, and keeping the mind stuck in the lower 3 centers, thinking about power, food, and sex, this is low vibrating energy. It's going to keep your mind addicted to the physical realms. Okay? This is why you need to go even, balance, heaven. Okay? I will explain the soul trap in a second, how it fully works. But I'm telling you all the science behind it so you can understand. When you are doomed, you are domed. This is the dome, the firmament, the firmament, the mind. Ment is mind, firm is firm. A firmament is doomed under the firmament. You must have a loose mind, an open mind to expand your consciousness beyond the stars, beyond the ethereal barrier. You have to vibrate higher than this world. Your consciousness must be expanded more than the physical plane. You need to learn how to astral project. You need to learn how to leave the body, how to operate outside of the body, so that you, when you do leave the body, you will have recognition. You'll have knowledge. You'll have practice. But this is as above, so below. The woman's belly is the earth. It's as above, so below. It's a microcosm of the macrocosm. We are the children in the womb. We are the people in the earth being ready to be born into the heavenly realms. As above, so below. It's a microcosm, macrocosm. Everything is in everything on a bigger and a smaller and a larger scale. Now, when the baby figures out that there is a world beyond its mother, what happens? The baby starts to move around and tries to get out of the mother. Because once it starts to hear the external world, starts to hear people, it's going to wonder, what's outside of why am I in here? What's outside? So the baby will force its way out of the mother. It's the same with our minds, as above, so below. When our minds figure out that there are other realms beyond this world, we will seek a way out. This is the womb, the Mother Earth, Mother Nature. It's the mother. We're in the womb. We can be born out of this world, which is being born again in the Bible. When you are doomed, you are domed under the dome, under the firmament, the firm mind. The firm mind will keep you under the firmament. Due to the law of polarity, there has to be other realms. There has to be. Because the law of polarity works in this world, and it will work on every scale possible. It's universal laws. These are universal laws. The law of polarity means that there are other realms polarizing this realm. There is a hell, there is a heaven. There is a midpoint, which is Midgard, which is the one we are in now. Earth, heart. Earth is the heart. Heart is the center, good and bad. The balance between good and bad. Your reality is your level of realization. Your mind realizes other worlds, you will seek a way to them worlds. It's that simple. The soul trap is to keep you stuck in this physical body, which is the earth. This body is the earth. It's running the program, like I said at the beginning. It's running the simulation that your consciousness is experiencing. You are an electromagnetic being, and you're hidden in a cage, your rib cage, and you're stuck in cells, a prison cells. Look, you're in cells. We produce electromagnetic energy. Your soul produces this energy. And by trapping your consciousness inside of this physical realm, they harness this energy within the astral realms. They're using you to manifest demons, because your mind creates demons through emotions and mental thought energy, which is a whole nother video. I can make a video on that. You're manifesting everything for them because they're trying to create a hive mind. This is why they want everyone to believe in one belief system, one government, one belief system, one religion, because they're creating a hive mind. This hive mind will manifest and be summoned within the astral planes, because the mind manifests the astral plane. The astral plane is the realm of imagination. The mental plane is the realm of just thought alone. The etheric plane is the energy. The physical plane is the matter. So all of our minds together are manifesting these demons within these subconscious realms, the astral. Now, how are they keeping you stuck to this realm? Well, when you die and you're stuck in your lower three chakras, okay, when your mind and soul detaches from the body, which is the earth, when you leave the earth, you're still going to have these mental addictions to the food, the sex, the materialism, the phone, the cigarettes, everything. This is why they get you addicted to everything possible. The TikTok, the YouTube, they get you addicted to as many things possible. Because when your mind is addicted to these things, and when this mind leaves the physical body, you're still going to have these addictions. Okay? You're still going to have these thoughts. And you will be manifested into the lower astral realms because you're thinking materialistic, you're thinking negative, because your level of realization was your reality. You were manifesting hell on the earth. When you leave the body, you're going to manifest hell in the astral planes, which means you'll be vibrating on the very low, which will put you in the lower astral realms. So guess what? You're going to come back. You're going to come back into materialism. You're going to reincarnate. Because you haven't prepared for life after death. You must detach from the external world. Okay? Moon is mind. The sun is the soul. The earth is the body. The moon is the mind. This is why we say lunatic. In your mind, you have a specific mood. Moon. Money, M-O-N, is the moon. Money exists in the mind. They get you addicted to the money. The Bible's telling you this. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. It's telling you. Of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Who knew that the Bible was this deep? Matthew 16:26, what good will it be for someone to gain the whole world yet forfeit their soul? James 4:4, don't you know that friendship with this world means enmity against God? Therefore, anyone who chooses to be a friend of this world, of the world, becomes an enemy of God. John 4:4, dear children are from God and have overcome them, because the one who is in you is greater than the one who is in the world. It's talking about the invisible intelligence. It's greater than the physical world. John 2:15, do not love this world, nor the things it offers you, because this world will create you to, if your mind has attachments to what this world offers, sex, money, and power, pretty much, you will reincarnate here. You will come back here, because when you leave the body, your mind will still have these addictions. Do not love the world, nor the things it has to offer you. All of this is in my newly published book. The paperback versions are now available. Finally, for all the people who have been waiting, the Book of Wisdom. All of this knowledge is inside of the Book of Wisdom. The paperbacks are available. There's worldwide shipping. You can get it anywhere, pretty much, any country. My new website, it's amazing. There's going to be some amazing products coming on the new website. But I thank you all for the support. Before I leave, I need to explain what is going on with the soul trap. Like I said at the beginning, the mind's the bridge between the soul and the body. The body's the realm. By tricking your mind with false knowledge, they are keeping your soul stuck to this realm. They get you addicted to all the physical things, and that is it. As soon as you're addicted and you die, you're going to come back. So by tricking your mind, which is the bridge between the realms, they keep your mind stuck within this body. They keep you in physicality. They deveil you, the devil, the deveil. Thank you all for the support, people. If you do want to join the Academy, all the links will be posted below this video for the book, The Academy. Thank you all for the support and have an amazing day. What is good, people? It's Revival of Wisdom. Today we're going to be talking about Saturn. I've done this video in the past. However, this video is going to contain a lot more in-depth explanation of Saturn. So the 33rd degree Mason, Manly P. Hall, said, Saturn is the key to crystallization, physical matter. Light is matter, matter is light. They are interchangeable. Low vibrating light turns into matter, high vibrating matter turns into light. And Saturn is the god of this world, this physical world. He crystallizes light into matter. This is symbolized as the Masonic checkerboard, matter and spirit, matter and light, light and matter. He's also the god of time, destruction, justice. He creates and destroys, because all things in time die. He creates and destroys you. So, because we live in this physical world, which is the electric world, this is why we say electricity, because it comes from the root word of El, Saturn. They used to call Saturn El, E-L. This is why we used to say Elohim is God. The real God of this world is Saturn, but it's being hid. This is being hid. Jesus is Saturn. All of this is Saturn. It's all Saturn worship. It's the real God of this world, So, physical matter is a result of two opposing forces equalized on the plane of inertia, because everything is created out of electromagnetic toroidal fields. And these two poles equalize on the plane of inertia, which gives you planet Earth, plane of inertia. The plane of inertia is what Saturn is. It's the ring around the center of the plane of inertia. Thank you to Walter Russell saying, physical matter is a result of two opposing forces on the plane of inertia. This is what Walter Russell says, so please check out his work. He's got many books, many books on light and electromagnetism and stuff like that. So I advise you to check him out. So the torus field gives you the binary code 0 and 1, the female vagina and the male phallus. This is the code for this world. Saturn crystallizes physical matter. Now Saturn is the most outermost layer of the 7 layers of heaven, where it says in the Quran, it says, Allah, it is He who created the 7 layers of heaven. Saturn is the outermost layer. He's the top. He's the most high. So when we say the most high, we're referring to Saturn. He's the most high before the firmament, before the stars. So Saturn is the god of this world. He's the Lord of the Rings. He wears the crown. The crown is the rings. Crown, Chronos. So the planets are luminaries. They are lights. They are beings. They are energy, conscious energy. And we're in the heart of the solar system. Saturn is the outermost layer. He is the one of this world. He's the god of this world. Now, on the North Pole of Saturn, you have the hexagon. Add up all the sides. It creates the 6-pointed star. Or it can be created as a cube. The cube is very important. The 6-pointed star is very important. 6 points, 6 triangles, 6 side, 6, 6, 6. Black cube adds up to 6 in gematria. Now, what did I say in the beginning? Saturn crystallizes the physical world. He creates physical things out of light. You are a light being. This is why we say human. Hue means the light spectrum. Hue, man, we are light manifested into physical forms, human. And we are incarnated through Saturn. Satan, same thing. The number of the beast is 666, and the 666 comes from the 6.6 triangle, 6 sides of Saturn, 666. We are all known as carbon-based life forms. Carbon, the atomic structure of carbon, is 666, 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons. We are materialized into our physical bodies through Saturn, through the number of the beast. These bodies are the beast, it's the animal. The divine, the Christ, is the consciousness within, because you are a physical, spiritual being combined into one, hexed into one, hexagram. This is a hexagram. You're hexed into physical matter, spirit and matter, light and dark, combined into one. Now you contain of the mark of the beast, the mark of your body's the beast. It says in the Bible, Satan, who is the god of this world. This world. There are many different worlds, but this world is run by Satan, and it says that in the Bible. Saturn is Satan. It's the same thing. And look at the crown of thorns are wrapped around the heart. The soul is in the heart. The mind is in the brain. The soul is wrapped around the rings of Saturn. You're wrapped in physical matter. This is what it's showing you. This is symbolizing the rings of Saturn wrapping you. And the cross on top is the cross of the cube. The cube, the black cube of Saturn, unfolds into a cross. So Satan, who is the god of this world, Corinthians 4:4 in the Bible, Satan, who is the god of this world, has blinded the minds of those who don't believe. Saturn blinds your mind because the god of this world materializes you and he blinds your mind when you incarnate into physical matter. When you enter this soul system, not the solar system, you hit Saturn first. He materializes you. And look at the symbol for Saturn. This is the symbol for Saturn. All of the planet symbols are created out of the Holy Trinity. The earth, moon, and sun. Body, mind, and soul. The sun is your soul, the moon is your mind, the earth is your body. Your body's made out of the 5 elements. The sun is your soul because the sun is life force. Gives life to everything. Your sun is a soul. Your soul is the sun of your body. The moon is the mind. The moon is the moon of your body, the mind of your body. Intelligence. So all of the symbol of the planets are created out of these. The Saturn symbol is created out of the Earth cross, matter, and the moon crescent, moon, mind, matter over mind. This is why Satan, who is the god of this world, has blinded the minds of those who don't believe. He blinds your mind. Look at the symbol, it's showing you. The Saturn symbol is matter over mind when it should be mind over matter. So we descend into a soul system, into our 666 Saturn carbon suit bodies, and we are matter over mind. Then we have to move up the spine to go back up to spirit, to mind over matter, where you manipulate your own reality. Now look at this. It creates the number 5. 5 is the number of change. You're moving from this side of the number sequence over to the right side. You're moving from the spiritual into the physical world. You're incarnating into the 5 elements, the 5 senses. So the cube, the black cube of Saturn, is another major symbol. Very important symbol. Here you see the cube, and the color black is associated with Saturn because Saturn's associated with death. He creates and destroys. Light and dark. Death is associated with black, spirit, because you can't see spirit, which is blackness. So the black cube is black because Saturn rules the nighttime, which is dark, blackness, and he rules the winter, which is death, blackness. So Saturn is the black cube. Cubes have 6 sides: up, down, right, left, back, and forward. Cubes are 6-sided. Everything is 6-sided inside of this creation because you're incarnating, you're materializing, crystallizing into the cube, the world of the cube. Everything's a cube. Everything's got 6 sides. Here's Leonardo da Vinci showing you that you're in the cube. Leonardo da Vinci did this famous painting. You're in the cube, you're hexed into physical matter, where you're incarnated into the 3rd dimension, the 3-dimensional world, which is a cube, 3D. And black cube adds up to 6 sides of the black cube. The Kabbalah means cube god in Arabic. And look at what they do. They worship the cube, the black cube, and they stand in rings like the rings of Saturn. Australia, Denmark, Manhattan, Santana all have these black cubes. You go to New York, you will see the black cube there as well. These black cubes are everywhere because it is the real God of this world, So look at the cross. The cross unfolds into the cube. Xbox, Nintendo GameCube, Sega Saturn, anything to do with a simulated gaming reality, they put Saturn in it because we're in the simulation of Saturn. This is a simulation. And this is why they reflect this through the Xbox, GameCube, Sega Saturn, anything to do with gaming, simulations, is all Saturn. Because we're in the cube of Saturn, the black cube. We're in the GameCube, the Xbox, the Sega Saturn. As above, so below. So they reflect it through the simulations that they create inside of this simulation. Cubes have 8 points for the 8 points of time and space. 8 is the number of time. Everything's cycling, infinity. So look at the cube. The cube is symbolized as in Judaism. The Judays have the black cube. They wrap themselves in a black band and they cover their eyes into blackness. The black cube for the black cube of Saturn. They use the star of Saturn and they worship their god on Saturn Day because it's all Saturn worship. And look how the Saturn god is wrapped around with these thorns or leaves, just like Jesus is wrapped around his heart. And Jesus on the cross is us on the cross. We are in the cross. We are in the cube. The cross is the cube. And the cross is even in the Saturn symbol. This is another symbol for Saturn. There's two symbols. You got this one, the one I've just broke down. And there's this one. This is the cross of Saturn, the cube god, the simulation, the game cube. Now, Chronos is another word for Saturn. Chronos means time. When you clock into work, you go to the Chronos machine. Well, I did anyway. And I'd tap my card on the Chronos because Chronos is time. Anything to do with time is Saturn. He creates and destroys. Look at the artwork of Saturn with the sand, the time. Look at this, how he's cutting off the baby's wings. He's crystallizing the spirit into matter. He's cutting off your wings. Satan, in the Bible, he falls from heaven into earth and he loses his wings. He becomes a serpent. You see it's all symbolic for us. We are the fallen angels, fallen angles of light. We're fallen angles of light. We are light beings. Now we're fallen into physical matter. Saturn's chopped off our wings. He's chopped off our spirit wings because when you astral project, you can fly. You will fly around. He's got the Reaper staff here, always depicted with the Reaper staff. Now look at the clock. Saturn Day is the 6th day. The number of the beast, 666. Look at the clock. 6 take away 12. 12 take away 6 equals 6. 7 take away 1 equals 6. 8 take away 2 equals 6. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day, 2 plus 4 equals 6. That's 666. Everything's 666 because it's time. Saturn. All goes to Saturn. He's the god of time. We're in time now. We're in time. We're in the time, which is God, the god of this world, the god of time. Now look at this. The Reaper is also depicted as the Reaper with the staff, the black cloak, black symbolizing death, spirit. Judges wear black because Saturn is the law. He's the god of this world. He's the law. This is why they wear black cloaks. When you graduate from university, you wear a black cloak and a black cube on your head. You've been hexed. Funerals, you wear black because it's all to do with Saturn, Father Time, Father Crystallization. Now, Saturn, here's another one of him cutting off the wings of a child. Because he cuts off the wings. He creates and destroys your body. We're in the electrical world. Everything that is electrical vibrates. All vibrations have to come back to a standstill point, which is death. This is why your body dies. Your atoms stop vibrating. Corona. Look at the crown. The crown is the corona. Corona means crown. And look at this is an alcohol brand for beer. You can see the staff of Saturn in the symbol with the moon crescent. Corona, which is the crown, Saturn, the crown on Saturn, the rings. And then you've got the staff. It's all Saturn worship. Is the black cubes of 9/11. 2 black cubes. This was a ritual for Saturn. It's all ritualistic. And look at the Star of David, the Star of Saturn. It's not the Star of David. Creates IXXI, the sigil of Saturn. IXXI means 9/11 in Roman numerals. 9/11. It's all a ritual for Saturn, and they have the 2 black cubes of Saturn. Now look, XX, there's more symbolism of Saturn now. We're going deeper. XX is more symbolism for Saturn. The sigil of Saturn is XX, as above, so below. Same with the Star of David. You split it in the middle, as above, so below, as above, so below. XX, this is a Knights Templar cross of Lorraine. XX, Knights Templar, high order of Masonry. They all worship Saturn. Well, Saturn's the real god of this world. X Eon with the XX. XXL magazines, which is all to do with famous rappers and stuff like that. When you die, you put XX on the eyes because it's Saturn. He's the Reaper. Is Jesus with the XX crown with the thorns around his heart, around his soul, with the cube on the top, the cross cube. Lil Uzi Vert with the XX cross of Lorraine. Jay-Z with his alcohol brand, XX cross of Lorraine. The X Factor with the rings of Saturn. All Saturn worship. The seal of Melchizedek is also Saturn. This is the cube. This symbolizes the cube with the 8 points for the 8 points of space and time. And this is the cube. It's another ancient symbol for Saturn. Here you see the star of Saturn with the Melchizedek symbol around it, which is all to do with Saturn. Here you see an altar, the Holy Grail, the Melchizedek symbol on it, and they're worshipping it. This is why we wear rings, wedding rings for the rings of Saturn. It all goes back to Saturn. Earrings. The 8-pointed star of the ancient Sumerians is all Saturn. It's all Saturn. So the ancients, the symbols of Saturn goes on forever. It's in all of the major corporations. You can see it everywhere, the rings of Saturn. Toyota is an obvious one. Internet, Nike, Target, Sega, Saturn. It's all Saturn worship. All Saturn worship. Because he is the real god of this world. Here's Kanye West's album with a Saturn here. Here's Michael Jackson's album saying escape. There's the X again. The escape. You have to escape this reality. Maybe that's what he's pointing at. Here you see it on the dollar bill. The star of Saturn. Here you see it again on the dollar bill. So that is it for today's people. I hope you all gain some insight on Saturn. Please like, comment, and share if you can. Subscribe if you like the channel. Please have an amazing day. God bless. What is good, YouTube? Today we're going to be talking about the astral plane and how the cosmology fits into the astral plane. Okay, so first let's go over the astral plane and go over the different layers of reality so that you can understand reality more. You are a multi-dimensional being. You are not in these, you are in all of these realities at the same time. They all interweave into one big reality. But there are different planes. They are different vibrational dimensions. There are different dimensions of reality. The mind is the root cause of reality. We're living in the mind of God. Everything is being thought into existence from the root cause, from the universal mind. This is why the ancient Egyptians said, all is mind. We're living in the mind of God. And we are a microcosm of this mind. This is why we all have the same mind. This mind is the world of thoughts. Now, this world of thoughts is just the thought alone. For example, it is the thought of a chair. But then when you start to imagine this chair and you start to mentally see the chair, you're now manifesting the thought, the singular thought, into some sort of form. So now you're imagining the chair. You're imagining the form of this chair, which is then manifesting into the astral plane. The astral plane is the world of thought forms manifesting. So when you are imagining something, you are seeing into the astral plane. Okay? Your third eye, it is an eye because it sees the astral plane. It is seeing the other side through imagination, through dreaming. Well, we'll go over dreaming later. So the thought of a chair is a singular thought. The imagination of the chair is the manifestation of the chair. And in the astral plane, it's basically the world of all the chairs that could ever exist. So you're thinking of the chair as a singular thought, which is the mental plane. The astral plane is the imagination of that chair, is the thought, the manifestation of it. Depending on the vibrational state of the thought will depend what level of the astral plane it will go to. For example, if you're thinking about a chair to torture someone on it, it's going to go on the lower astral plane. Or if you're thinking and imagining happy things, it's going to go to the higher astral plane. So wherever your mindset is, that we call it a mindset because your mind is setting frequencies to certain things. Thoughts are frequencies. And a mindset is setting your frequency, setting your mind to a certain frequency. So when you set your mind to a certain frequency and you imagine something in that frequency, you're going to match everything in the astral plane that are on that similar frequency, just like you would in the physical world. Because we're all in these worlds right now as we speak, but we can't see them with the two physical eyes. We can feel it though. When you're around someone and you've just met a new person, for example, you can feel their vibration. And if you're not on a similar vibrational match, you will not get along with that person, or you just won't not get along, but you won't connect with that person because you're on two opposing frequencies, not matching. And this is something you can't see, you can only feel because it's the astral plane. It exists within the astral plane. Everything in the astral plane is made out of vibrations. So if you do astral project, and if you already know how to astral project, you will see beings and people and things that are on the same frequency as you. This is why before you astral project, you need to sort your vibration out before you astral project, because you are projecting your consciousness into this. It's the mind. The mind is the bridge. It can move between realities. You are a observer. You are a observing soul which observes different realities. And the mind is the bridge between all of these different realities. The mind can choose. If you want to project into the astral, you set your mind to it, you can. Okay? So let's not get off track. The lower astral plane is where demons are. The higher astral plane is where heavenly beings are. Heaven and hell are kind of a real thing. The etheric plane is a powerful substance, the ether, the fifth element that they don't tell us about. They if you type in on Google the 5 elements, they will try to remove it with wood or metal because they don't want you knowing about the ether. Ether is the energy double behind all physical objects. So the ether is very important. It is the 5th element. It is part of the physical world, but it's also part of the astral world. It is on either side. You see how they're showing you the truth in the language? Ether and either are the same word. The ether has 1 foot in the astral and 1 foot in the physical world. It's a substance that connects the physical to the astral world. It is the either. It's on either side of reality. It's on the other side. Other, either, same word. Ether is connecting the physical to the astral plane. It's the world of frequency. Frequencies, EMFs, torus fields are in the etheric plane. It is the energy plane. It's where energy moves through the ether. Okay. So then you have the physical world, the world of effect. Everything you see in the physical world is the effect of the higher planes. Each plane is a product of the plane above. So, and it melts into each plane. The physical plane is the lowest plane, it's the most densest, and the highest is the most fluid. This is the most fluid, this is the most dense. This is where we get the saying, as above, so below from. As above, so below comes from the different planes of reality. And magicians understand this. This is why magicians always say as above, so below. Because they understand if you manipulate the higher planes of reality, you manipulate the lower planes. Because the astral plane is a direct copy of the physical world, but in the astral plane. It is mirrored. The physical world is mirrored in the astral plane. They are both the same world, but just different vibrational states of the world. Kind of. It's hard to put this in words, people. So just try and understand. The astral plane is the double. It is whatever happens in the astral plane happens in the physical plane. This is why magic works. This is why demons work. This is why spirit communication works. Because if you manipulate the higher planes, you manipulate the lower planes. As above in the astral, so below. Leonardo da Vinci showing you to look up, pointing up. You got to look up. He's telling you to change the mind, you change the physical world. You change your emotions, you're on the astral plane, you change the physical world. You change your reality by changing the higher planes. This is the Masonic 11, the 2 pillars. This is the 11, also symbolizing the 2 hemispheres of the brain here. But the 11 symbolizes the 2 mirrors. 11, 9, 11. 9, 11 adds to 11. 9 plus 1 plus 1 equals 11. The Twin Towers were an 11. Flight 11 was hijacked. Because it's a mass ritual within the astral plane. Now, we're going to go deep into that later, and I'll show you these rituals they do in order to manipulate the astral plane. So, this is what the 11 is. It's the mirroring of reality. If you contact spirits and conjure spirits, you can either summon or attract demons and spirits. Summoning is creating a spirit. You create demons. Okay. like I said here, the mind is the root cause of reality. If you think of if you think of a traumatic event that happened in your life over and over and over and over again for years and years and years, where attention goes, energy flows. The mind is the director of energy. If you are directing energy into the specific emotion, the specific thing that is torturing you in your mind, that will manifest as some sort of being in the astral plane, which is called an elemental. And this elemental being that you have created through your thought forms and emotions will latch onto you and feed off this energy. So it's important that you get your mind right. Okay, it's important you sort that you file the mind and you discipline the mind. Make sure it's only entertaining positive things, because you are quite literally creating your own demons. Creating the word demon has the word mon in it, and if you've watched my videos, to know mon means moon. The moon is your mind, the sun is your soul, the earth is your physical body. Demon is mon means mind, moon is mind. You create demons with your mind, summoning. Now, this is where the rituals come in. 9/11 was a ritual because everyone was thinking about this big fearing, the death of 9/11. Everyone was thinking about it. And all of their minds thinking about this horrific thing will manifest and summon a negative energy spirit elemental within the astral plane. That's how all of this works. This is why it was a mass ritual. Okay. Chris Brown, new album name 11/11. Release date on the 11/11. This will be my 11th album and contain 11 songs. All of these people know the occult. This is Hermes Trismegistus with the star of Saturn, the six-pointed star, as above, so below. The mirroring of reality, physical and astral, the two Masonic pillars. So as above, so below. What's above us? The stars. The stars are connected to the astral plane. This is why we call them stargates. When we dream, we are experiencing these different realities. And what are stars? They tell in the Bible, it says Genesis 1:14. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs." Signs translates to things to come. Why things to come? The stars tell the future. Why? And why do we say as above, so below? As above us is the astral plane and the etheric plane. As above, so below. Whatever happens in the stars happens on Earth. The stars are connected to the astral plane. Above us is the astral plane. We are a star in a physical body. This is why we say Mr., sister, stir equals star. The E and the A are interchangeable. We are stars, and the stars are the start of our incarnation. We start in the stars, same root word, and we descend through the seven energies, which are our seven chakras. Then we enter the heart of the soul system. The heart rearranged spells earth. And this is the true cosmology. Here's the Masonic cosmology. This is Masonic now. Here's the firmament. Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters to divide the waters from above, from the waters that below. Genesis 1:6. The firmament, firmament comes from the word firma, Latin, I'm pretty sure, which means firm. When something is firm, meaning it's stable, it does not move, it is firm. The firmament is firm. So, is the firmament Genesis 1:6. What does he say? Genesis 1:3, sorry. Let there be light. This is before the sun and the moon was created. Let there be light. Before the sun and the moon was created, light was appeared. So what's that tell you? This is a holographic projection from some sort of light being, some sort of projector. And that projector is the all-seeing eye you see in the Masonic cosmology. This is the all-seeing eye projecting the light beams. Let there be light. Everything is made out of light. The universe is created out of light waves. The torus field is one unit of light. The light projecting this reality is Polaris. Okay, the famous all-seeing eye. Now, what else? Then we have after let there be light in Genesis 1:16, and God made the two great lights. This is the sun and the moon, electric, magnetic, male and female. Then we have the Masonic checkerboard, the black and white symbolizing dualities within the dualistic reality we're in, spirit and matter, light and matter, rest and motion, positive and negative, good and evil. Everything's dualistic here. Okay? And it's a dance. The universe is a dance between flickering of white and black light, which is the torus field. We're not going to go over that, but this is all connected to the astral plane. This is the true cosmology. The astral plane cannot work on a spinning monkey ball in the middle of space. Does not work. Cannot work. It's impossible. Okay? Impossible. So, even in the Quran, it says, Allah has made the earth for you as a carpet, flat. Quran 15:19. And the earth we have spread out like a carpet, set there on mountains, firm and immovable. It is immovable. In the Quran, it also says 65:12, it is Allah who has created the seven heavens of the earth. The seven heavens meaning the seven layers of heaven, the seven planets. And Psalms 104:5, he set the earth on its foundations and it can never be moved. Never. So here you see in Isaiah 40:22, he sits enthroned above the circle of the earth and its people are like grasshoppers. He stretches out the heavens like a canopy and spreads them out like a tent to live in. We live in a tent. This is the tent. The projection of light. Here you see an ancient picture here. Here you see the ethereal barrier, meaning the firmament, the etheric barrier. And here you see his head popping out. Why is his head popping out? Because your head is heaven. Your heel is hell. Your head has access to the astral plane. This is why your head is heaven. The pineal gland, when stimulated, has access to project itself, project consciousness into the astral plane. Here you see another ancient picture here with the Masonic Royal Arch, with the zodiac here, the zodiac on the top, arching because there's a firmament above us. Here's God in the brain. Consciousness is God. Here you see the Masonic Royal Arch, symbolizing the firmament. George Washington above the Masonic Royal Arch. These are the stars. This is Polaris projecting reality. Here's ancient churches with the dome. Polaris projecting reality with Jesus. Disney World is under the dome. The seven layers of heaven, ancient paintings, all depict if you go and look at the ancient paintings, they'll all depict the firmament, the arch above us. This is where we get interesting. The Masonic Royal Arch has the 6-9, which is Cancer. The constellation Cancer, which is 6-9 is associated with portals because CERN is the 6-9. Okay, CERN is opening portals. They're trying to create a portal to the other side. Cancer has the word CERN within it, so there is a link between Cancer and the opening, the firmament opening above us to ascension. Here you see the Masonic art with the Royal Arch and the light and the opening. Here you see the light and the opening. This is the opening of the firmament. Here's the Hebrew cosmology with Sheol, the underworld, and the opening. So Cancer is definitely some sort of portal in and out of this reality. I'm just connecting dots here. Now, we're going to go change a bit now. These celebrities that you are seeing are, they have not sold their soul to Satan, okay? They have not sold their soul to Satan. Satan is a demonic, low vibrational energy that has been summoned over the thousands and thousands and thousands of years of evil occult arts. So since Babylon was summoning this demonic energy, and this demonic energy in the astral plane will grow and grow and grow. It has no form. It has no physical form. Okay? But you can see it in the rappers. You can, if your third eye is open, you can see clearly that these people are demonic. You can sense the energy that they're manifesting. Selling your soul is not what you've been told. It is gaining, because your soul is pure love, okay? Your soul does not want to do anything bad. So when you sell your soul, you're gaining physical gain, you're gaining physical wealth, for example. Like for these rappers, they will be given millions of pounds because the people in control of the music industry, which is the dark occultists trying to brainwash the masses, the people in charge, they're dark occultists. They understand Satan and the energy. They are satanic energy, which has been summoned in the astral plane. They see that they have influence over the masses, so they will go to them and say, "I will give you this amount of money forever if you manifest this satanic, demonic energy through the music and through social media to blind the masses, to brainwash the masses into this demonic energy." Because when you listen to music, music is frequency. Whatever you listen to, you become that frequency. So if you're listening to these people, they're throwing energy, this demonic, satanic energy that they sold out to. Soul, same word. When you sold something, you've got your soul involved. They have exchanged money, physical gain, so that they manifest this satanic energy within the astral plane and through the music, through the videos, through social media to keep us in this vibrational frequency, in this low state of consciousness. This is what it actually is. It's not, you're not selling your soul to some sort of devil. This satanic energy has no physical form it is formless in the astral plane. It's a summoned energy. Now, the root chakra is red. This is why the devil is red, because it symbolizes the animal nature of man. When you are operating off your root chakra, you will kill, you will fight, you will do anything to survive, because it's all about survival mode in the root chakra. They want you keeping in that fighting mode, that surviving mode, so that you are manifesting this low vibrational frequency, this satanic energy, this demonic red energy. This is why the devil is red. And the devil has a tail with the red arrow pointing down because it symbolizes your light body. This is your Merkaba. Your Merkaba is your light body. Mer equals light, Ka equals spirit, Ba equals body. Merkaba, this is the devil's tail pointing down, the descension, your heel, up to your heel, hell. Ascension to heaven, head. You see, this is the all-seeing eye with the illumination coming off it, your head, when you're illuminated. The Merkaba is your celestial sphere to portray different planes of reality. It is the vehicle of ascension. It's your light body. It's in the word Kabbalah, Kabbalah, Ka, spirit, Ba, body, La, light. Same thing, Kabbalah, Merkaba. Same thing. It's all about the light body. This light body sees different realities. So when you see the goat in the music industry, it's this satanic summoned energy that's been summoning for thousands of years within the astral plane. When it becomes to the physical plane, it will manifest through different things: a goat, an owl, Satan, Moloch, Baal, same deity, same demonic energy that's been summoning in the astral plane. And this is why the Baphomet has a goat head. Drake's new album is the goat, the Polo G, the Masonic G with the goat. And here's Ryla Rodriguez in the mirror with the goat in the mirror and him in his physical body. It symbolizes, the mirror symbolizes the astral plane, because he's manifesting the goat, the demonic energy. He's sold out to the demonic energy, and in the physical plane, he's his physical body. The mirroring, the Masonic 11, the mirroring of reality, the astral and the physical. And what do you call them when they're an amazing rapper, the best rapper? You call them the goat, because the goat, you're the goat because you're manifesting the goat energy, the satanic, demonic energy within the astral plane. So Baal, Moloch, all the same thing. Because in the astral plane, if you want to gain spirits to come to you and communicate you in the physical world, if you want to communicate with spirits, you have to gain their attention. You can either gain their attention or come together and agree to create some sort of being, which is Satan. Okay. You can, like I said earlier, you can create these beings, you can summon them or attract them. One way to attract them is sacrificing. In order for you to become God, man, to turn to God, you have to sacrifice your life. You have to sacrifice, not drinking, not doing things, not doing anything demonic, not doing anything bad, not eating meat. You have to sacrifice yourself to become the light. However, if you want quick, instant gains in the physical world, you can sacrifice something else to communicate with these spirits, because these demonic energies feed off demonic energy, your demonic energy. So these dark occultists will give away babies, they'll sacrifice, torture babies so that they gain, so that they can communicate with these spirits for physical exchange. Yes, you can do this. These powerful spirits, these powerful demons can give you powers. They can give you certain things. And this is what they are doing. They're summoning and attracting these demonic energy. This is why, trafficking is one of the most, Balenciaga. Baal is the demonic energy in the astral plane, which requires child sacrifice for his presence. Balenciaga, and they were trafficking children. They were trafficking, killing them, and offering them to the spirits. This is what they are doing. Balenciaga. It's in the name. Here you see, you can see here a stick man with two horns. The goat, obviously, it's all the same deity. Baal, the goat, Moloch, Moloch, the owl, the Egyptian owl, because it comes from the owl of Moloch, which is Baal, which is Satan, all the same demonic energy. And it's on the dollar bill, a tiny dollar bill, tiny, on the $1 bill. All the same thing. Bohemian Grove, they worship the big owl, Moloch. It's all the same thing. It's all one big demonic energy which has been summoning in the astral plane. And it's trying to take over Earth, the physical plane. That's what it's doing. So I hope you all gained a deeper understanding of the astral plane and what's actually going on in the world. Please leave a comment if you can to help the algorithm. Drop a like if you like this content. And hope you all learned something today. And God bless you all. Thank you all. In this video, we're going to be talking about the evolution of consciousness.
You are born human, however, you possess consciousness, which is the awareness behind your being, the awareness behind your thoughts, the experiencer behind your five senses, the experiencer, the observer behind your thought, emotions, and senses. You are an eye, an invisible consciousness looking through a lens, which is your body. Your body produces this physical world that you experience. Your brain produces this world. Your brain and body is a technological computer. However, you are an infinite, ever-expanding consciousness behind this physical body. And there is an evolution of consciousness, a cosmic journey of expansion. And this is why we see so much pyramid symbolism in the occult and esoteric world, and especially within Freemasonry. Because the pyramid represents climbing, an evolution, a raising state of consciousness, a journey. Steps symbolize a journey upwards. This is the raising and the evolution of consciousness, our inner world. The transmutation of our inner selves, of our souls and consciousness and our minds. So when we see this pyramid, we're seeing a evolution, a way up to source consciousness. And the eye in the pyramid represents your source consciousness. It represents illumination. It represents divine guidance through this evolution of consciousness. This is why we see the ladder. Consciousness is ever expanding on an infinite journey of evolution. Each individual is a part of this cosmic process, contributing towards the ongoing expansion of both mind and awareness. As we evolve, we collectively explore deeper levels of existence, expanding the boundaries of thought and consciousness. The mind has the ability to expand infinitely into new realms of thought, into new dimensions of mind. The mind cannot be filled up. It is not a physical substance. The body can be filled up because it is a physical thing, but you cannot fill the mind. Therefore, the mind is constantly expanding, ever expanding into new fields of thought. So what we see in Freemasonry, the ladder, is again a journey, an elevation of consciousness. When we are born with an infant consciousness, and as we gain older, we gain an adult consciousness. Our inner world, our inner mind, and our emotional intellect changes and evolves. We are significantly different from when we were very young as an infant. It's because our consciousness evolutes, it changes, it alters like water. So just like this evolution of your own consciousness as growing up, there is consciousness of beings existing in cycles beyond our own. And their consciousness is unimaginably different from ours. They operate on a higher level of understanding and knowing, experiencing reality in ways that transcend our current comprehension. Our minds right now cannot comprehend the highest states of consciousness. There are entities, there are beings beyond our own, existing in higher dimensions of consciousness that we cannot comprehend because they have expanded. They are on a further way up the ladder of consciousness. However, we are all on the same journey. None of us can take the same journey. There is one ultimate goal, reaching source consciousness. However, this is always ever expanding. However, we are all on a different journey. There is one truth, one source, one goal. However, there are billions in different ways of reaching it, and we are all on these different paths to source consciousness, to this ladder, this evolution of universal evolution. Okay? Their awareness is attuned to new dimensions of existence, reflecting a more advanced stage in the cosmic journey of consciousness evolution. So when you take DMT, you are shot into these higher realms of consciousness where you meet these beings who look similar to these images. They are not speaking to you physically. They don't speak to you three-dimensionally through vibration and words. They speak to you mentally. If you have done DMT, then you know this. And if you have met these beings, then you know this. You might have even met some of these types of beings on mushrooms or any psychedelic drugs. Because ultimately, when you take these mind-altering substances, it's altering your consciousness. It's merging your consciousness with the spirit of that substance. And you are essentially attuning your mind to higher dimensions of consciousness. That's why we say we're getting high when we take these substances. Therefore, when you meet these beings on DMT, you are essentially meeting beings who are attuned to higher dimensions of consciousness, and they speak to you mentally. They speak to you telepathically through thought, because the universe is mental. Everything exists within the mind. The way you are now, your physical existence, is a state of mind. Mind, thought creates matter. Spirit and matter are two opposing ways of thinking. If we have a very spiritual mind, we have an expanded mind, we are a spiritual person through the mind. However, if we have a very low state of consciousness where we think about food, sex, lust, and all physical things, then we have a physical consciousness. Matter and spirit are two opposing forces, two ways of thinking. The mind attunes itself to different levels of understanding in different dimensions. So, essentially, this is what we're looking at. The body is a vessel for the fluidic, formless consciousness, a temple that houses the essence of our awareness. While the five senses are limited to perceiving only the physical plane, the mind transcends these limitations, capable of perceiving the full scope of reality. It is through the mind that we access deeper truths beyond the material, tapping into boundless nature of existence. Physical existence is a thin band, a thin layer of reality. It's like 0.001% of reality. And your five senses are only tuned into this layer of reality. But the five senses are, by design, only allowed to perceive physicality. But the mind has the power to expand beyond this physical five sense state. The mind has the power to expand and evolute. It is a conscious decision whether you want to take this path or not. You can stay in a three-dimensional way of thinking, or you can expand your consciousness from within. It's not an external journey. There is no God going to save you. You must save yourself. Therefore, behind every single one of these eyes is the same source consciousness. However, we are all different cells in a different journey. The organs in your body, the cells in your body are all alive. They all possess same consciousness, universal consciousness. However, we are all on a different journey of evolution. As above, so below. As the baby is in the mother's womb, when the baby becomes conscious, there is a world outside of its mother. What does it do? It presses and seeks a way out to be born in the other world outside of its mother. It is the same with your consciousness, your mind. When your mind becomes aware that there is realities beyond the immediate surroundings, it seeks a way out. And this is exactly what I'm doing to you now. I am now expanding your mind and telling you there is other ways of reality. There is other dimensions of consciousness which you can access through inner transmutation, through different ways of thinking, spiritualism, and meditating and connecting with yourself and detaching from external things. We can upgrade our consciousness. Your body is a womb. Why Jesus says you must be born again to see the kingdom of God, because you are born physically and then you must be born again spiritually, awakening your inner consciousness. So like I said, as the baby is in the womb, it's the same principle. As above, so below. You were a baby. You were in your mother's womb and you figured out there is a world outside of your mother. So you seek to weigh out your mother to be born in another world. It's the same now. You must do this now. This is your spiritual evolution. This is the evolution of consciousness. It's ever expanding. When you die, this is a transition. You must learn to not fear death. This is another part of your spiritual journey. You must master death. Therefore, like I said before, the mind has limitless capacity to expand into new realms of thought, continuously exploring uncharted ideas and concepts without boundaries. The mind can ever expand. It can never be filled. It can never ever know everything. There is infinite fields of knowledge, infinite fields of thought. Your current state is just one stage on an infinite pathway. You won't remain human forever. The human experience is a crucial phase where we learn to balance polarities, master the fundamental laws of the cosmos. It is a period of growth and transformation, preparing us for the next stages in our cosmic evolution. The goal is to strive for perfection, yet the true perfection is unattainable. It's like a tunnel, and there is a light at the end of the tunnel. And as you walk through this tunnel, the light is ever moving backwards. You should forever seek to meet that light, but you will never meet that light because consciousness is ever expanding. You should strive for perfection, yet knowing that perfection is forever unattainable. The journey is endless, with each step revealing deeper layers of understanding and experience. The pursuit of growth and expansion is itself the essence of our evolution. You can find all of this knowledge in the amazing book that I have read for years. I have read this book, The Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Atlantean, by M. Dorial, translated by M. Dorial. I'm telling you now, this book, now that I've told you this, you have some context on the book. The whole book is about evolution of consciousness. He's talking about higher dimensions beings. He's talking about how you can transcend this physical plane. It is truly the most amazing book you will probably read. One of the best spiritual texts you'll see. It's hard to understand, so you must read it over and over again. And the more your mind progresses, like for me, I read this every couple months. And the more I learn about consciousness, the more I expand my own consciousness. And every time I read this book, I pick out something new that just completely blows my mind, because you can only understand this book to your level of consciousness, to your level of understanding. So now that I've told you all this information, go and read this book and it will absolutely blow your mind. And so will the Book of Wisdom Volume 2, which is now available. I released it the other day. I'm just going to read a page out now. This page is called Spirit and Matter. The Earth is not merely a dense, lifeless rock drifting through space. It possesses spirit, a living essence that animates its form. But what do we mean by spirit? Spirit in esoteric terms refers to the energy, the life force, animating the principles infused in matter. So essentially, what this page is talking about is how everything has spirit, consciousness within it. You are the middle, you are spirit and matter. You have the ability to expand your mind to the God self and raise above our animal instinct, our material self, and know the divine and expand. Animals cannot do this. Animals are not self-aware. Humans possess self-awareness. We can observe our consciousness. We can say, why do I exist? We can look in the mirror and know that we need growth. And this is what Anunnaki means. Anu means above. Anu was the supreme god of the sky, which is a metaphor. He represents spirit above, heaven. Anu came down to earth and married Ki, the goddess of the earth, which represents matter. It's a myth, it's an allegory. Anu married Ki and gave birth to the Anunnaki. Spirit came down and infused with matter and gave birth to the human, which is you. You are spirit infused in matter, Anu and Ki, Anunnaki. You are the Anunnaki. And this is just one of the teachings in my book. Honestly, this book is absolutely amazing. If you truly, truly want to expand your consciousness, give this book a read. And obviously, if you're inside the university, I give you this book for free. A paperback version. If you join the university, follow the steps inside of the general chat, you'll be able to download this book. Or, sorry, not download it. Order a paperback for free. All you have to do is pay for the shipping. You'll also gain amazing knowledge inside of my library, where your mind will just be overblown with the amount of esoteric books. There's over 45 rare occult books, plus you get a PDF of the Volume 1 and Human Health Guide. You get reoccurring updates where I expand on symbolism, occultism, where you will just feel absolutely amazing once you understand esotericism in yourself. You'll also learn how to create the dream reality that you want with the Manifestation Mastery course, where I teach you how your consciousness creates reality. You'll have a real lectures where I post lectures on symbolism, occultism, esotericism. There's a conscious community and live calls and Q&A where you can ask me questions and I'll answer your questions. I just want to say thank you to everyone who has joined the university. Thank you for even liking and watching this video. Any support I just appreciate every single one of you. Please, if you can, leave a comment and a like on this video and let me know any videos you want me to make in the future. And I will start uploading a lot more to the YouTube. So yeah, thank you all for tuning in today. Have an amazing day.
Is that you are eternal. You will never ever die. So when you close your eyes, you have an internal world. Internal world is mortal. It will never die. The inner voice, the inner thoughts, the inner emotions will never die. But the external world will die. So you have an inner and outer world. And the inner world is infinite, it's limitless, it can think anything, be anywhere in the world, be anyone. Imagination, thought, there's no infinite potential. In order to gain in order to live a happy life, to gain the best experience in this temporary life, you have to master yourself, because you are a creator. That's what you are. You are literally God made human form. You are a creator. And if you are not creating, then you are living in an animal state. Okay? So in order to live this life to the fullest, you need to master yourself, not let the external world control your internal world, but let the internal world be commands and not reactions. So it's all about controlling the self, mastering the mind, learning truth, so you can actually gain the most out of this life. If you worship Jesus, but you don't work on your mind, you don't work on your emotions, you are nowhere near God. I'm sorry, I have to put that out there. You know, a lot of people think I can worship Jesus and I'll be close to God. You have to align your mind with God, with the God self. You have to align yourself with the God consciousness, the God frequency. So, the Freemasons always use the all-seeing eye. The all-seeing eye. The eye needs light to see. The eye needs light to see. How? I'll go over how in a second for you. Sorry about that. The eyes need light to see. So we have one eye, which represents the inner eye. So when we close our eyes, we have an internal eye, internal thoughts, internal vision. Imagination, we have an internal vision. We have an internal thought, internal emotions. In order for our mind to perceive the self, it needs light. What's light? Information. Information is light. Why is information light? Because when someone is very intelligent, you call them a bright person. You call them they're very bright. Because information is light. and it allows the mind to see clearly. Without light, your eyes cannot see reality. You can't see anything. Without information, the mind cannot perceive the self properly. Without information, truth, you will think you are this mortal body. That's the darkness. But when you gain light, truth, information, the mind sees clearly. So this is what this represents. It represents enlightenment, represents truth in the mind. The word enlightenment means light in the ment. Ment means mind. So the all-seeing eye represents light, information, truth in the mind to see clearly, to perceive reality and the self clearly. Because without this information, you will know you're in the darkness. The mind is in the ignorance. The mind is in the darkness. Does that make sense? Keep tapping the live, everyone. Let's get this to 50k likes. That'd be amazing. Let's get this to 50k likes. And thank you to anyone who purchased the book. I have seen your orders. Okay, but how? How? Everyone's asking, how do I... First of all, you have to address every single addiction you have. So the best thing to do, to just start doing, is just do a spirit... No, I don't like saying spiritual. I don't like the word. It's more mental than anything, because the universe is mental. Do a meditation every day. Just literally sit there and dwell inside yourself. Turn off the mind and rise above thoughts. That's the Holy Land of Israel. The Holy Land of Israel is inside yourself. The Bible talks about the Holy Land of Israel, right? Well, that's a place inside your own consciousness. Israel. Isis, Ra, and El. How do you get to El? This is the Holy Land. The Holy Land symbol is an upward triangle and a downward triangle. The feminine downward triangle, the male upward triangle, combined. The combination of the two brains, the combination of the masculine and feminine. The way you align your brain hemispheres is how you reach the Holy Land. And you simply literally just do this by meditating. But when you meditate, you can literally just align your brain hemispheres. And you can also do this in various other ways. You can listen to 2 different frequencies at once. Because this ear is connected to this brain, this ear is connected to that brain. And when you place 2 different frequencies, the 2 brains work together to harmonize the frequency. So you actually sync the brain hemispheres. So you can actually do this by just holding your hands. This is why we pray. Okay, a lot of people in, Christianity, they do this. They pray to God. But what they're actually engaging in right here is an ancient form of meditation, of placing their hands together. Because when we place the hands together, the brain hemispheres are coming together now, and it's working as one system. See, so, and when we do this, when the brain hemispheres are not fighting each other, but coming together, we unlock El. We unlock the Holy Land. That's a place inside of our own consciousness that we can reach. So when you meditate, you need to turn off the activity of the 5 senses. Your 5 senses, your thought, emotion. Then you have your observation, you. You are the observer. The observer is you. This is the one who experiences your thoughts, who experiences, who is the one experiencing, when you're a bit depressed sometimes and we have these negative thoughts and we're a bit down, who's the one suffering? The body's not suffering. The mind is not suffering because the mind's what's producing the thoughts. That's the soul. The soul is what suffers. You are the soul, not this body. When you are suffering from a mental illness, who is the one suffering? Does that make sense? Does that resonate with you now? Have you really felt what the soul is? Because that is the best way for me to describe what the soul is. Yeah. That is the best way. Yeah. So the soul is the one who suffers from the mental illness, or from the good. When you have good thoughts, the soul is what feels good. That's you. You are the invisible soul, right? So when you turn off the activity of the senses and the thoughts and the emotion, you dwell in a place of just soul. It's just pure awareness. And that is the Holy Land of Israel. So the Holy Land of Israel is not a real place on the land, but a place inside your own mind that you can go to by turning off everything. When your thoughts are racing, when you're stressed about bills, when you do all this and that, just turn it all off and dwell in the Holy Land, where pure love and pure peace is. So you can literally go there yourself. It's a holy land within your own mind, within your own skull. There's a beautiful place. A beautiful place you can go where there is no problems. And you can go in there every single day and every single night. And when you connect with that more, on a daily basis, you connect with this, the soul, you can literally unfold your purpose. You'll gain downloads, you'll gain information, not gain information, but you'll have realizations. And you can be easily more guided by your soul, and you're more in tune with yourself. You gain more intuition because you're in tune with yourself, with your soul. And the soul speaks to you through emotion. The soul speaks to you through emotion. Okay, so when you have negative thoughts, when you feel down, when you feel horrible, that is your soul telling you something, that something's not right. You're stagnant. I get it. When I don't make much progress, the soul is always craving progress. It always needs progress, and always, not progress, but learning. The soul doesn't want to be stagnant. It has to learn. It has to evolve. That's why it comes here. That's why the soul joins this world. To evolve. And when we become stagnant, this is when the soul cries out. This is why a lot of people suffer. This is why I suffered. We all suffer from this when we're very stagnant, when we don't make much progress in anything. You know? We're nearly on 50k, 34k, 15k off. Keep tapping the screen. What is the best frequency? There's many different frequencies for different things. How to listen to my soul. Listen to your emotions. The book is the book that I've wrote myself. The book that has changed thousands of people's lives. You can find it in the bio if you want to learn more about consciousness, about yourself. But wait until we hit 50k, because when we hit 50k, I'll release 5 codes for people to use, and you can save some matrix tokens on it. Save some money on it. Unfortunately, we're all being governed by matrix tokens. That's what I like to call them. Why is money so important? It's just a system created. It doesn't really exist. So yeah, if we get this to 50k likes, I'll drop the coupons for everyone. My second book arrived today. Oh wow. Enjoy it, Patty. Let me know what you think of it. Why can't we buy volume 1? You can. There should be... Is it not working? Let me have a look. It should be working. It's on my website. You just click there's a select button. You click the select button and click volume 1. Or you go to ebooks. You can find all the ebooks. Just click the select button. So we're 9k away. Keep tapping the screen, everyone. So how long do I need to abstain from fapping to astral project? You don't focus on astral projection just yet. You want to astral project, you got to learn how to meditate first. You got to learn how to meditate. You got to learn how to visualize. You could probably astral project, but you won't see anything. A lot of people do that. A lot happens to a lot of people. They'll leave their body. They'll feel their energy body, but they won't be able to see anything. It'll just be black. That's because you haven't worked on your imagination. And your imagination is your vision in that plane. Okay. Magnetic Mel, your books, they're just a blessing. Oh wow, thank you. Just got them. So grateful. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mel. How did you learn this stuff? Luckily, I had a lot of time, and I literally locked myself in a room for like so long, and I just researched and researched. I knew there was more to life, and I just wanted truth. That's all I cared about. And yeah, that's pretty much what happened. It's crazy. I learned a lot in like 4 years. Keep tapping the screen, everyone. Oh, we've hit 50k on one live. Okay, who wants me to drop the code? And then I'll break down astral projection for you after, for the people who are waiting for that. It'll take me 2 seconds. Let me know in the comments if you want the code. Tips to meditate. Okay. Okay, amazing. So, there are 10 codes available. Spring 30. All caps. Spring 30, all capital letters. All capital letters will give you the code. Spring 30. Click the link in the bio, it'll take you straight there. You're going to save yourself 30%, so use this chance wisely. So, the people who are asking about astral projection. Divine being divine. Amazing. Amazing. So, the people who are asking about astral projection, where's the code? The code's here. Spring 30, all caps. There's 10 available, so you'll have to use it quite quickly. So, in order to astral project, we have to purify ourselves. Not only purify ourselves, is gain control over ourselves. Why? Because, like I mentioned before, it happened to me when I first started astral projecting. I used to astral project. I used to get out of the body. I'd enter the spirit. You can feel it. It literally feels that. That is what you feel. This buzzing, light sensation. There's no weight. You're literally just light. It's so weird. It's the weirdest feeling you'll ever feel. But it's just a surge of energy. It's literally just an energy light body. You'll feel yourself leave and gravitate upwards. However, you won't be able to see. Because the imagination is the vision in the astral plane. This is what Freemasons call spirit vision. This is what we call imagination. And don't you think it's crazy how when we use our imagination, we're considered crazy in our society? People just say, oh, you're just imagining things. He's crazy, he's imagining things. Don't you think that is crazy? So, imagination is literally the vision in the astral plane, the life after death. It's inner vision. 3 codes have just been used. Thank you for Hubera, Janisha, and Khan. You all got your hands on the Book of Wisdom. And make sure to get the free book. No one thinks imagination is crazy. Yes, they do. When you say you're imagining something, they say, you're just imagining things. Obviously, not everyone says that, but a lot of people do. They think imagination is just something random, when in fact, the imagination is what has created this whole reality. Everything in this world was pulled out of the imagination first. Why is it so hard to sometimes visualize? Good question. That is because we've been trained our whole lives to not use it. So when you don't use something, you lose it. So I have a free book on my website. It's an ebook called Activating the Inner Eye. It's a free ebook. Go and download it. It's going to teach you. It's going to give you guides step by step. It's going to give you a simple thing to imagine. Then it's going to give you a more advanced. It's like a guide. It teaches you how to activate your imagination again. It's called Activating the Inner Eye. It's on the ebook section on my website. It's for free. No catch, nothing. Completely free. So this is why a lot of people can't. So in order to astral project, we have to first learn how to meditate and keep the mind in one specific thought or one specific attention. The mind must be addressed on one thing and one thing only for long periods of time. And the reason for that is because when you astral project and then your mind wanders off, it's like when you're in a dream. When you're in a dream and your mind realizes you're in a dream, you wake back up. Or you think about a fear. As soon as you fear, you wake back up. You'll fall back into your body. So this is why you have to learn how to meditate, and you have to learn how to visualize. These are the 2 components to astral projection. Meditation, visualization, and the third one is stillness. You have to learn to keep the body very, very, very still. When I say still, I literally mean no movement. That's a very powerful one as well. So yeah, keep tapping the screen, everyone. Let's get some more people in here. How long do you usually meditate? Depends. Normally do half an hour, but sometimes I do less. Half an hour is a good time, but sometimes you do longer. But it just depends on what you're trying to do. You can do meditations for visualization. You can do meditations to try to leave the body. You can do meditations for manifestation, to visualize. Why the body have to be very still? Because that's how none of the senses need to be turned off in order to unlock your consciousness, your light body. So the senses have to be fully off. There's minimal activity in your brain. That's why you close your eyes, just shut off from the light, from the eyes decoding light. The brain works less. When you're very still, the brain works less. And when the brain and the body's not working, you can unlock consciousness. The more I learn, I don't understand anything. Yeah, that is true. The more you learn, the less you know. That is very true. You're always a student. Everyone's always a student. Crazy. But yeah, there are 2 codes left for the people who want the book. The book tells you a lot about astral projection. I teach you everything about it. So here is some artwork of it. Here's the Egyptians showing you astral projection. This is your etheric body. Etheric body is the ether. So here are Freemasons, the double-headed eagle with the crown. This is the double-headed god Janus. These are the Sumerians, double-headed. Why are they double-headed? Because they have access to their astral body and their physical body, and they can switch dimensions at will. That's when one becomes a god. One becomes teachings of how to leave the body. And so think of it like this: a fish has a body for the water, you have a body for the sky. You have a body for the sky, and that's the astral plane. The astral plane is the body for the sky. Your astral body is the body for the sky. It's a rocket ship. That's the rocket ship. You can't go to the stars with a rocket ship. You go to the stars with your astral body. That's why we say reach for the stars, or you are a star, because that's where you come from. When someone becomes very famous, you call them a star. Why? Because they are now a god. When someone's very famous, they have lots of money, they now become a god. Why? Because this stems back to the ancient times when someone had the knowledge of gaining out-of-body experiences, they became a god, a star. That was it. You were a god back then if you did that. Because the true currency of the old world was wisdom and knowledge, and esoteric knowledge, hidden knowledge. So, yeah. Who is God in your opinion? The spark of consciousness inside of you, inside of everyone. There is a God inside of everyone. That's why your head is the Holy Grail, because this is where consciousness is. It's the holy place. This is the holy place where Jesus meets his 12 disciples, the 12 cranial nerves in your brain. Your body is the temple of Solomon, the temple of Sol, O, Mon. Sol is the sun, Mon is the moon. Sun is the soul, moon is the mind, earth is the body. This is the Holy Trinity. Your body is the earth, your soul is the sun, the life force, and the moon is the mind, the psyche. You think there is an afterlife? Yes, for sure. You die every single night. There is a... So the universe, right, is fractal. Let me explain this for you. The universe is fractal. All you have to do to unlock the secrets of the universe is to study the small versions. You just study the small and you see the bigger. So if every day there is life and death, so when you go to sleep, that's death. When you wake up, that's life. But when you go to sleep, you don't die. You enter another... Your consciousness shifts into your astral body. So life and death on a bigger scale, on a daily cycle on a bigger scale, is summer and winter. So the winter time is the night time and the daytime is the summer. It's micro and macro. You just study the small and you see the bigger. As above, so below. Does that make sense? If you just study the microcosm, you see the bigger picture. This is the secrets behind research. You literally just study yourself and you will know God. Because why? Because God is in you. God is everything. You study your mind, you'll unlock the secrets. You turn your thoughts inward on themselves. Don't think about anything outside. Think about the internal. So we created ourselves. Yes, you chose to incarnate in this world. But what you must understand is that your body is the technology to experience this reality. Your body is a technology running a simulation of physical reality. Running the simulation of physical reality. The brain is what produces this reality, and you are the consciousness experiencing the brain. So everything you see and interact with right now is actually in your brain. It's an illusion produced by your brain. Okay. So, anyways. Why can't we remember? Our consciousness goes to the astral. You can sometimes when you dream. It's because you've lost this ability. Like I said, when you don't use something, you lose it. So every time you have a dream, write it down in detail and try and remember every aspect of it. And this will help remember your dreams. Teaches how to meditate. To meditate, you simply just need to place your awareness on nothingness. A thought will enter the mind, redirect the thought into the nothingness. Another thought will enter, redirect it. And over time, you'll learn how to make that gap of nothingness longer and longer. And when you can dwell in the nothingness for long periods of time, that's when you'll have mystical experiences. Keep seeing the same person in my dream. You'll dream that if you're seeing that person is a symbol of your subconscious. Every person you see in your dream is a symbol representing something in your subconscious. For example, if you see someone you hate in your dream, that hate is an aspect of your subconscious. It's an emotion you're holding inside of you. And it's revealing you something that you need to heal. So nighttime is the subconscious, the moon. The daytime is the sun, the conscious and subconscious, the aware and unaware. The aware and the unaware. Does that make sense? Where can I get it? Literally, like, if you read the book, it will teach you everything I'm talking about right now. It's in the book. You can read it. But people took advantage of them lost codes. 10 of them went really quick. Does anyone want me to release another set of the codes? Teaches how to make. I've just gone over that. What exists before reincarnation. So, the nothingness. What is the nothingness? I can't explain that to you because you haven't experienced it. Like, it's like me trying to explain a color. You can't do it. I can't explain to you spirit, and I can't explain to you consciousness in words because it's beyond three-dimensional. When you go there and you turn off the mind, when there is no thought present in your mind, there is nothingness. That's what you have to try and achieve in meditation. How to explain people being possessed? They're not possessed by something external. They're possessed by their own thoughts and beliefs and emotions. A demon is a demon. Mon is moon, meaning emotion. D means negative. A demon is a negative emotion that possesses your mind, body, and spirit. Where's it gone? Let me show you. So yeah, demons are aspects of your own consciousness that you have created. Yes, you created your demons. And the reason for that is because the mind produces energy. So think of it like this. In order to visualize something, you need a thought. So the thought creates the imaginative dimension, the astral plane. Thoughts create the astral, astral creates etheric, etheric creates the physical. Everything begins in the mind, then it's manifested physically. So each dimension is a product of the above. In order to imagine something, you need a thought. In order for energy to come around, there needs to be imagination and thought. And then in order for the physical world, there needs to be ether, imagination, and thought. So think of it like this. If the whole world meditated at one time and thought nothingness, the world would not actually exist. Now, that's very difficult for you to understand. But because the universe only exists in our mind. The universe only exists in the mind. If we all thought of nothingness as a collective consciousness, the world would not exist. The physical dimension wouldn't exist. But of course, that's impossible, but until someone thought again. Exactly, so what's that tell you? So everything is a thought. You thought your way into incarnation. You think your way out. The universe only exists in your mind. Teaches how to meditate. I've already gone over that. So demon is demon. Mon is moon, meaning emotion. Okay? The more emotional attention we devote to thoughts, the stronger the astral form becomes. Take, for example, a drug addiction. This issue is not solely a matter of brain chemistry, but also an astral demon, an astral energy you have created. Every addiction we have is an astral energy. Every thought we always think about, it becomes energy in the astral. So yes, Jesus as a collective, we have all believed and give this Jesus thought form energy. So Jesus is a form of astral energy because with the collective consciousness has molded this thought form into energy and gave it emotional energy. So it feeds off emotion. This being that we have created by believing in Jesus feeds off our emotion. It's only alive because the collective consciousness thinks it into existence in the astral plane. The astral plane is the imagination. Everything is energy, yeah. So you see how now you know, if you connect the dots yourself, I'm not going to say too much, but now you know why they do worldwide scary things. Because they're trying to create forms that hold power over us in the physical. This is very, very deep. Not everyone's going to understand this. But yes, the mind molds the astral. Thought forms, yes. Anyway, that's too advanced for a lot of people. Yeah, it's deep when you think about it. What is ether? Ether is the substance that connects the physical with the astral. Ether flows through your brain. You're breathing it in. Look at the word. Look at the words, people. Breath. Ether. Earth. You have ether. Heart. Ether. Everything's ether. Everything's created together. Together. Because it joins the two worlds together. Ether. The words show you the truth. The truth is hidden in plain sight. The ether is the field of energy you're dancing in right now. You're breathing it in. You just never realized it. You're in a big field of energy, an invisible field of energy. Satanic knowledge. Okay. Moods and moon, yeah. Moods, moon, because the moon represents our internal world. So the sun represents the external, the moon represents the internal. We have two worlds. We have this physical voice I'm speaking to you in, and an internal voice. The inner and the outer. The inner and the outer. I want to say thank you to all the people that got back to me with amazing reviews. Like the reviews I get every morning, every time I wake up, of people saying how the books have changed their life. I want to say thank you to everyone who has got back to me. It really is and thank you to everyone who left a review on Trustpilot as well. Just to see that the work that I put my heart and soul into has changed people's lives it makes me so happy to see that it's changing people's lives. And I had one the other day, and he says he has gained an advantage in life. Understanding this gave him an advantage. It gives me an advantage because I know how reality works. I know what myself is. I know my connection with the world. It's so important. You gain an advantage in life. I just purchased volume 1. Amazing. Yeah, you're gonna gain the advantage. You made a good decision. Keep tapping the screen, people. Let's get this to 100k likes. That'd be crazy. Let's get this to 100k likes. Look at this is all electromagnetism. Thursday, I received my second book. Love it. Wow, amazing. He's giving free game to what people charged £1,000 for. Literally, the information I give you for free, like, people charge thousands of pounds to give you this information. There are courses on everything I've just said. Like, there are people charging thousands and thousands of pounds for manifestation courses it's crazy. Like, don't take it for advantage what I'm telling you. Everything I'm telling you is to give you your power back. You just have to apply it to your life. It's good listening, but if you're not actually putting it into your life, it's useless. There's no point knowing it. In fact, it's probably worse knowing this and not applying it into your life, because now you see what reality is actually like, which is, the world's in a mess. The world is in a mess, and knowing the things that I know is even more of a mess, because I know the things that I know are trying to be used against me. The knowledge that I teach you is being used against you. This is why you have to learn it. They know thought forms create astral beings, and the beings hold power over the material plane. They shape the collective you have no understand how deep this gets. Like, these people controlling are literally wizards. They're magicians. They understand reality to the T. And if you don't understand reality, you'll have a disadvantage. A massive, massive disadvantage. And the reason why is because we are ignorant. We choose to be controlled. We choose to be in the matrix because we don't know anything else. We need to learn. We need to get out of ignorance and learn truth. Learn yourself, the mind, the astral plane, your connection, electromagnetism. You have to learn this stuff. It's essential. This is just the Kabbalion rewritten. You haven't read the book then? No, ether, melanin, all the way in Africa. Which planet does Saturn work the most to trap us? You see, this is a good question. However, your perspective is wrong. Like, there's nothing actually trapping you. It's you trapping yourself. I'm glad you're curious and asking that question. But there's nothing trapping you. You are trapping yourself. And because Saturn is the aspect of our consciousness that is limiting. I'll show you. I'll ask you. I'll show you. So the planets are internal. They're aspects of yourself. Mars is your... So you remember, there's two worlds, the inner and outer. You have an outer world and an inner world, right? So there's a physical world and an internal world, spiritual and matter. Mars in the external world governs anything that is protective, like a hedgehog has spiky, spiky bushes, plant defense mechanisms. That's all Mars energy. But inside of you, it's the aspect of yourself that wants to protect, that wants to destroy, that wants to conquer. That's Mars energy inside of you. Action, yes. War, ego, that's all Mars. Venus is the aspect of the world outside of you that is beautiful. The colors of trees, the smell, the scent of trees, the smell of plants, the visual aspect of reality. Lucifer, this is Lucifer, Venus. But internally, it's the aspect of yourself that wants to look good, that wants to be beautiful, that wants to dress nice. Okay, so we have these energies, these aspects of our mind, our consciousness inside that are internal. So Saturn is on the external world, roots, the foundations, roots, time, winter time. It's all ruled by Saturn. But internally, Saturn is limiting thoughts, limiting belief systems, self-contradiction, things that limit you and hold you back, discipline, yeah. So Saturn is being abused. That energy in our society is being abused because the system is very Saturnic. It limits, it gives you limiting belief systems, it gives you limiting structures, limiting houses, limiting real estate, like everything's limited to limit our potential. So that is what's trapping us, because when you die and your consciousness is molded to these beliefs, thoughts, emotions, and attachments to the world, that's what traps you back into reincarnation, bringing you back, because your consciousness still is attracted to the world and it hasn't detached from material things. That right there that I've just told you is probably the one of the deepest things someone could tell you. Like that, and that's a part of the book. I teach you all of that in volume 2. But you have no clue how deep it gets. It gets real deep, and it's so important that we learn it. That's reincarnation. Yeah, so reincarnation is you attached to the world and you reincarnate yourself because your soul is not ready to move on. It's not ready to move on. But yeah, I'm going to release 5 more codes. I'm going to release 5 more codes for 5 more people. This is your chance to get the book and to learn about yourself and gain an advantage in life. I'm going to release 5 more. Let me just set this. Okay. Where to build it? So if you click the link, there is a bundle as well. So if you get the bundle, you already get some money off, and then you add the code on top. That's a little secret. These are the books that I wrote. I poured my soul into these books. Everything I know is pretty much in here. The code is Spring 30. So there's 10 of these available. 10 people can use them. We have over 600 people watching. 10 beautiful people can use these codes. While you're at it, you may as well go get the free inner eye book, free ebook. It teaches you how to activate your third eye through imagination to reconnect with the 4th dimension. It's a free ebook. Go to the ebook section, add that onto your order. It's in the bio, revivalofwisdom.com. How can I get the book? Just go to the bio. It's right there. Repent and believe in Jesus. I'm okay. Do we live the same life over and over? No. Okay. 2 of them have just been used. That was quick. So the best way to prevent reincarnation is to detach from this world while you're alive. Detach from this world. You have to detach from this world. Is the Bible a good book? Yes. So the Bible needs to be taken internally, not externally. Internally. So the story of Jesus is symbolic of a process that happens inside your own body, inside yourself. You're saying I should detach. Yes. So mentally and emotionally detach from the external world. That's occultism. Yes, the word occult just means hidden. Anything that's hidden. Your thoughts are occult. Your emotions are occult. Energy is occult. So if you've ever studied energy in science, you are an occultist. And it just means hidden. Okay? So Christ, oil. Jesus was in Nazareth. Then he goes down to Bethlehem. Down the Jordan River. The Jordan River represents your spinal cord. Every religion has a sacred river, and that river is your spinal cord. Every religion. Every religion has a sacred river. The Egyptians, it's the River Nile. The Christians, it's the Jordan River. Every religion has a sacred river. Why? Because this is where the cerebrospinal fluid flows down your spine. So every single month is called cerebrospinal fluid, CSF. You can do your research on this. And it's released down your spinal cord. This is Jesus coming down the Jordan River from Nazareth to Jerusalem. Okay? So, to Bethlehem, sorry. And then Joseph and Mary are waiting for Jesus' return. Joseph and Mary, Joseph, male, Mary, female, pineal gland and pituitary gland in your brain. Because these are the two glands in your brain that secrete this fluid and push the fluid down the spine. So Joseph and Mary are waiting in Nazareth at the top of the Jordan River. And when Jesus comes back up the Jordan River, back to Nazareth, back to Joseph and Mary, what happens? He's crucified in a place called Golgotha, which translates to a place in the skull. So it's all about raising the cerebrospinal fluid down the spine and raising it back up through Kundalini awakening. You raise it up the 33 vertebrae on the back of your spine. This is why Jesus dies at 33. John 3:3. This is not a coincidence. Unless you are born again, you cannot see the kingdom of God. You're born again when you activate these brain cells in your brain. It feels like light entering your brain. I'm sure some people have had a Kundalini awakening. Okay. This is why the Freemasons have 33 degrees, because there are 33 vertebrae on the back of your spine. You have to raise the oil to your brain. To your brain. Okay. This is also found in Jacob's ladder. Jacob places his head on a rock and he sees a ladder up to heaven. He took a rock and he's laid his head on it. Jacob had a dream. He dreamt there was a ladder on the ground that reached up to heaven. The ladder is your spinal cord. He saw the angels of God going up and down the ladder. That's your spinal. There's electricity. Electricity is an angel that helps God. God is your consciousness in your brain. The angels are helpers of God. Electricity up and down the spinal cord, your nervous system. So you have three wise men in the Bible. The three wise men from the East. And like I said, the Freemasons, if I show you here, they always place the East at the top and the West at the bottom. So the East is at the top, the West at the bottom. Because the East is where the sun rises, the West is where the sun sets. So the East represents the light. Where's the light of your body? The Bible tells you. The Bible tells you. Where is it gone? It's here somewhere. I'm sure it is. But the Bible says, the light of the body is the eye. And if thy eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. Just trying to find the verse for you. It's here somewhere. I just can't figure out where it is. The light of the body is the eye, and if thy eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. So the East is where the light is, the eye, the mind, the mind's eye, the third eye, whatever you want to call it. The three wise men from the East are the three glands in your brain. You have the pineal gland, the pituitary gland, and the thalamus. Thalamus produces dopamine. The pineal gland produces melatonin, a hormone that rejuvenates red blood cells, slows aging, prevents systems from failure within the body. Pituitary gland releases serotonin, a natural mood stabilizer. These are the three wise men from the East who give presents to Jesus. They give presents to Jesus. So the Bible is speaking metaphorically about human anatomy and about your body. It's very, very powerful. Even Santa going up and down the spinal cord, Santa bringing the presents down the chimneys, your spine, in the Christ oil, the CFS, and you bring it back up. It's all symbolic of human anatomy and processes that happen in your body. How amazing is that? It's absolutely amazing when you look at it. But yeah, this is why Santa goes up and down a chimney, because the cerebrospinal fluid goes up and down your chimney, your spinal cord. Can you describe the Last Supper on this book? Of course. It's astrology. It's astrology. Jesus, the sun. Aries rules the head. Taurus, Gemini. So 1, 2, 3. That's a group. 1, 2, 3. That's a group. 1, 2, 3. Group. There are 4 groups of 3. Spring, summer, fall, winter. Aries, Taurus, Gemini. I could describe all this, but a lot of people in the live have already seen this many times. Like literally the whole thing is symbolic of astrology, numerology, human anatomy, and human psychology. That is what the Bible is about. It's about you. Not Jesus, it's about you. What's going on inside this body of yours and that mind. Why would it matter anything else? If something's not benefiting your understanding of this life, you know, first time here, wow, yeah, you've just heard a lot of information. Welcome. Welcome. So yeah, this is the astrology. Because if I show you this, let's show you so your body, this is the stars, these are the constellations in your body. So the 12 zodiac create the human body. Here you have it. So Aries rules the head. He's on the head of the table. Taurus rules the neck. If you look very, very closely, this person has a very, very thick neck. An abnormally thick neck. Gemini rules the arms, the 2 twins. These are the 2 twins of Gemini. Your arms. This is Gemini. That's why he's holding his hands up. Look. You see he's holding his hands up? Holding his hands up. Then you have Cancer. If you look very, very closely, he has a knife in his hand, holding it backwards. It's like this. Very closely, he's got a knife there. Because Cancer's a crab. And they pinch. They cut you. Then you have Leo, the lion, showing dominance when your elbow and you have a clenched fist, showing dominance. Leo's the lion, dominance. Virgo, he's pointing very closely. He's pointing at her neck. That there's no Adam's apple. This is a woman. He's pointing, saying, this is a woman, there's no Adam's apple. It's Virgo, the virgin. Then you have the sun. Jesus gives and takes, one hand down, one hand open. Red and blue for opposites. Red tap, blue tap. Roses are red, violets are blue. A red siren and a blue siren on your police car. Everything's red and blue to do with opposites. Democrats and Republicans, red and blue. Then you have fall. This is Libra. Libra rules the balancing core, your abs. Core, this is the center of gravity in your body. All to do with balance, and this is the balancing of the sun. This is why he's holding his arms out, balanced like this. He's holding his arms out. Balancing of the sun and the balancing of your body. So this is all astrology. The whole thing. You know, this is a very, very symbolic of astrology. Jesus is the sun. That's why he has the sun on his head. But yeah, it's very powerful when you learn about this stuff. Very, very, very powerful. Love, love, love your book. Thank you, Marcos. Ordered volume 1 yesterday. Amazing. Your life's going to change. The 13th. The 13th is you. Jesus is the 13th. 4. 3 plus 1 is 4. You're fourfold. Mental, emotional, physical, spiritual. 4 bodies of consciousness. Air is the mind. Earth is your body. Water is emotion. Fire is spirit. They're the 4 elements that correspond with your 4 bodies of the soul. Yep, I also love the books too. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate that. 100k likes, wow. On one of the lives. That's crazy. We are made of the Anunnaki. Yes, you are the Anunnaki. You are the Anunnaki. You. You're literally everything. Anu, the god of the sky. Ki, the god of the earth. Anu was the god of the sky, came down to Ki, and they married. And they gave birth to the Anunnaki. Spirit and matter came together to produce you. You came down from the sky. You are the sky god. This is what you need to understand. Your astral body is where you came from. You are the sky god. You came from the stars. This is why you are a star, sister and mister. Fraudster. Stir means star. You are a star. You come from above. You literally are the astral body manifested in matter. It's amazing. It really is amazing when you deep it. Truth mixed with lies. Okay. You think that. That's okay. We are divine. We are. Very divine. Yeah, it's amazing. We're just here to remember, yeah. So yeah. The number 7. 6 is the number of matter. 7 is the number of completion of creation. 7 chakras, 7 days of creation, 7 visible planets. So like I was saying earlier, you just have to study the small to see the bigger. If you study the microcosm, you've studied the macrocosm. You'll see the bigger picture. Sacred geometry, yeah. But geometry is one of the secrets about geometry. You know, we think geometry is something outside. We think geometry is something outside of us, right? But geometry is not outside of you. Geometry is your brain's codes on how to decode matter into reality. Why? Because everything you see is produced by your brain. not outside of you. Nothing is outside of you. It's what you need to understand. There is nothing outside of you. It's an illusion produced by your brain. The only thing that actually exists is the mind. And in essence, that doesn't actually exist if you turn it off. So this is why on computers you have 0 and 1. 0, nothingness. On and off. When you turn off the mind, the universe shuts off. There's nothingness. So, geometry, everything you see, is your brain's way of decoding. Geometry is not something separate from you. It is the brain's mathematical codes to decode energy into matter. You know? Yeah. Very powerful, this knowledge. But yeah, there's a third book coming. We're in the process of writing the third book, Book of Symbolism. You're not lying, but people are ignorant to the truth. Yes, they are. Yeah, people are just ignorant. Harry, what about the masterclass? What about the masterclass? How about can I decode chronic pain? I don't want to make comments on that stuff. I can get into trouble. Opinion on the Baphomet. The Baphomet is a symbol, like anything. Everything's a symbol. It's a symbol. Not a real figure. I just had the page somewhere. If you look at the Baphomet, right? You have fire, air, the wings, air, fish gills for water, earth, fire, air, water, earth. Water is emotion, air is the mind, fire is the spirit, earth is the body. You have the moon, represents the internal world. Is the internal world controlling you, or are you controlling it? As above, so below. Are your thoughts and emotions, are you a slave to them, or are you actually creating them? Are they reactions or commands? The internal world needs to be commands, not reactions. So this is all symbolic of that. It's a symbol. And this is the lower nature of man, the goat, the animal instinctual nature. Tells us to hate, steal, and rob. This is the higher nature, the spiritual nature. This also represents Capricorn, the goat. Capricorn represents Saturn, limitation, the lower self. Yeah, Satan does not exist. It's a character within your own mind. It's an aspect of your own consciousness. A psychological symbol that represents a psychological process of destructive thoughts, destructive emotions. Why are you sharing this information? Most would keep to themselves. Good question. Because I believe everyone should know their power. Everyone should gain their personal power. And if you think this is deep, the text you see right in front of you is a lot more deeper. Television. Yeah, so televisions tell a vision. Tele means like communication or traveling. I just don't believe he's not real. That's fine. But when you realize that no one's worshipping Satan, the Satan doesn't exist. Satan is it's just an aspect of yourself. The universe is mental. The only thing that exists is your mind. Therefore, the Satan is just an aspect of your own mind. He very much exists. He doesn't. You've never seen him. Satan does not exist. The Satan voice that tells you to do things is not Satan, it's your own mind. All Lucifer, yeah. All is mind, yeah. Aspects of the self. But yeah, it's crazy. Repressed, rejected parts of the self, Satan. Yeah, exactly. Limiting beliefs, suppressed emotions, hate, anger. This is all satanic energy, satanic thoughts, destruction. All internal. The best thing you could possibly do in life is never blame anyone for everything. For anything. Everything's your fault. Until you take 100% accountability for your life, literally it's the best thing you could possibly do. There's nothing outside of you. Everything is your fault. Don't blame anyone else for anything. Blame yourself. Even if it wasn't you. Blame yourself for being part of that thing. Blame yourself for being parts of that friend who did something to you. It's all yourself. You caused the destruction. Satan did not. Don't blame don't blame Satan for the bad things in your life. We create everything in our reality. And that's like, Satan's just a quick way to just deflect the negative things in your life. He contributes though. He doesn't. Who? This is the thing. Satan doesn't contribute towards anything. Satan is a symbol. It's demons. You have to, everything's your mind. Your life is your mind pushed outwards. So it's just a materialization of your thoughts. But yes, I'm going to love and leave you all here today. It's been a great conversation with everyone. If you want to learn more about consciousness yourself, you want to gain the advantage in life and not be left alone, left behind without this information, get yourself these books, and learn more about yourself, gain the advantage in life. These books will change your life. The books that I wrote, they're in my bio. You can get this one in PDF. It's very affordable. Even if you get the PDF version, this will change your life. But yeah, it's been an amazing talk, everyone. It's good connecting with you all. When's the symbolism book out? The symbolism book will be maybe a month or two. You wrote them. Yes, I wrote these books. My name here, right here. Harry B. Joseph. Harry B. Joseph. This book is full of symbolism. Yeah, the next book is on symbolism. Book of Symbolism. Can we pre-order? Maybe, yes, in the next few weeks, hopefully. I'm going to try and set something up. But hopefully I can... I'll keep you all updated with that. But make sure you're in the Telegram or something. Because Telegram, I can directly, directly contact you. But yeah, thank you everyone. It's been amazing talking to everyone, and please, anything on Hollywood alchemism, I'm not too sure on that. Yeah, take care everyone. Use the code if you're going to get the books. Click the link in the bio, it's going to take you straight there. Telegram's in the bio, or you can join the Discord. There's a whole Discord server. But yeah, take care everyone. Have an amazing day. Can't find your free ebook. It's on the ebook section. Click the select button. As soon as you go on the website, there's a select button. Click the select button, go to ebooks, and it will take you to the ebook section. There's a free book on how to activate your third.
Who teach Christian religious studies?
Welcome back everyone to another video. Today we're going to cover everything that you need to know about the mind, starting with the two aspects of the mind, the conscious and the subconscious. The male aspect of your mind is the conscious. This is the 10% of your mind. The conscious part of your mind is only aware of everything around you, your vision, your sight, your smell, your taste, your hearing, and your current state of emotion and thought. Every thought that you consciously think about has an emotion directly attached to it. That emotion is then impressed onto the subconscious part of the mind. The subconscious part of the mind is the female aspect of your mind. It is also a whopping 90% of your mind. Subconscious mind is controlling all of the subconscious processes which happen within your body. For example, your subconscious mind is controlling your heartbeat, your digestion of food, and all of the things that you do not have to tell the body to do. It is the hidden part of our mind which is controlling all of the hidden things. The subconscious mind is like a recording supercomputer. Everything that you have experienced in your life is all recorded and stored within the subconscious mind. One of the most important things about your subconscious mind is that it stores your mental programs. Everything in the subconscious mind manifests into behavior and actions within the body. Your daily basis routine and habits are all mental programs within your subconscious mind. These mental programs are created by mainly two ways. 1, repetition, and 2, emotional impact. The repetition is fairly simple to understand. The more you do something, the more it impresses onto your subconscious mind and becomes a program. That program will then manifest into your behavior. However, with the emotional programs, they work a bit different. The stronger that you feel an emotion, the stronger it is impressed onto the subconscious mind. and then that emotion becomes a program. For example, you had a very traumatic moment happen when you were a young child. The emotion that you felt was so strong in that moment that it impressed into your subconscious mind so hard that you can recall that moment like it was yesterday. That traumatic event that happened to you when you were young will still manifest into your daily basis behavior even to this day. However, it manifests subconsciously. For example, if you were in a car crash, you will be wary to enter cars with certain people. All because of that traumatic emotion that you felt and impressed onto your subconscious mind. Another example of the subconscious manifesting into our behavior is posting on Instagram. Most of the time, the reason why you post is because your subconscious mind is seeking gratification. So before you actually do something, question yourself and find out the root cause of why you are doing this. Another thing that you need to understand about the subconscious mind is that it takes everything you say in here literally. So for example, if you go and say, "You are an idiot" to someone, your subconscious mind will only pick up the word idiot. It only knows yourself. It doesn't know anyone else. You are casting a spell on yourself just by saying that to someone else. This is why the golden rule is to treat others like you'd like to be treated. Now, you can rewrite these programs which are already in your subconscious mind. However, it does take consistency. You have to change these programs which have been running for years. And by changing these programs, you change your behavior, because these programs manifest into your behavior. The best way to do this, personally, is to listen to affirmations first thing when you wake up in the morning, and do this for 10 minutes every single morning. Then at night time, you want to think and feel that you are becoming the reality that you desire. The more that you feel this reality, the more it will become a program and impress your subconscious mind. For example, you're trying to gain financial freedom. If you trick your subconscious mind into creating a program saying that you are financially free, this will manifest into your behavior. You will start doing more work. You will start looking for ways to make money. Your mind will be set on the frequency of money and financial freedom. Therefore, you will receive thoughts based around this program. If you take enough action, your life will dramatically change because of this program that you created in the mind. This is why we call it a mindset, because your mind is a frequency tuner which sets its frequency onto different thoughts, because thoughts are frequency. If you fill your mind with a specific frequency, you will gain thoughts and ideas based around that frequency. To create a stable mind, you need to master your emotions. You need to change your mindset. Everything that you experience is neutral. Based upon the mindset that you see it, you either give it a positive or negative charge. By understanding this deeply, you will then control your emotions. I hope you gained some wisdom and enjoyed this video. Please, if you can, leave a comment and a like, and subscribe to the channel if you like this content. Love and light to you all.
And order is, and the world, the physical world is order. It's order out of chaos. This is the chaos of emotion. Sorry, not emotion. Chaos of imagination. Chaos just means there's no order. But then the physical world is order out of the chaos. This is an order. This is an order out of imagination. Okay. Does that make sense? I say it's death in our breath. This is the pineal gland. So this is why Buddha has a pine cone on his head. The pine cone represents it's an open pine cone, and this represents the open pineal gland. Now the pineal gland is pretty much a radio receiver for consciousness. Your body is like an antenna. So you have a radio. You have a radio, right? And the radios pick up frequency and then play the song with that, play the frequency. It's the same with your body. It's pretty much an antenna picking up the stream of consciousness that you are. You are a stream. You are a verse. Universe. You're a verse. Your life is a verse. It's a song. It's a song of consciousness that you're playing. Uni means unite, meaning one. It's one big giant verse. It's one big giant song. The universe is a song that we're playing, and we tune the songs with our hearts. Our hearts are energy, emotion, and emotion, energy and motion. Like I said, here. The heart is the philosopher's stone. Energy, emotion is energy in motion. The expression of emotions resonates through the heart, exerting a significant influence on the individual's overall magnetic field. The emotional state of an individual emanates outwards from the heart, influencing and interconnecting with the surrounding magnetic fields. Thoughts manifest as energy in motion, constituting emotions, which each thought inherently linked to an emotional state. Every thought produces an emotion in the heart. That's why the Bible says, whatever happens in heaven happens on earth. Because whatever happens in your head happens in your heart. Whatever you think in your head produces emotions in your heart. The head and the heart are the pretty much the creators of reality. The mind and the soul, the mind and emotion, thought and emotion. Okay. It's very powerful when we learn about this stuff. You are literally a holographic being. You are a holographic being. Okay. Scalar energy, a subtle force, flows through and interacts with matter and divides and creates electromagnetic torus field. This field organizes astral light into the essential components like photons within the holographic reality. This world is holographic. The electromagnetic fields turns astral light into matter. Because, like I said, everything is a plane, is a product of the higher planes. God. Generator. Let's move this so you can see it properly. Generator, operator, destroyer. God. How to activate the pineal gland. You can do it many different ways. First, meditation is one of the greatest ways to literally just connect with your consciousness. By turning off and removing thoughts and emotions and the activity of the body, we connect with consciousness, which is stimulating the pineal gland. If you also want to activate it properly, you do this by Kundalini meditations. Kundalini meditations. So when you breathe in through the nose, you breathe in to the stomach and you think about raising the breath and imagine energy rising up your spine as you breathe in. And then when you breathe out through your nose, you release it, and then just keep repeating this over and over. And you will feel energy rise along your spine. You'll feel energy rising your spine, and your brain will feel like this, tingly. You'll get a tingling sensation. It's an amazing sensation when you get it, a Kundalini awakening. It's one of the best feelings you'll ever experience in your life. It's undescribable. It just feels like tingling light, a surge of energy entering in your brain. and you just feel so refreshed after, and you're more in tune with yourself. Yes, you can become dizzy. You can become dizzy or lightheaded. You're more in tune with yourself. You gain deeper thoughts. Your dreams are enhanced. Lucid dreaming definitely enhances. You pretty much become a superhuman. My brain tingles periodically on a regular. Yes, that is your Kundalini. That is your Kundalini awakening. Now, there's many different levels to Kundalini awakenings. You can have a small awakening or a large one. There is a medium, a half, and a full. So if you gain then surges of energy that rises your spine, I get it now and then. I'll just be working and I'll just feel energy rise my spine and into my brain. This is your Kundalini energy that's awakened inside your body. It brings peace to us. Yes, it does. Very well said. Very well said, Flower. Grand Rising, everyone. Welcome. Hello, Mohammed. Welcome. So, generator, operator, destroyer. This is the secrets of number 3. This is the secrets of number 3. We've hit 10k already. Keep tapping the screen, everyone. Let's get some more people in here. Share the live with a friend or family member. Let's keep tapping the screen, keep commenting. It's going to help the algorithm. So feel free to ask questions as well. God is generator, operator, destroyer. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, the Father, the Holy Spirit, and the Son. What the 7 snakes? Good question. I'll go over that in a minute for you. Brahma, the creator, the preserver, and the destroyer, Shiva. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. All creation goes through threefold process. Everything is a threefold process. Everything in this world, okay, is a threefold. And the reason why it's threefold is the number 3 is very, very sacred. So we have the eye in the triangle with the eye in it and the light. Well, that's 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's the number 3 the Illuminati use. 3 represents creation. Why? Look at the number 3. 1, 2, 3. This middle point represents the dot here is the emanation of creation, turning into duality. It's a torus field. It's a torus field. Okay, it's here. There's the number 3. Represents creation because the torus field is threefold. Consists of dielectricity, which is rest, the midpoint, magnetism, motion, and electricity, polarization. This is the physical world is simulated by these atoms. So the threefold is dielectricity or ether, magnetism, and electricity. That creates the physical world. Them 3 forces. And everything in this world follows by them 3 principles. Everything is generated. Everything's generated, operated, and destroyed. Generator, operator, destroyer. Generator, operator. So you will live, you will be born, you will live, and then you will die. Everything goes through this threefold process. That's why the Freemasons at the top of their artwork always have an eye in a triangle. I'll show you. I'll try and find an example. It's very powerful. So the Freemasons always have, where is this page? That was a sneeze. Right. I don't know where this page is. I should know it, but... Because the eye in the triangle is the force that governs all creation. So you always see this on top, because this governs all things. Everything in this world, in this universe, will be generated, operated, and destroyed. Everything goes through this threefold process. Okay, so the Freemasons always show you that in their artwork. And it takes a threefold to create something. So the number 3 is creation. It represents creation. So it takes a father and a mother to produce a child. That's threefold. It takes dielectricity, magnetism, and electricity to create the physical world. You have the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, generator, operator, destroyer, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Jesus was in a cave for 3 days. Why was he in a cave for 3 days? It's a symbolic of transformation and creation, death and rebirth. Same process. It's all symbolism. All symbolism. Why isn't my laptop working? So yeah, the number 3 is all to do with creation, death, and rebirth process. The book, I wrote this book myself. You can find it in my bio. You can get this in a PDF form. The only place I sell it is on my website, the Book of Wisdom. Click the link. Share the live, people, with some friends, or feel free to share it with someone. Let's get some more people in here. We're talking about the threefold. Is there anything else you want me to go over about that? I love your book. Thank you, Chosen 144. Appreciate that. How to ensure negative energy. So yeah, this is Saturn. This is the biggest on Amazon. You can't get the book on Amazon. You can't get the book on Amazon. Is this volume 1? You can get it in my bio. click the link, it'll take you straight there. So anyways, let's go over this. We're talking about Saturn. Saturn is a very interesting topic when it goes over this. Okay? A very, very interesting topic. It is pretty much the god of this world, the god of the elites, the god of this physical plane, this matrix. This is why you see it absolutely everywhere. It is literally everywhere. Okay? Everywhere. And the reason why it's so powerful is because... Is this volume 1? Yeah, this is volume 1. The reason why it's so powerful, and the reason why you see it literally everywhere, like the Nike symbol is Saturn, Capital One, Nissan, Vivienne Westwood, Toyota, Walkers, NASA, all symbolic of Saturn. All symbolic. This is very, very important. The moon is our problem, not Saturn. Now, the moon is not the problem. I'm going to go over this for you. So there's something going around called the Saturn moon matrix, right? I don't entirely agree with it because there is nothing outside of you that can trap you, that can control you, that can... There's nothing outside of you that can trap your soul. So people believe that the sun and the moon are trapping us, right? And I'm going to explain how that is working. So, people say Saturn and the moon are trapping our souls. The moon's an artificial thing, and the Saturn's a simulation thing. No, but Saturn is pretty much it's the ruler of this material world. It's the god of this world. It pretty much creates this world. It's the force that creates this universe. Okay? Because it creates time. And everything in this world is created by time. So the planets are not physical place. They're not physical. They're not physical. They're symbolic. And they're energies that create this physical world. So if we supposedly look on the North Pole of Saturn, supposedly there is a cube. You add up all sides, you get the Star of David. Star of David. 6 points, 6 triangles, 6 sides. 666. You're made out of carbon. All life forms are based on the bonding properties of the element carbon. Your body's made out of carbon, 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, 666. So if we look very closely, here, this is the true order of cosmology. This is the true cosmology. You have the Earth, which is known as purgatory. Then you have the moon, and at the end you have Saturn here and the moon at the bottom. So this explains the Saturn-Moon matrix, right? This explains the Saturn-Moon matrix. You have moon is at the very bottom, Saturn is at the top. Now these are layers of dimensions, pretty much. The stars represent the astral plane. That's why the word star is, you rearrange the word astral, you get star. Because this is where we come from. We come from the astral plane. That is our original light body. That's our light body. And the astral plane is your imagination. The astral plane is your imagination. That is a whole dimension. This sounds a bit crazy to people, right? This will sound crazy to new people. But you must understand that your physical reality, your imagination is not physical. You can't touch that screen you have in your mind. You can't touch thoughts. You can't touch imagination. So, they are higher dimensions. The imagination is a higher dimension. Okay, so when you use that screen in your mind is using a astral plane, the astral light, the light of the astral. So when you imagine something, you're creating form out of astral matter. So Saturn is the first one that governs this material plane. So what you fall from the astral plane into the material plane. You fall from the astral into the material, and Saturn's the first celestial body that will incarnate you into this plane. That's why you have 7 days of creation. Saturn day for Saturn, Sunday for the sun, Monday for the moon, Thursday for Thor's day, Jupiter. So it's all symbolic of these 7 gods. These 7 gods that incarnate your soul into this reality. This is why you have 7 major chakras on your body, and you can feel them. You can simply just feel them. You can feel your gut, you can feel your anus, your gut, your solar plexus, your heart, and your throat. You can definitely feel your throat chakra. You can definitely feel your anus. You can definitely feel these places. These are all energetic centers in your body. These are energetic centers in your body. So, Saturn is worshipped in this world because Saturn is what represents Satan. Satan represents limitation. Same thing. This is why we celebrate Christmas. Sorry, not Christmas. New Year's. Why do you celebrate New Year's in December? Have you ever thought about that? The New Year's is not in December. The New Year's is spring. Spring is the New Year's. So what's that represent? Why are we worshipping New Year's in December? Or in January, in the winter? When? Who rules the winter time? Does anyone know? Who rules the winter time? It's definitely not the sun. What is always opposite the sun? So wherever the sun is, if you look directly opposite, you have Saturn. Saturn is always opposite the sun. So Saturn rules the winter. This is why we work. This is why we have the New Year's in winter, because it represents Saturn. And did you know Christmas was a Roman? You can research this yourself, right? Christmas used to be called Saturnalia in the Roman times. Yes, it was a festival worshipped to Saturn. And what they used to do was sacrifice people in the Roman times to the god Saturn. This is no lies, you can research this. It was called Saturnalia Christmas. It was worshipped on December. And December and January are the months with the most deaths. This is why Saturn is the known of death and reincarnation. Look. Because Saturn is what reincarnates you. He's the reaper. Saturn's the reaper. He holds the scythe. This is the Saturn god. This is symbolic. This is the Saturn god, right? He holds the scythe. He's the scythe. And look what he's doing. Can you show you? This is not a real person. It's symbolic of Saturn. This is an ancient Roman painting of Saturn. What is he doing? He has a scythe and he's cutting off the wings of a child. What does this represent? The wings represents your astral, your spirit self. What does he do? He cuts them off. He incarnates you, turns you into physical. You're now under the rules of Saturn. So he represents rules, structure, laws. This is why all judges wear black robes. This is why when you go to university, you wear a black cube on your head. This is why the Jews wear a black cube. This is why the London Underground symbol is Saturn. You'll never unsee that now you've seen it. Have you ever seen the London Underground symbol? It's Saturn. Why? Because Saturn rules everything that is underground and structure. So Saturn is Satan, and this will absolutely blow your mind. After this live, in fact, I'm going to try and get it up now for you. Type in Roman god Saturn. And guess what he rides? He rides a sleigh in the sky. And he looks exactly like Santa. I'll show you. Check this out. You think this is all a coincidence? Here it is. That's the Roman god Saturn on his sleigh. This is why you worship Christmas. Well, we all worship Christmas. Well, not worship, but we all celebrate Christmas on December. So that's Saturn. Same thing. All the worship of Saturn. This is why we say think outside the box. You're in the box. This is the box we're in. Because your mind has access to beyond physical reality. This is the box. The box of Saturn. The physical world you're in. You're trapped in. Our consciousness is limited to the physical plane. This is the box we're in. We can only go up, down, left, right, upwards. You know, we're in a six-sided cube. Jack in the box. How do we get out? We have to learn astral projection. We have to learn how to expand our consciousness. We have to learn how to expand our mind. This is why we say, think outside of the box. This is the box, the physical plane. And we have to enter our astral bodies. Keep tapping the live, everyone. Let's get this to 50k. Your free astral projection guide is incredible. Wow, thank you, Ivy. Did it help you? All of us, wow, amazing. Conspiracy theorists. This isn't conspiracy. This is simple knowledge that you can figure out yourself. Yes, I never thought it would work, but it truly did. Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. Thank you for that. That's a free book as well. Space is fake. Yeah, you had a free astral guide. Yeah, it's still on my website. It's called Activating the Inner Eye. But it's on my website. Just go get it after this live or something. So we're basically trapped in a box with an mind. Yes, so the mind is pretty much trapped in a box. The mind has no limitations, remember. The mind is a dimension filled with infinite possibilities. You can think anything, be anywhere. So the mind has infinite possibilities. So what limits the mind is the belief system and the belief structure that we have, which is governed by Saturn. Saturn is the structure. He rules our minds. Well, if you have limiting belief systems, that's a Saturnian energy. That's a Saturnian aspect of your mind. So, does that make sense? So we all descended from spirit to matter, from stars to earth. Now we have to climb our spines to turn matter back into spirit by raising our consciousness, by raising our vibration. And the way we do that is by literally by raising your consciousness, by purifying the self, purifying the belief systems, removing, controlling our emotions. When we gain control of ourselves, we can raise our consciousness. Here's the Baphomet. The Baphomet has a goat head. The goat represents Capricorn, which is ruled by Saturn or Satan. Same deity, same thing. Saturn, Satan. Because this is the limiting aspects of our consciousness. This is the low. So, this is Saturn, Satan. Represents the lower mind, the lower self, because it's a ground animal, and it represents a lower aspects of lower aspects of the mind, limiting belief systems. Low frequency. Why these all red, orange, and yellow? McDonald's, KFC, Pizza Hut, Burger King, Wendy's. They're red, orange, and yellow because they represent the low frequency chakras, red, orange, and yellow. They keep you trapped in this low state of consciousness. Why? Because these foods attack your nervous system. They attack your immune system. They attack everything in your body, keeping your body in a fight or flight state, keeping you in low stages of awareness. They're addictive. Okay? So they keep you down. They keep you in low energy. They keep you in low frequency. Is this Satanism? We'd be very surprised, right? That everything in our reality is satanic. They have trained us to become satanic. A lot of people are satanic without even realizing. The whole system is based on Satanism. Okay, it's based on Satanism, the whole system. The whole system has you worshipping material things, worshipping false icons like celebrities. That's Satanism. Worshipping money, worshipping clothes, like all we care about is Satanism. Like taking substances to alter our minds, like chemical, like toxic chemical, that's all Satanism. Obviously natural substances are not bad, but I'm talking about synthetic ones. You teaching this is Satan. This is far from Satanism. What I'm teaching you right now is to master your own mind, master your emotions, and master yourself, so you can become the best version of yourself, so you can align your mind and heart with the God consciousness. There's no, like, if you worship this man in the sky, then you are lost, completely lost. Can you explain why the occult perform sacrifice or rituals? I can't explain that on here, but I do know why they do it. I can't tell you that because there's probably people in here who will probably go and try and do it to change their life, because it's very powerful. I can't reveal that. That's a piece of information that's like too crazy. Yeah. It goes deeper than you can imagine. God is real. It is real. Yes, God is real. Of course. God is real. God is you. God is inside of everything. That's why he's omnipresent. Why do you think they say God is omnipresent? Not because God is watching everyone, but God is inside your own mind. God is your consciousness. Please reveal it. There's no point revealing it because it won't do anything to you. It'll only darken you. If you want that sort of knowledge, join the university. That is like, it's too deep. There's certain things I can't talk about on here. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get this to 50k likes. Let's get this to 50k likes. How to open your third eye. Your third eye is opened by imagination. University's lit. Wow, thank you. The university is an amazing place. But your imagination is your connection to the fourth dimension, to the astral plane. You just have to learn how to use your imagination. Your imagination will open your third eye. Your third eye is your vision in the spirit realm, which is imagination. So, going back to the Saturn cube, it represents matter. The number 6 represents matter. There are 6 sides to a cube. There are 6 sides to a cube. Up, down, left, right, backwards, forwards. And God created, well, supposedly in the Bible, it's all symbolic, of course. But the Bible says God created the physical world in 6 days and rested on the 7th. He created everything in 6 days. This is the physical creation. Matter is physical, yes. So this represents matter, the worship of physical reality, the worship of physical pleasure. Have you ever wondered when you were younger, you got a toy, you really wanted this toy, but then when you got the toy, you didn't even play with it? That's because nothing physical can ever satisfy your soul. Nothing can ever satisfy you in this physical world. The physical world will never, ever, ever satisfy you. Only inner satisfaction can satisfy you. When you are satisfied with your soul, with your mind and your heart, that is true that is how you satisfy yourself. Spiritual advancement, not physical things. But the elites, this whole system is based on constant physical low-level pleasures. They give you Netflix, they give you porn, they give you food on every corner, they give you entertainment, music, they give you all of these distractions to keep you constantly distracted, and it literally just corrupts your soul in the long term. It darkens your soul, it corrupts you, makes you feel lost. The system is a satanic, saturnic system. Okay, it's a satanic, saturnic system. Let's get this to 50k likes. If we get this to 50k likes, I will release a nice code for everyone to get themselves the book. When is the Book of Symbolism coming out? Hopefully in the next few months, next 1 or 2 months. Hopefully, I'm not too sure. Let's get this to 50k, and I'll help you save some money on this book. I've gotten the book amazing. Thoughts on the Book of Enoch, amazing book. It's encoded though. Is Jesus Lucifer? A lot of people ask him about Lucifer. Lucifer is another symbolic thing. Lucifer's not a real identity, not a real person. A lot of people think he's a real person. Not a real person. Lucifer in the esoteric world represents something that is... It represents good. Let's start that again. It represents evil dressed in good. It represents something beautiful that brings corruption and darkness. So it's an aspect of your own life. So if we look very closely at your brain, you do not see into reality. Light enters your eyes and the image is produced in the visual cortex of your brain. And this sigil, this process, is actually the sigil of Lucifer. This process, so reality is produced by your brain. It's a computer to experience this 3D world. Consciousness experiences the brain. So everything you see is in your visual cortex, and this is the sigil of Lucifer, representing the body. Sorry, the eyes can be Luciferic. Why? Because the eyes deceive the soul. When you close your eyes, there is an inner self, there's an inner being, there's an inner consciousness, an inner word, inner voice. That's the spirit, that's internal, that's invisible. That's the invisible experiencing the visible. These eyes can trick you into worshipping the physical world and elude you. If you become obsessed with beautiful things, money, fame, temptation, lust, cars, I'm not saying these things are bad, but I'm saying if you worship them, that's Luciferic, because money is Luciferic. It lures you in slowly, and then it slowly corrupts you. Before you know it, you've traded your soul for something that doesn't really actually exist. That's Lucifericism. That's Lucifer. Think of it like this. A rapper is Luciferic. You think they're a rapper, you think they're cool, you think they're amazing, you worship them, you love their music because it sounds so good, but little do you know that music is corrupting your subconscious mind and programming your mind to be degenerate, to think about drugs, sex, and alcohol. So rappers, like music, is Luciferic. It's Luciferic. Anything that appears good but brings destruction. Okay. Music is hypnosis. Yeah, music is hypnosis. It puts your brain in a hypnotic trance. That's why you can't not move your body to music. It's a hypnotic trance. It's a form of black magic. Yes, black magic. Very well said. Very well said. So everything in this matrix is to lure you in slowly. Katy Perry in space. There is no space. So the whole system is Luciferic. I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but it's the truth. This is deep stuff. The system works on Luciferic energy, luring you in, making you fit. The brain chip, for example, that brain chip they want to put in your brain, they're going to say, oh, it's so good. You know, put this brain chip in your brain. You can download information into you. You won't have to go to school because you'll download everything when you're born. You'll download language. You'll download anything you wish into your brain. But there's a catch. It's Lucifericism. This phone you have is Luciferic. They made it sound like it's so good, but it lures you in. It's actually mind control. And now people spend 9 hours of their life every day looking into a mind control machine. Programming your mind. Same, everything's Luciferic. The whole system's based on this. It's illusion. That's why it's symbolized with this. The eyes. It's the false light. That's why the word Lucy means light. Fur means to bring. It means to bring light. It's me saying, oh, I've got all this light. Can I help you? But then there's a catch. That's Luciferic energy. Okay, so we have hit 50k. I did hit 50k a while ago, but does anyone want me to produce a code? I can carry on if not, but I know a lot of people want the coupons. So Lucifer's not a real person. So a lot of people. Okay. I'm going to create 5 codes for 5 people. And they're going to be 40% codes. You're going to save yourself 40%. This is I never really give 40% out, but this is, this is a good live. I've been going very good. And I give 5 people the chance to use them. And guess what? If you wanted to, someone mentioned the free ebook. There is a free ebook on my website. There's a free ebook. It's going to teach you exactly how to imagine. It's a free book. It's called Activating the Inner Eye. So the code is, the 40% code is this. Add this at checkout, wisdom, all capital letters. This is the Book of Wisdom Volume 1 we've been going over. There's also Volume 2. Use the code wisdom, all capital letters. There's 5 of these available. You can get Volume 1 in PDF. There's English, French, Italian, Spanish, German. There's so many different languages. We even have this one in Russian. We have many different languages. Use the code wisdom, all capital letters. This is Volume 1 we've been going over. Wisdom, yeah. This is Luciferianism. That's what we've been going over. I've already. Thanks for helping me. It's a pleasure, Banana. So, heel, hell, connected to physicality. Head, heaven, connected to spirit, connected to the stars. The head is heaven, the heel is hell. The head is heaven, the heel is hell. The bottom of the foot is called what? The soul. The soul. They say the bottom of the foot's called the soul. Well, it's spelled differently. It's spelled like that. Same thing though. Why? Because they're telling you your soul is in hell. If you worship this plane, we all want good things in life. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying don't want money, don't want abundance, don't want wealth. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is have, balance between these two. Balance between the inner and the outer world. We all want good things. We all want good things in life, But yin yang, yeah, it's having balance between them. What was that? Well done to Veronica Sims, Angela Preto for purchasing the Book of Wisdom. Conscious. What you do a regular day. I wake up, I visualize what I want, then I get straight to work. Well, have a shower, straight to work. Make content, work on my book, work on the university, speak to clients, speak to students, then go to the gym, come home. Pretty much the same day every day, to be honest. I'm very disciplined, very controlled, and very focused on my goals. But my goal is to just literally just help as many people as possible awaken their mind and open their minds to new things. You know, that is the goal. But yeah. Thanks for the code, just thought it's a pleasure. You'll love them when it comes. So here we have, look at the power symbol. The power symbol on your phone is upside down your brain because the power is within. The power is inside. The power is inside the mind. This is the power of the mind inside of you. Okay? Here we have the Holy Grail. This is the Holy Grail. This is your brain, because your brain's connected to the heavens, the stars, the astral plane, the higher realms, the higher dimensions of consciousness. You're connected directly to them. Your body on its side spells Yahweh. This is Yahweh, the name of God, inside of you. You are Yahweh. And Yahweh is the breath, breathing in. That's Yahweh is way. Yahweh. Inhale, exhale, because you're breathing ether, you're breathing consciousness. That's what you're breathing. When you stop breathing and stop disconnecting with whatever this is in between us, you lose consciousness. So the quickest way to raise your consciousness is through breathing exercises. It's the fastest way. The symbol for spirit is a circle. That's why your head is a circle, because your head's where spirit is. Circle. What about breathing? Breathing is connection to consciousness. It's the fastest way to raise your consciousness. 5 points on the body for the 5 elements. 5 fingers for the 5 elements. They demonized your middle finger because it represents ether. Ether is the ever-present field of energy that connects all of us. The ever-present field that connects all things. There are 2 codes left. The code was wisdom. 2 codes left. Feel free to ask questions, people. How do I use the code? You use the code at the end. It's at the checkout. God doesn't exist. God does exist. God is in you. You can connect with it yourself. You just have to connect with the source within you. And the way you connect with the source is by turning off the thoughts. Because when you turn off the thinking mind, you turn off the human. You turn off who you think you are. If you don't think, then you're no longer your name, your job, your reputation. You're pure awareness. That's who you truly are. You are not this being. You're not this matrix man or woman. You are not this name. It's made up. If you turn off your thoughts, what's left? That's who you actually are. Pure awareness. Turn off your thoughts and you'll figure out who you are. Pure consciousness, pure awareness. You can only figure this out by going within and actually connecting with it. It's very, very important that you connect with yourself. Become the observer. Yeah. When you are nothing, you are everything. Yes, very well said. Very, very well said. When you are nothing, you are everything. The life and death cycle. We're in a constant cycle of life and death. Daytime is life, nighttime is death. Everything goes through this cycle. Life and death, winter and summer. All the same cycle. When you go to sleep, you enter spirit. When you're in your day, you enter matter. Spirit and matter. Spirit and matter. You're in this constant cycle. And we need to prepare for life after death. That's why the word death is ether. This is the ether. Everything is born out of the ether and returns back to it. Everything's born and dies. Energy can only be transmuted, never dies. So it's born and it returns back to ether, back to singularity. Physical is phi cycle. We live in a cycle of phi, of a torus field. A cycle of this torus field, that is what we live in. This is your heart. It's the same thing with your heart. Everything leaves the heart, the blood goes into the heart and leaves the heart. Everything goes in and out of the heart. Energy leaves the heart and returns back to it. All blood leaves the heart and returns back to it. It's a cycle of the heart, which is ether. The heart is an infinite vortex. You know, very, very powerful. Very, very powerful when you learn this stuff. I'll be back in 2 seconds. You will pay for your blasphemy. I won't. You will pay for believing in Jesus. I promise. And the reason why I say that is because your whole life you haven't prepared for life after death. So if you believe in Jesus and you die, you go into the astral plane, you're just left with your internal world. So when you die, if you close your eyes right now, that is what you're going to experience. You're going to experience yourself. You're going to experience your state of consciousness, your internal self. And that internal self will be manifested on the astral plane, the realm of imagination, infinite possibility, and you will suffer there if you do not master yourself. Because if the mind is not controlled in that plane, then you will be manifesting and destroying yourself. I'm not scaring you, but like this is what happens when you die. You're left with your internal self. You're left with your internal state of consciousness. So your imagination is a dimension where you come from. And you descend into matter, to physical reality. You will return back to the astral plane. And then you will experience your state of consciousness there. So whatever you think, you manifest instantly. So we have to control ourselves. We have to make sure our internal world is not connected and desiring physical things like addictions, food, sex, smoking. Whatever our addictions are, we have to detach before we die in order for our consciousness to ascend to a higher plane. You will match your vibration, your state of consciousness in that plane. So you will match. If you're thinking sex, food, money, drinking, smoking, you will match the beings, consciousnesses, and souls that think the same things. That are on them level of thoughts are very low vibration. They exist because, okay, the higher you go, the less formless. This is thoughts, this is imagination, this is energy, this is matter. Everything in the material plane began as thought. It was thought, imagined, give energy, and matter. That's the order of manifestation. So you're in the material realm now. When you go to sleep, you always go to the astral. But when you die, it's just a bigger version. When you die, you're going to return back to the astral in your state of consciousness. So yes, the battle between spirit and the flesh, very well said, Remit. It's the battle between spirit and flesh. That is the battle between Jesus and Satan, Horus and Set. All of these gods that you see in religion is symbolic of the battle between your inner world and the outer world. There is a battle inside your own mind. There's a battlefield in your mind going on right now. That's the battle. It's a psychological battle. Yeah. A psychological battle. I go a bit deeper on this in volume. So here, right, I'm going to show you. I'm not being a monk. Like, I'm not saying, don't engage in anything of the physical world. Never will say that. Me personally, I just balance it. Like, this is what I do. I'm not telling you to do anything. This is pretty much off my research of esoteric occult wisdom and life after death research. But what I'm saying is just have balance between them. Like, you can want riches. You should want to be wealthy. You should want to have the best possible life with abundance in your life. However, the Bible says don't put your heart on it. When you gain wealth, don't put your soul on it. It means don't be attached to it, because you're going to die and you're going to leave everything behind. So there must be, the Bible tells you, be in the world but not out. Be in the world but not of the world. Be in the world but not of it. Okay. So anyways, these were gods. These were the Sumerian gods. Can you see this very clearly? These were the Sumerian gods, right? And they had two faces, all symbolism. This is two faces. Because what are we? We are physical and spiritual. These had access to their spiritual bodies, the astral plane. These were the gods, because back in the ancient times, if you had the knowledge of leaving the body and entering your spirit and entering your spiritual body, then you were considered a god. Now, astral projection is even in the Bible. This is This is what people don't understand. Christians say, well, astral projection is demonic. It's in the Bible. I know a man in Christ who in 14 years ago was caught up in the third heaven. Whether in the body or out of the body, I do not know. Corinthians 12:2 tells you to ask, is telling you the third heaven. What's the third heaven? What is the third heaven? You have the physical, etheric, astral. That's the third. It's the third layer of reality. Astral plane. Corinthians again. What does it say? We are confident, I say, sorry about that. I had a tickle in my throat. Corinthians 5:8. We are confident, I say, and willing, rather absent from the body, and present with the Lord. Present with the Lord. Absent from the body. Corinthians 5:8. Corinthians, whether in the body or out of body, I do not know. He was in the third heaven. Same thing. This is all astral projection. This is accessing spirit. And I still have angry Christians in the comments calling me a deceiver. This is in your Bible. This is in your Bible. So what you need to do, Christians, is do not follow the church. Follow the Bible. Go and read the Bible. Do not follow the church. The church is Rome. The church is Rome, and they want to enslave you. If you figured out what Rome did, you would never go to the church ever again in your life. If you figured out what they actually did to the world, to every race possible. Same thing. Here's the Freemasons, you showing the same thing. Here's the Egyptians showing you the same thing. All symbolism of astral projection. Astral entities. I talk about the entities. Talk about how you create demons. You create demons. Demons are aspects of yourself. You literally create demons. Okay, it's so crazy when you actually figure this out. You are literally creating demons. Don't follow the masses. Like, honestly, I grew up in a I used to be a Mormon. My whole family's Mormon. So I know about Christianity. This is why I spent a lot of time studying the Bible. I've gave myself a new challenge. I'm going to be studying Genesis for like a long time. I'm going to study Genesis, the creation, the story of creation, because I think there's so many hidden codes inside of it. The whole Bible is filled with hidden codes. But I'm going to study it, and I'll let you know how it goes on. But I've already decoded Adam and Eve. I've already decoded that. I could share you what Adam and Eve actually is. So think of it like this. What you need to understand anything in the Bible, to understand the Bible, you have to understand that the universe only exists in your mind. Everything is psychological. Everything represents the mind and what's happening in the mind. The events that play out in the Bible are the events that happen inside our own consciousness, inside our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions. Okay, so when Adam and Eve are in the Garden of Eden, they eat the apple, and the serpent is there that tempts them. Well, if you study symbolism, you'll quickly figure out that the serpent represents transformation, because the serpent sheds its skin. The serpent sheds skin, which represents renewal and transformation, right? For the people asking, there was one code left, wisdom. Someone asked for the code. Wisdom, all capital letters. So the serpent represents transformation because the serpent sheds its skin, right? So it transforms itself. So the serpent in the tree tempts Eve. Eve represents the inner world, spirit. Adam represents matter. Okay? So Genesis is the beginning of your life, the Garden of Eden, which is even when you are in an even state. Now that sounds like a stretch, I understand, but let me explain. When you are a baby, your mind, remember, everything is psychological, the universe is mental. Your mind is whole. You don't have any contradicting thoughts. You don't contradict yourself, so you don't say, I'm going to do this, but then I don't have I don't have anything inside of me that says you can't do that, but we do now as a child. So we're even. Our mind is whole. We don't suppress aspects of ourselves to fit in with society, what we do now. We all do this. We don't have anything fractaled in our consciousness. Our mind is not fractured. But when we gain the knowledge of good and evil, which is growing up, when we reincarnate, we're a baby, we're whole, but then we grow older. This happens to every single soul that enters this world. This happens to everyone. So it's a story that happens to everyone. And then as you grow older, your consciousness now splits. You gain the knowledge of good and evil. Your mind starts to contradict you. Your emotions tell you different things. You start to suppress aspects of yourself to fit in with people. You fracture yourself. It's a psychological story about fracturing yourself and leaving that whole state. It's a psychological story. That's leaving the Garden of Eden. And then all the chaos after is all about the chaos in the mind. Because remember, when we are a child, we're whole. We have no mental chaos. We don't suffer from our thoughts and emotions. We don't suffer from depression as a child. But when we gain older, we suffer from this mind, these thoughts, our body, our temptations. It's all about you. The whole Bible's about you. The chaos with Cain and Abel, and the chaos and all this, the flooding, it's all symbolic of what's going on inside your mind. It's a symbolic story about you. But yeah, I hope that makes sense, everyone. And that's what we have to reach. We have to reach back to our whole state. That is the light. And we return back. We have to this is what I teach, purification inside the university to my students. I teach purification. Purifying your beliefs, purifying your mind, purifying your thoughts, purifying your body, purifying every aspect of yourself so you can return to that whole state where you are in control. Because most people, the body's telling you to smoke, eat sugar. The mind's telling you to watch Netflix and entertain itself because you want to escape the thoughts. Emotions are sad, worthless because they don't know who we are. I get it. I've been there. That's how I'm describing myself. Literally describing myself. But that is the chaos that the Bible's talking about. But that is the chaos. It's talking about the chaos within. And we transform ourselves. And that is the serpent. Now, I'm writing a whole book on this, so you can do your research on it if you want. But I'm making a whole book on the symbolism of the serpent, symbolisms of all different things, all different symbols you could possibly imagine. But I'm pretty much going to provide information that the whole world was under one religion at one point. And it wasn't a religion, it was a worldwide knowledge of self, and it was the serpent religion or wisdom. Yeah, the serpent wisdom. It was the knowledge of self-transformation, of the mind, of the emotions, of the body. It was the knowledge of Kundalini, of self-transformation and spiritual enlightenment. This was the true religion, and I'm going to prove it in that book. It's going to prove it, but yeah. Are you going to write volume 3? I'm not writing volume 3, I'm writing the book of symbolism. That is the next book. Bye-bye, have a wonderful day. Take care, Sundus. Take care. Maybe Luciferianism, study that. I have studied that. And yeah, I went over that at the beginning of the live on Luciferianism. There's a God inside of you, and you can connect with that. How do we join the university? Yeah, all the links in the bio. So this is symbolic of cutting your connection between the mind and heart, the mind and soul, the intellect and emotion. It's all symbolic of transformation of self. Not transformation of self, sorry, I was daydreaming then while saying that. I was doing something else. This is symbolic of cutting off your intellect from emotion. You know, this symbol. Isn't that what Catholics do? Yes. Now, I'm not doing this is not going to cut your intellect from emotion. I'm not saying that. Like, doing this is just a gesture, but it's symbolic. It's a ritual, it's symbolic. We don't want to cut off our mind from emotion, because cutting off the mind from emotion thinks destruction, hate, and a beastly nature. That is the devil. You are literally the devil if you don't think with emotion. They have to be in sync. We have to think with empathy, think with morals, think with our heart as well. They combine. But we don't want to just think with our emotions, because then we become impulsive. We have to combine them both. The heart is literally a guidance system. It's connected to the universal laws of God. It's connected to the laws of God, consciousness of love, authenticity. But yeah, it's very powerful information when you learn about this stuff. Inner GPS, yeah, it is. It's pretty much an inner GPS. It tells you everything that's right and wrong. When your heart tells you something, it's the truth. Like, if you think something, your heart's going to say, no, that's either right or that's wrong. That's the intelligence in you. We all know what's right and wrong. Is this the second book? Yeah, this is the volume 2. So the heart talks about volume 2 talks about the heart. Your truth, you can feel it. Yeah, exactly. The truth resonates with you. It resonates with your heart. You can feel it. When did you finish the second book? Oh, a while ago. It's October now, I think. October, yeah. October last year. So is going to church bad? It's, I don't want to say it's bad, because obviously you're probably going to church, but, you know, if you go to church, don't get me wrong, they're good people. You know, you think you're doing the right thing, which you pretty much are. You're becoming a good person, but it's like the most powerful way to really connect with God is to become the best version of yourself. Become control in the mind. Become control in your heart. Gain control over the self. Meditate. Connect with your consciousness. Connect with higher. You know, learn visualization so you can connect with your true power. So, Jesus is telling you to meditate. Jesus tells you to meditate many times in the Bible. Many times. He says to pray, not meditate. He doesn't. I'll prove it to you. Listen to this. Jesus tells you to meditate many times in the Bible. Okay. Here it is. Psalms 4:6-10. 4:6-10. Be still and know that I am God. Be still. Be still is meditation. Be still. Keep the mind still. Keep the body still. That is all meditation. Then he says in Matthew 6:3-4, take no thought. 5 times he says this. 5 times he says, take no thought. 5 times, 5 senses. Turn off the 5 senses and take no thought. This is all meditation. Take no thought is connecting with the pure self. And we also have another powerful verse inside the Bible, which is a very powerful verse. Here. Matthew 21:12, Jesus went into the temple of God. Corinthians 3:16, do you not know that you are the temple of God? Jesus went in the temple of God, but then he tells you, do you not know that you are the temple? So you got to go within yourself to go inside to God. Then he says, Luke 11:52, for you have taken away the key of knowledge. You did not enter in yourself. You didn't enter in yourself. Luke 11:52. You've taken away the key. You didn't enter yourself. You have to go within. Then, Luke 6:6. When thou prayest, enter in thine inner chamber and shut the door. When you pray, enter in thine inner chamber. This is the inner chamber. This is your inner chamber. Is your mind. You got to go within the mind. This is why they teach you to be scared of the dark when you're a child, because they don't want you going inside yourself. They don't want you going inside. Why? Because the inner room of exactly, the authentic, very well said. The inner room of consciousness is where they don't want you to go. Exodus 14:14. You need to be still. Wow, you only need to be still. It's there. Enter in the inner chamber, the inner room. There is a room inside of you, right? And this room is a very sacred room. It's the room that every Brahma goes into the cave. Jesus goes into the cave for 3 days. This is the cave. The cave is this beautiful room inside of you. This cave is when you turn off thoughts and you are left with pure peace, pure love, nothingness. That's the inner room. That is the room of where your worries go out the window. Everything goes out the window. And you're left in that room. The upper room where Jesus meets the 12 disciples, the 12 cranial nerves in your brain. You just got to go within yourself. It's symbolic. The whole thing's symbolic. The whole thing. Egyptians are telling you the same thing. What do you think about the Emerald Tablets? It's one of my most favourite books. That book really woke me up. It's very powerful. Okay, right. A lot of people asking about the book. It's called The Book of Wisdom Volume 2. I wrote this myself. You can get it straight in my bio. It literally tells you everything you could possibly imagine. Now, I'm going to give 5 more people the chance to save 40%. Okay, so 5 more people can use this code, Wisdom. You got 2 streams. Yes, I have 2 lives on at the moment. So 5 people, use this. Click the link in the bio. Use this. You're going to save yourself 40%. Well, that's useless. You're going to save yourself 40%. Out of context is wrong. It's not out of context. I've read the Bible. Here it is. The energy field around your body. Sacred energy field that produces all physical life. Did you know you become sick? This field becomes sick before your body does. This is the field that becomes sick before your body does. This is what we call, I forgot the name for it. There's a name for these machines, right? And what these machines, if I join the university, what do I gain? What don't you gain? You gain, there's a live lecture tonight talking about the secrets of number 3, where we do a live discussion. You get all it teaches you everything you could possibly imagine and to transform your life, to go from darkness to light. But yes, tonight there's a live lecture. There's a live lecture. We are all discussing certain things. The secrets of number 3. There'll be many people there. There'll be a great discussion at the end. So if you, like, when you're an intelligent person, you're pushed away from society. And that's the kind of people that I'm aiming for inside. The people that are intelligent, they want to take their research to the next level. They're serious about the esoteric. They're serious about their research. That's what it's pretty much for. So anyways, I was talking about that machine. That machine, there's a machine that will pretty much calculate the frequency that will heal holes in your aura, because there can be holes, there can be problems in your aura. So this energy field becomes ill before your body does, because this is what feeds the body. So you can actually see illness in the field before you can see it in your body. So there are these machines that can detect what frequency is missing from the field. They'll produce that frequency and then shoot it into your field, which will heal your field and then heal your body. I forgot what the machine's called. But it's true. This stuff is true. There's literally a machine out there, and people have businesses for it, and they charge crazy money for it. It's very expensive, but it's true.